went to prison so you won't have to. Peter and Pixie share a riveting prison diary, a heartfelt love story, and a shocking look at injustice in America's prison system. Stand with Peter. Scan the QR code now or go to Amazon.com to order your copy.
I went to prison so you won't have to.
This is what happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is king.
President Trump scheduled to meet with Vladimir Putin on U.S. soil. The leader is set to meet on a U.S. military base in Anchorage, Alaska, expected to discuss terms for ending Russia's invasion of Ukraine, along with nuclear arms control and trade agreements.
I think that President Putin would like to see a deal. I think if I weren't president, he would take over all of Ukraine. But I am president, and he's not going to mess around with me.
Putin is praising Trump's, quote, energetic and sincere efforts to stop the hostilities. Ukrainian President Zelensky was not invited to today's summit. President Trump suggesting the meeting with Putin could open the door for a second meeting that would include Zelensky.
I think it's going to be a good meeting, but the more important meeting will be the second meeting that we're having.
It's the first time, I should add, in about a decade or so that the Russian leader will be on U.S. soil.
And there is the president making his way up to the top of the steps there for Air Force One, making a wave.
We also know, guys, who the president's going to be traveling with. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Commerce Secretary Lutnick, Treasury Secretary Bessent, and CIA Director Radcliffe will be part of the enclave.
Zelensky, concerned about Trump's support for an exchange of territory, is calling for a ceasefire first and then negotiations. The Ukrainian president, backed by European leaders, also demanding security guarantees.
Trump said today that he estimates the chance of failure in the negotiations at 25%. And what is our assessment?
We never make any predictions in advance. We know that we have arguments. We have a clear and understandable position, and we will present it.
I'm not doing this for my health, okay? I don't need it. I'd like to focus on our country, but I'm doing this to save a lot of lives.
And now we're taking a look at Alaska live right now in anticipation of the presidential summit with Vladimir Putin of Russia, which should be happening just any moment now. We'll keep you posted on that. Welcome to Human Events. I'm Bo Davidson, filling in for the great Jack Posobiec, who is on Air Force One right now as part of the RAV delegation covering this historic meeting of President Trump with Russian President Vladimir Putin. And the weight of peace hangs in the balance in Alaska today. These are the historic Anchorage Accords. We are expecting Air Force One to land in Anchorage, as I said, at any moment. And the stakes, folks, could not be any higher. There are reports that both President Trump and President Putin will touch down within just minutes of one another. And then we'll have an epic moment on the tarmac before the private meeting that could potentially, ladies and gentlemen, change the fate of millions around the world. Now, how will this conversation go? Well, President Trump has indicated that if it goes poorly, it will be short and he will depart swiftly back to D.C. But we pray that that's not the case today. We hope and pray for peace and a lasting peace and an end to the killing. That's what President Trump has indicated. Now, overnight, Russia launched 2 ballistic missiles into Ukraine and sent ground troops into Donetsk, an area of eastern Ukraine. So the tension could not be any more palpable. And let's talk about some of the history here in this conflict. This will be the 6th meeting between President Trump and Putin. The first 2 were in 2017, and then Helsinki and the G20 in 2018, and then 2019 in Osaka. So this is meeting number 6 between the two, and the most consequential of them all, hands down. Some out there have already nominated Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize, which seems to be very well deserved. But this is his biggest test yet. If he can thread that needle with 2 nations at war, depleted in manpower and resources, this is a story that is 3 years in the making And it harkens back to 1945 when the Security Council met to end World War II. That is what is at stake today. And earlier today, to that point, Vladimir Putin made a very rare public appearance at a monument honoring U.S. cooperation during World War II, just hours before this upcoming summit with President Trump. The significance of this cannot be overstated because we were once allies, and we can be again. That's what's on the table today. And let's talk about some of the possible outcomes from this summit. Well, I mentioned the undesirable one, which is that they meet, it goes poorly, and they go home. That likely means more war, more casualties. But there are other options on the table, what has been called closure of the skies. I mentioned that Russia's ballistic missile attacks happened last night. A win would be stopping the air attacks. That's big for Ukraine. And then there's this idea of land for peace or territorial swaps. That is on the table too. Donald Trump has indicated that he's not there to negotiate for Ukraine, but he is there to get the two sides to the table and create peace. Putin has stated that he thinks President Trump is making, quote, sincere efforts for peace. Zelensky has agreed to a ceasefire already, but Vladimir Putin has not. That's why today's Anchorage Accord is so very important. Now, Russia's economy is in trouble. The price of war is steep, but it's not just the billions of dollars wasted on death. It's the millions of lives wasted because of low IQ Joe Biden, his administration that allowed this to happen. An entire generation of Ukrainians is gone, wiped out. Zelensky can't find soldiers to fight, no matter how many missiles we send them. And President Trump also spoke with Belarusian President Lukashenko. Shout out to Tanya Tay, who facilitated the release of 16 Ukrainian prisoners. Now, they're discussing now the release of 1,300 more. That's clearly a good sign. But not attending today's summit is Volodymyr Zelensky. The meeting between him and Putin could take place, I mentioned could take place after this, depending on how things go today. But he says the Ukrainian constitution prevents him from ceding any land to Russia. So here we are now, just moments away. Scott Bessent, who made inroads with Zelensky several months ago on rare earth minerals, is on board Air Force One as well. So in the name of peace, you have to wonder, what carrots will President Trump be dangling to try to close the deal? Will it be oil? Will it be rare earth minerals, land swaps, security assurances? What's it going to take to end the carnage? We'll have those questions and answers for you back.
Fellow Americans, did you know a war is being waged right now for how you spend your hard-earned dollars? Over 100 countries worldwide are preparing to switch to a digital currency. Now, this means cash will be replaced by money governments can monitor and track. This tracking makes it possible to collect data from every purchase you make and the ability to decide what you can buy and when you can buy it. What's more, your assets can be frozen or even seized. I'm appalled at such an assault on financial privacy. My friends at Swiss America have a report called The Secret War on Cash with an action plan to protect your financial privacy. So please, call or text the number on your screen for a free copy. With the growing reality of a government-backed digital currency, the time to act is now. So call or text the number on your screen for your free Secret War report.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and in bookstores across the country. We'll even help you promote your book. That's right, we do all this for you. Biography, self-help, mystery, novels, sci-fi, even a children's book. No matter what genre, Page Publishing can bring your book to life. Call today for your free author submission kit and find out how you can be the next published author at Page Publishing.
call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257. That's 800-319-0257, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Nothing will stand in our way, and our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
What will make a success of this summit today?
I can't tell you that. I don't know. It's there's nothing set in stone. I want certain things. I want to see a ceasefire. This is not to do with Europe. Europe's not telling me what to do. But they're going to be involved in the process, obviously, as will Zelensky. But I want to see a ceasefire rapidly. I don't know if it's going to be today, but I'm not going to be happy if it's not today. Everyone said it can't be today, but I'm just saying I want the killing to stop. I'm in this to stop the killing. They lost last week 7,011 people. Were lost, almost all soldiers. 36 people in a town which got hit by a missile, but over 7,000 soldiers. It's crazy.
Welcome back to Human Events on a historic day as we watch the president land in Anchorage for the Anchorage Accords, meeting soon with Russian President Vladimir Putin. That clip of the video that you just saw comes from Air Force One, in which President Trump is asked what a successful meeting would look like. And pretty simply, he says, to stop the killing. Well, joining me now is Steve Gruber, host of America's Voice Live. Steve, what a day. What a day, what an occasion, with peace hanging in the balance. Now Trump says that success would be a ceasefire and a stopping of the killing. What is your take on where we are today ahead of this monumental summit?
Bo, it is a remarkable day to say the least. Look at the irony of it all. Meeting in Alaska, former Russian territory. Russia lost the Crimean War in 1867 and sold Alaska to us for $7.2 million, 15 cents an acre. And then he invites Mr. Putin back to Alaska with all those Russian Orthodox churches sprinkling the landscape. It really is an ironic place to meet. And Alaska, the center of the universe for the Alaska Accords. Look, my advice to people watching today is the same as it's been for a while. Do not underestimate Donald Trump as president of these United States. 59% of the poll I just saw today don't believe he's going to get anything out of today. Maybe that's true. Maybe it is. But he's there. He's on the ground. He's present. He's working. And like he said on Air Force One, there's nothing in this for him. He could be working on the economy or the border or what happens next with investment in the United States or 100 other things that he could be doing in the Oval Office today. But instead, he's trying to end a war that kills 5,000 people a week, 20,000 people a month. More people have died in this war than died in the first 2 years of the war in Europe in 1939 and 1940. Think about that. Put that into perspective. That's the war he's trying to end now. Having said that, I don't believe Crimea is ever going back to Ukraine. It's been Russian territory since 2012. I don't believe the Donbass is going back to Ukraine. I believe that this is the same situation we've been in since the Biden administration turned down a deal a few weeks into this war back in 2022. It's very complex, as Donald Trump has said for a few days, but think back, Bo. We didn't even have this on our dance card a week ago. This President Trump works. He puts it together. He straightens it. And all of a sudden, he pulls off a summit in Alaska. First time in 10 years that Vladimir Putin's been on American soil. And it is ironic that it's former Russian soil. I think that you cannot lose that irony. And Donald Trump does these things for a reason. And I don't think this was accidental at all.
Yeah, ye of little faith, beware, right? Don't underestimate him. I think Mike Pompeo said just as much when he was meeting with President Trump and Kim Jong-un. And they met, and a couple minutes later, they said, this guy, we're out of here. We're out of here. And so that could happen today. We pray that that doesn't happen. We pray that doesn't happen. We pray that Vladimir Putin comes in peace, and it's sincere peace. Steve, I want to play a bit of video here of the Russian foreign minister on this topic. Let's roll that clip.
Trump said today that he estimates the chance of failure in the negotiations at 25%. And what is our assessment?
We never make any predictions in advance. We know that we have arguments, we have a clear and understandable position, and we will present it. A lot has already been accomplished here during Stephen Witkoff's visits. The president mentioned this, and Witkoff spoke on behalf of President Trump. I hope that today and tomorrow we will continue this very useful conversation.
So, Steve, Trump says there's about a 25% of failure. Well, that means a 75% of success, I would say. The Russian foreign minister does not like playing FanDuel or craps or blackjack, I suppose, Steve. He says they make no predictions. But what do you make of his assessment and the steps that Steve Witkoff has taken to get us here? Are we at the precipice of real peace?
Potentially. And then let me focus on Witkoff for a moment. And let's focus on what the left has said about Witkoff from day one. They call him a rookie, an amateur, a guy out of his depth, a guy that didn't belong in these high-stakes negotiations. Every place that Witkoff has gone around the world, we found peace 7 times over, whether it's in Central Africa or it's India and Pakistan or it's, pick your place, Armenia and Azerbaijan, which happened just last week. Steve Witkoff has been instrumental in all of those negotiations. So for the left, I say again, don't underestimate Donald Trump. Do not underestimate his team. They do their homework. They work really hard. I mean, how many times is Donald Trump in the Oval Office at 5 in the morning? Just about every day. I mean, that Marine is based outside that Oval Office just about every day, 5:30 in the morning. He comes in, he gets work done. He makes things happen. And I want to go back to the fact that a week ago, we didn't even see this on the horizon. This is Donald Trump. And look, this guy is 79 years old. He runs circles around the whole world, Bo. I mean, it is remarkable what he's doing. And he's thinking all the time. And look, failure, is it possible? Sure. But I want to give credit to Witkoff. I want to give credit to Donald Trump for picking him to get all of these important negotiations done because he has exceeded expectations, certainly of those on the left who have derided him and considered him, again, a rookie, a guy in over his head. Clearly not true. So that's really important. And here's something else that's on the table today that I haven't heard you mention yet, and we should. Not only are we possibly looking at the end of the war in Ukraine, we're also looking at the possibility of an expanded nuclear arms agreement. That's been mentioned. And that was mentioned by Vladimir Putin on Russian television. Wouldn't that be remarkable? I mean, you look at what Donald Trump has done in 7 different wars around the world. If he can bring the Ukraine war to an end, it is time for the Pulitzer Prize. Stop the games. Stop making the Pulitzer Prize some sort of a virtue signal for those on the left. Donald Trump has earned it. As I recall, Barack Obama solved exactly 0 wars before getting the Nobel Peace Prize. Donald Trump is working on it every day and in places. I mean, do you really know much about the Republic of the Congo and Rwanda? Most people don't, but he went there and stopped a war. Armenia, Azerbaijan, who knows much about that? Most people don't. Donald Trump went there and stopped a war. This is what he does. He is the most peace-obsessed president of my lifetime. The most peace-obsessed president maybe of the last 100 years. It's pretty remarkable what we're watching.
India, Pakistan, Cambodia, Thailand. You know, the list just goes on and on and on. And you're right. This wasn't even really on our dance card a week ago. You can't underestimate this guy. It's absolutely true what you're saying. I think that we're at a moment of such uniqueness for so many different reasons, the arms deal that you mentioned as well. And you're right, peace obsessed. I haven't really heard that phrase, but that's so apropos. Peace obsessed. And everybody thought that Donald Trump was going to get us involved in World War III, and that just hasn't happened. Steve, I got to get your take, though, on what is the Russian perspective. A lot of people are not going to talk about this today. They're going to be talking about our perspective, and understandably so. But what does a win look like for them? Because their economy is struggling. They had to quadruple pay to their soldiers. So will it be some sort of financial incentive that Trump can offer that gives Putin a possible win?
Well, one cannot avoid the echoes of Yalta, 1945, which occurred obviously in Russia at that time on the sea-coast resort of Yalta. You look back and you wonder what's going to happen today because, as you know, Zelensky was not invited to the discussion today. He's not been invited to the party. He has, in advance, rejected anything that comes out of it. Not a good card to play. Look, it's in everyone's best interest to stop killing. It's a slow grind. It's 5,000 people a week, 20,000 people a month, 1.5 million people killed or wounded so far. It is a horrible war. And for Russia, I believe saving face here, saying we're going to keep Crimea, we're going to keep sections of Donbass, whatever it might be. That's what success looks like. At least they got something out of it. For Ukraine, not quite as clear. They're going to cede territory. Zelensky can say they're not going to. I don't see any other way around this. I think it's inevitable. Look, Crimea was taken when Barack Obama was president in 2012. It's been in Russian hands for 13 years. It's not going back. It's their seaport. They're not going to give that up. It's critical to their, well, to their trade, to their military, to all their infrastructure. They're not giving that back. I mean, you can see the map here. It's not going back. You look at the Donbass, you look at the eastern regions of Ukraine that have been under Russian control for the most part since February of 2022. It's not going back. I don't see how you could get there successfully. Now, having said that, we did hear Donald Trump make a comment here a couple of days ago. There could be some swapping of territory. It's complicated, he said. And so we might see a little give and take in that area. But when it's all said and done, whether peace is found today or at some point in the future, I believe those territories have been ceded to Russia already. You don't have enough people left in Ukraine to fight the war. The Russians don't want to fight this war anymore either. It's miserable. People are dying out there. It's a miserable fight that they don't really want either. Look, a lot of these families are related. I mean, there's some ways you could draw parallels to the United States Civil War. There are families on each side of this border that are long-term, families. You had cousins on one side and brothers on the other. That's how divided, but is at the same time so closely related. And that's also what's on the table here. I believe peace is coming. I'm an optimist today. I'm not.
So what is a win? What's a win for Zelensky and Ukraine then? You mentioned that they say they're not going to cede any territory. There could be this land swap. What's a win for Ukraine? Just stopping the killing? So they stop losing men in war every single day?
You've got to look at that stop the missile attacks, the drone attacks, the attacks on its territory. However, here's a loss for Ukraine. If they give up that eastern portion of real estate, that's where all of the rare earth minerals are, the energy is. A lot of things that are real assets, natural resource-wise, are in eastern parts of that country. So their hope is to retain something of value when you get to the end of the negotiations, something of value that they can take home. Look, I'm not a fan of Zelensky. I'm not a fan of Putin particularly either. So I don't know what a win looks like for Zelensky. I don't know if he can come out of this winning or not. My guess is his time in office, his days are numbered. I don't think he's going to be there much longer. He doesn't have the open checkbook that the administration previously gave him from Joe Biden. It's a different day. And I don't know what a win looks like for Zelensky or for Ukraine.
And Steve, we may get into this later, but I think China's watching too with respect to Taiwan. I think whatever happens today has much bigger global implications than people think about. And I think it's a win for us, for America, to have this meeting today regardless, because that's what Donald Trump can do. We'll be back in just a couple moments with more great coverage here.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be using this. Particle 6-in-1 Face Cream for Men. The first of its kind anti-aging cream designed specifically for men. Fights eye bags, dark spots, and wrinkles. Visit ParticleMen.com and use the promo code on your screen to receive 25% off your entire order. Plus, we've got free shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee. www.ParticleMen.com. Because seeing is believing.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
He became one of the world's greatest leaders. He changed the course of history. Now, Lech Walesa, the Nobel Peace Prize winner, is coming to North America on his first ever Grand Lecture Tour. Be part of this historic event. Meet the global leader live on stage as he takes you behind the scenes of history's greatest turning points and the greatest challenges of our time. Join the conversation that will shape our future. Register now at historyexplorer.com.
Today, you talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, who's done a great job.
Welcome back to Human Events. I'm Bo Davidson, filling in for Jack Posobiec, who is on Air Force One right now as part of our RAV delegation covering this momentous event. It's all part of our collective team effort here at Real America's Voice, pulling out all the stops to give you the best and brightest coverage of the Anchorage Accords today. Now, to touch off where we left off with Steve Gruber, these are Christians killing Christians. They share the same religion, often some of the same family members. That's why Steve said it's kind of like the Civil War. This is human casualty. Well, joining me now to further discuss today's summit is Ben Bergquam. Ben, I'd like to get your assessment of where we are today and how peace or potentially more war are at stake. And just this notion of the fact that there are families fighting against each other, very similar to our Civil War, and the fact that it is Christian brother against Christian brother.
Yeah, I was in Ukraine not too long ago, just a couple years ago, in the middle of the fighting. We went out to the front, and that's what you saw. You saw these communities of people who identified with both. They had families that were on the Russia side. They had families that were on the Ukraine side. It sounds like
Ben, I want to cut in on you now because Trump.
He
just landed. Yeah, let's take a look at this shot right now. Air Force One has landed in Alaska, in Anchorage. We're taking this now. Ben, go ahead and complete your thought, because we are talking about the fact that it is brother against brother, and you were talking about you were in Ukraine. Go ahead and finish that thought.
Yeah, I mean, that's really what we're up against. Here in I'm actually in California reporting outside of Riverside, and you go across the state here, it's, you're talking about people in neighborhoods that are as close as you can see the neighborhoods behind me. It's streets that separate some of these communities that once were Ukraine and now belong to Russia, or once were Russia and became Ukraine. But the people themselves, the families themselves, the religion, their culture, their identity, very, very similar. And so it's a really ugly thing to see firsthand. You talk about the generation lost, million lost, over 1 million lost. It's tragic. Nobody wants it. And I shouldn't say nobody wants it. Clearly, President Trump doesn't want it. That's why he's been fighting to end it. There are a lot of people that did want it. Clearly, in the last administration, we spent billions and billions of dollars to watch more people die. And so that's my prayer, is that this can end, that we can stop the killing unnecessarily, and hopefully it becomes a win-win-win. We'll see what the end holds and what kind of resolution, what kind of peace negotiation they can come up with. Obviously, that's the big question.
Yeah, there's so much hanging in the balance. And again, we're talking about the battle of souls here, too. You got to focus on the soul component, too, of the life loss, too. Well, Ben, you deal so much with our southern border. We've seen you down there, law and border. So you know a lot about borders and their integrity and how important they are. On the Air Force One gaggle earlier, President Trump was asked about territorial land swaps of Russia and Ukraine. And if maybe we can get this in a quad box, since I know we have to keep an eye on Air Force One. But let's take a listen to this clip from the gaggle, and I want to get your reaction on the other side.
Are the territorial swaps on the table? Will you be discussing that?
They'll be discussed, but I've got to let Ukraine make that decision. And I think they'll make a proper decision. But I'm not here to negotiate for Ukraine. I'm here to get them at a table. And I think you have two sides. Look, Vladimir Putin wanted to take all of Ukraine. If I wasn't president, he would right now be taking all of Ukraine. But he's not going to do it.
So, Ben, territorial land swaps, is that what you think we could see today? Because, Zelensky is saying he's not going to give anything else up. That's what he says. But is this what we could see today as a possible outcome, as a land swap?
Well, Zelensky's in a tough spot. I mean, he's put himself in this position. He's made a lot of big claims about this. And getting back to the last question you asked me about the proximity of a lot of these communities. There's proximity. There's also there's love in some of these communities. There's connection to families in some of these communities. There's also a lot of hate. There's a disdain for the Russian Empire, for the USSR, for the history of that, for the KGB and what Russia was to a lot of these communities. And so there is on the Ukraine side. There are a lot of people that don't want to give up anything, but you're also in a position where if you don't how many more deaths, how many more lives, how many more young people are going to lose, how much more of this generation will you not be able to replace? So it's clearly it's on the table. How much will they give up? I agree with Steve. I don't think Russia is going to give back anything that they've taken. And the saddest part about this is this really started because of external forces, NATO basically going into Ukraine saying, we'll bring you to the table, and Russia saying that's a deal breaker, you're going to start a war. And we allowed that to happen. We were a part of it under Obama, pushing those conversations. And now we've seen, over a decade of lives lost because of it. So when it comes to it, you got to ask the question, what's more important, land or lives? And I think that's the question that's going to be asked, and the answer that's going to have to be answered by both sides.
Yeah, I mean, look, you have to respect the Ukrainians. They have fought valiantly. They fought where people thought that this would end a long time ago. And as I mentioned, it seems Zelensky is unwilling to yield any further land to Russia. But Trump said he's not there to negotiate for Ukraine. They've got to make that decision for themselves. So do you think that Zelensky is as ready for peace as he stated? Or are we going to find some sticking points?
I don't know how it's taken Zelensky this long to get to this point. Again, when I was there 2 years ago, it was clear this was not going to end well. I mean, we were getting bombed. We had missiles landing in our neighborhood. I mean, I was woken up to a missile landing less than a mile from where I was staying. And I thought, how much longer can this country sustain this? And the only reason they stayed in the war, they continued it, was because Joe Biden and the Democrats continued to pump arms into them. And all of the globalists that want forever wars kept pumping money and arms into them. I think having President Trump at the table, not negotiating for Ukraine, simply negotiating for peace, I think Zelensky's in a place where he has to realize this is over. He just has to come out, figure out a way of coming out of it with the best option for his country. I don't think if he's coming into this with the best option for himself, I don't see any good options. I agree with Steve. I think his political days are numbered, but he's simply got to come into it and say, how do I get the most for the people of this country if that's what his actual intent is, and how do we get out of this thing in the fastest time possible? I mean, it's been too long already. But again, I can't speak for him, just like President Trump can't.
Yeah, well, we've seen, we've seen the Ukraine pins. We've seen a lot of Democrats voice unending support for Ukraine. My question is, okay, we know Vladimir Putin's probably not a guy to be trusted, but is Volodymyr Zelensky a guy to be trusted? We saw what happened when he came to D.C. That didn't work out so well. He didn't seem like he came in earnest ready for peace. So is this a guy that can be trusted?
Well, look, I'll say the same thing I said when I went to Ukraine when I was there. I don't trust Vladimir Putin any more than I trust Vladimir Zelensky, any more than I trusted Joe Biden at the time. I didn't trust any of them. And it's one of those things, it's the trust but verify Reagan model. I don't think you trust him at all. I think you set some boundaries and you follow those boundaries. If you come up with a peace deal, there's got to be some clear boundaries. Those will be decided. And then if they're broken, then obviously, there's consequences to that. But no, short answer is I don't trust any. I mean, I trust President Trump, but the other two, I don't trust Putin or Zelensky. But they're in a place now where they just have to make a decision for what's best for their country. So hopefully they make that.
At what cost?
Hopefully we see more peace.
Will that be?
Yeah, exactly.
At what cost will that be? Especially
as
because
Steve Gruber said,
go ahead.
Go ahead. Well, no, I mean, you look at what President Trump's already doing with Thailand and Cambodia and all of these peace deals that are already going on. That's clearly his desire, to see peace in the world, to see these countries, not be killing themselves, to see economic prosperity, not just in our country, but globally. And so that's my prayer, is for not just that region, but for the entire globe.
Yeah, and Russia seems to have been winning the war of attrition on this. They seem to have been able to outlast it for this particular period of time. And there's this idea that Jack Posobiec has spoken about. The reason Trump has been kept moving the deadline up and up and up is because if he didn't, Ukraine's going to run out of people. They're going to run out of troops. And they're on their last thread. So that's something we do want to discuss as we keep going on here. I do think we have Brian Glenn now, who was on Air Force One. Brian, can you hear me okay?
Hey, Bo, I can hear you. I did not travel in on Air Force One this time, so I came in yesterday prior to the president.
Sure. Okay. Well, even so, you got there a day early. Brian, set the scene for us about what's going on right now. You know, he said if this meeting goes poorly, that it'll be in and out, and he'll head back to D.C. He's got bigger fish to fry. But what's your take? Do you think this is going to be a 2-minute meeting and he's going to turn around and go back, or are you more optimistic?
No, I'm a little bit more optimistic than I was maybe 6 months ago on this. I think these conversations do extend longer than you would think. I am optimistic as far as who's coming with President Putin. We've got some business leaders, huge financial people in Russia traveling with Putin to come here, which makes me think that there is some type of maybe economic deal that will develop in regards to achieving peace with Ukraine. Let me set the scene for you real quickly where I'm at. I'm inside the media tent here, just outside where the arena there, the stage, if you will, is right behind me where the two will meet. This is kind of a makeshift media tent that the military here has set up. They've also got kind of a mess hall, if you will, kind of a break room. It's got food, snacks, drinks, coffee, things like that. So they've really done a good job accommodating the media. Now, the amount of media here today is like no other event that I've ever been to, obviously. This is just, I would say, hundreds, if you will. I'm on the U.S. side, obviously. Across from me over there, that is the Russian media. We've got two separate areas, two separate work tents, but we're all working together under one tent. And of course, I think all of us want us to see peace come out of this deal a little bit later today.
What's the feeling like there? I know you're on the U.S. media side. Could you cut the tension with a Ginsu knife at this point?
I would say everyone's kind of silent. You know, the 3-hour process it was to get in here, as far as going through security, sweeping the buses and things like that. It was a process this morning to get to here. Once the media arrived here, then everyone had to find a place to set up, get situated with the staging area behind me. So it's been a very, very busy last hour and a half. So it hasn't been a whole lot of conversations going on. A lot of people just trying to get the workspaces up, but obviously everyone is anticipating this meeting. Now, just moments ago, we heard a plane land. I'm presuming it's Air Force One, because he was scheduled to land at 10:10 here local time, and it was about 10:10 when that happened. So I'm assuming that President Trump is on the ground here. Now, President Putin is scheduled to land at 11 a.m. here local time. So really, probably here in just a few minutes, we should hear another plane start to land. So once we have these two leaders on the ground, Bo, then they're going to go into a bilateral meeting. And as this whole conversation has developed, how long will the meeting last? President Trump has said numerous times that he's going to be able to know in the first 2 minutes or so whether or not President Putin is there to negotiate. And of course, Zelensky, from all the things that I have read today, a lot of analysis of people who have been following this engagement for a long time say, look, President Zelensky does not have the cards, and that's exactly what was told to him in the Oval Office. He simply does not have it. And I agree with Steve Gruber. His political career is coming to an end. I feel like he knows this, and I feel like he needs to do what's best to end the bloodshed. And that's one thing that President Trump has said from day one. This isn't about U.S. lives being lost. We don't have one U.S. soldier over there in that fight in that particular capacity. Matter of fact, we're making money through selling weapons to NATO on this. So this is something he wants to see end to save lives. And of course, we want peace in that region. I do, however, said, and I do think this is one of the reasons why Putin is here. With these sanctions that have been on Russia for so long, and also with the new tariff and the sanctions that have been put on India and any other country selling goods, oil, things like that to Russia, that has put them in a financial crisis. So I do think Putin is coming here to make a financial deal with the U.S., and we definitely want to make sure that they get. Well, I'm hearing a plane right now. I think we've got some Russian media that are making their way through here. So I think they've just got the indication that Putin has just landed here at the base. But to wrap it up here, as far as the meaning is concerned, I think that we're going to see peace through an economic deal. That's just my personal take on it. Taking a look at all the financial situations for both those countries, I think they both want peace. I do, but I think they're both need some economic takeaways as well.
Well, Brian, it was Air Force One that landed just a couple moments ago, and our very own Jack Posobiec was on Air Force One. We do have a clip from him that we want to play right now. Let's get that.
Jack Posobiec just landed here Anchorage, Alaska, Elmworth Air Force Base. Air Force One directly behind me. First plane of the Russian delegation directly across the tarmac. The Beast is here waiting for President Trump to disembark. Got a full outfit. The military delegation here to meet the President of the United States and the President of Russia. More to come.
Well, that's some footage that you don't get to see very often. Our very own Jack Posobiec on Air Force One come up. Usually, Brian, it's you, and you're the one that painting the scene for us, and I guess you could only hear the plane come in rather than see it. But we are keeping an eye on Air Force One. President Trump has not disembarked just yet. I would like you, Brian, to get a reaction from you off some audio from Air Force One earlier in the gaggle. Let's take a quick listen to that.
Possibility of the United States providing security guarantees to Ukraine.
Maybe, along with Europe and other countries. Not in the form of NATO, because that's not going to, there are certain things that aren't going to happen. But, along with Europe, there's a possibility of that.
So, Brian, you can hear that Trump says we could provide some security assurances to Ukraine, but not in the form of NATO. It seems that NATO must be kept out of all of this for it to be successful, or it may draw Putin's anger. What's the prevailing wisdom there with respect to NATO, since you mentioned it earlier?
Yeah, well, I think it does. When you kind of look at what that area looks like, I even said this, a post-Trump administration. What does that region of the world look like? And I think if they would, obviously, I think Zelensky would love to have some type of military, I say military, but if you say support, security, people in that region to make sure that peace is maintained. And you think about these raw earth minerals, that the deal that we have with Ukraine, as far as, getting some of the money back that we've put into that country, $380+ billion. So, Bo, there may require some type of security backup for that region, because that is it's a very volatile area, and so you're going to have personnel in there mining these rare earth minerals. So I think that it's definitely an option. I think he just wants NATO to have nothing, nothing with that, and wants that to be on the U.S. But we'll see how that side of negotiation goes, and I'm sure that discussion will take place as well. And we don't know that those discussions have not already taken place. Or if you remember, Bo, just a few days ago, President Trump had a phone call with European leaders and Zelensky to talk about several things. So maybe this was a part of it. He was very, very tight-chested on what they talked about.
Yeah, and Brian, I do want to get your reaction to this too, and I don't know if you've seen it yet, but Hillary Clinton, of all people, said that she would nominate Trump for a Nobel Peace Prize if he can put an end to this war, if Ukraine doesn't have to cede any more territory. Now, isn't this rich that this comes from a woman who started Russiagate and said, we came, we saw, he died? What are your thoughts on that claim, and coming from a warmonger like her who has no regard for human life?
Yeah. The next time I see Hillary Clinton, I want it to be in front of an oversight committee on her testimony for with the Russiagate. I don't care what she has to say right now. I think what she's trying to do is reach for a headline, any type of positive headline. The approval ratings right now for Democrats is at a historical low. For Hillary Clinton or any Democrat to come out right now and start pushing for this Nobel Peace Prize for President Trump, they're just trying to grab some type of positivity in connotation to their party. So, I want to see her in the oversight committee for the collusion and all that stuff that they mustered up and peddled to the media. That's where I want to see her speak. But other than that, I'm glad that she's had a come to Jesus moment. But Hillary Clinton can sit down and shut up right now. President Trump is in charge of all this.
Well, yeah, not only that, but what she's proposing is something Trump could actually pull off. So I think she might have put her foot in her mouth a little bit. Brian, we are awaiting President Putin to touch down. Once he lands, we're going to have some sort of basically ceremonial handshake, a little bit of a meeting, and then they're going to go into this meeting that you talked about, this bilateral meeting. How long do you think, and I know there's no way of you knowing this, but how long do you think that meeting could take? Vladimir Putin said it could be 6 hours. That's kind of his way to say things. President Trump says he'll know within about 30 seconds whether he's serious or not. How long do you think that meeting will go? And do you think he'll give a presser to you and all the other reporters there after it's over?
I do think, the press conference that's scheduled here, there's two podiums on there. I wish we had a shot of that. I don't know if we could take the White House poll feed. There's a shot of that, because right now there is two podiums set up, obviously for President Putin and President Trump. Now, if this initial conversation after the handoff, the welcoming at the tarmac, when they go into their meeting, if there's any indication that President Trump feels like there's not going to be a deal, there's no need to move forward, then I don't think you'll see President Putin behind that podium. That's just me. I don't think President Trump's going to give him the opportunity to be in front of the world like that. I think President Trump would pump the brakes on that and just say, thanks for coming. We're going to move on. But I don't think that's going to happen. I really don't. But,
so you're telling
Trump,
me that there are two podiums. There are two podiums side by side, meaning the anticipation or maybe the optimism is that these two leaders will stand side by side and address the media after it?
Correct. They're about 6 feet apart. There's two podiums. They have the flags behind the podium. So this is a buildup of an anticipated press conference with both of them. But I know this for a fact that if this meeting does not go well, you will only see one president behind that podium, and that'll be President Trump.
Wow. Well, Brian, I want to give you a sports analogy because I know you and I have talked sports before. Mariano Rivera, the great closer of the New York Yankees, is Trump the Mariano Rivera of this deal? Is he the guy who can get this done for a time such as this?
He is. You might even throw a Nolan Ryan in there, too. He'll throw a fastball inside, high and inside on any batter. So I think that he would be compared to a closer, but also would compare him to someone that's going to throw the meanest, hardest fastball that you would ever face. That's what this is. But that's what it takes. If you look at the foreign policy under Joe Biden and really any other Republican president, this is something we have not seen in the Republican Party in a long time. And it is strength. And I think that the warmongers of D.C. and the military-industrial complex are going to have to check themselves for a little bit. This is not a war that we want to get into. This is a war that we want to end. This is Biden's war. Biden started this war, not President Trump. Now, I know a campaign promise, Bo. He did say on day one he would stop this war. And a lot of people on the left, the Democrats, love to criticize and say, well, it didn't happen on day one. Whatever happened, you overpromised. Can you really do it? And we've had several conversations about that. But this is it today, and it's got to happen today. We must have progress today, or I do think if this thing does go south in a couple of hours, I don't think you're going to see. I think we are going to fold our cards, walk away, cut bait, however you want to say it. We'll be done with this conflict, and they'll just lead up to these two leaders to whatever. Sadly, more people will die. At the end of the day, this is a stop the war that's going on right now. He often says this is not about American lives. This is about human lives on Ukraine and Russia side. We must stop the bloodshed, and that's all he wants to do today. But I will say this. I think it's an economic opportunity for everyone right now, an economic opportunity for everyone right now, and peace will be the outcome of that.
Yeah, well, I want to bring back in our panel now, our previous guests, Steve Gruber and Ben Bergquam, and of course we got Brian Glenn, who we just heard from. Gentlemen, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here, but we've seen President Trump broker peace deals already, which have earned him some Nobel Prize nominations. Steve, you and I talked about that earlier, whether it's Rwanda and the Congo, Cambodia and Thailand, Israel and Hamas, India and Pakistan, or Armenia and Azerbaijan. If he can do it, he seems to be a lot closer to that, but as Brian said, the stakes are very high. He kind of has to deliver on that. So I know he's giving himself about a 75% chance of that happening. So, Steve, I want to bring you back in here and just say, I know there's got to be a lot of personal pressure he's putting on himself to do this, to get this done, because it was, as Brian mentioned, a campaign promise. He said it would be done in a day. That hasn't happened. But at the same time, there's a lot of promise that he can get it done. What do you think's on his shoulders today to get this done?
Well, clearly he wants the success here. Clearly he wants this to happen. He has been angling for this from the time that he was campaigning up to November of 2024, as you know, is one of the routine things he said during his rallies along the way, that he could get the war stopped in a day. Look, that was campaign hyperbole. We understand that. And he has worked diligently ever since. And you forgot Egypt and Ethiopia, by the way, another little conflict that he stopped. But there's 7 on the board, all right? I mean, that's a remarkable accomplishment for any president in 8 years. Right? This is in 200 days. This is an incredible accomplishment. He has brought Vladimir Putin to Alaska, the former Russian territory. It is incredible. As we sit here and we watch Air Force One waiting for the president to emerge, it's an incredible accomplishment. I do believe if he pulls this off, and again, at the top of the broadcast, I said, I'm an optimist. A poll I saw said 59% of Americans do not believe that he can pull it off. I'm of the mind that he can, because that's what Donald Trump has done for 200 days, is stop war, stop conflict, and stop killing. And I think he's going to do it again today. May not be done today, but we'll take a great step forward.
And Ben, let's talk about some of the geopolitics of this as well. I teased this with Steve earlier when we had him on, just in terms of let's look at how China is going to look at this, because they've got a relationship with Russia. Obviously, Russia has been an ally of ours before. But you look at what China wants to do with Taiwan. They may be looking at this summit today saying, if it goes well for Donald Trump and for Vladimir Putin, maybe we shouldn't be toying around with Taiwan so much. If it goes poorly and we bug out and we go home, maybe they say, maybe we should go take a closer look at bringing Taiwan back into our own fold. How do you see this? Because, I see this as having much bigger implications than just between Russia and Ukraine today. How do you see that in terms of what China could do, what the CCP could do with respect to Taiwan?
Well, no, clearly, I mean, that's the part of the decision making that China's making. You look at what we had under the first 4 years of President Trump, no new wars, and you saw what we had under Joe Biden, endless wars, new wars, conflict everywhere, because we didn't have that. There was that power vacuum in the world. President Trump seals that. He's the one who comes in and is that stabilizing force globally. You'll have the left. What's crazy is you think about this. President Trump is ending these wars. We got peace around the globe. Hopefully we have peace between Ukraine and Russia. But the chaos we see is actually on the streets of the United States. This is what's concerning to me. You've got, you ask about China. We have more communists now in America that are trying to turn America communist. Those are the enemies that I'm really concerned about. And going back to our own border, you think about, we've been talking about Ukraine's border and Russia's border. Well, we just gave up our border for 4 years. President Trump is the one who came in, secured our border, and I believe he's the only one globally that can help bring peace, not just to Ukraine and Russia, but globally, because he is that stabilizing force that other countries look at and say, well, if we do that, we're screwed, because this guy's actually going to come and actually do what he says. He's got the power, and look, he's got the track record to prove it. And that's, I think, what we're seeing today. Hopefully we see an end to this conflict. And China, they have to look at that and recognize that. And I think we saw that in the first 4 years. I think we're going to see that these 4 as well.
Brian, you mentioned earlier that there are some Russian businessmen that are coming with Vladimir Putin today. What sort of financial package or economic incentives do you think that President Trump can dangle in front of them that would incentivize them, and potentially could we see a reentry into the G8 in terms of becoming a trading partner with them?
I think you just nailed it. I think that's exactly what I'm thinking is going to happen. Imagine if he was to say, President Putin, we are going to lift all sanctions against your country. We want you to be a strong, vibrant partner with the U.S. We got one of the two biggest economies in the world. Let's get back to doing business together. Let's get that in the G8. Let's get everything unified. I think opening up the U.S. markets and opening up trade amongst the two countries would build a trust again. I think it would also give Putin a financial motivation to do a negotiation in Ukraine in terms of this war. I think it stops through economic policy. I really do. I think that I think at the end of the day, both sides are tired of the bloodshed. There's no doubt about that. I mean, there's reports coming out of Ukraine where they've got seniors and they're taking people that are 60 years and older to fight, and people that have certain handicaps. I mean, they're down to that recruitment level, so they don't have any more, I think, a whole lot of fight left in them on this. But if we can do some type of economic deal that would open up opportunities within the U.S. Between the two countries, that might offset a little bit of what he is looking to do in Ukraine. So I know it's complicated. It's got multi-layers on it, but I do think it comes through economic policy that stops this war. And of course, Ukraine with the mineral rights has been one of the things they've negotiated back. So we'll see. But, he's traveling with some economic and business leaders from Russia. So I'm kind of reading into that as well, of who's coming with them, and also who's coming with President Trump as well. I think that's important to note of those involved on Air Force One.
Scott Bessent, right? He's with them.
Yeah.
So that says something. That says something about a potential business deal in the making. Steve, I just want to ask you just straight up, because I think to get in the mind of Vladimir Putin is difficult. He's a Russian KGB guy. Is President Putin really looking for peace today, or do you think he thinks he can just hold out because the war of attrition is on his side? He knows Ukraine is bleeding troops. He is too, but not to the extent. Is he really looking for peace today?
Well, you've raised a good question there, Bo. Look, his economic outlook for his country is not good. Him recruiting people to be in the Russian army right now, not good. This has been tiring. Look, this is fatigue at this point, 3.5 years on. Vladimir Putin would like a way out of this war as well, I believe. It would loosen the purse strings from America and Eastern and Western Europe on his country. The sanctions would be lifted. The energy could flow again. His oil could go more freely to China and elsewhere without the restrictions and the global sanctions that are in place. Look, Donald Trump has made it clear that if there's not a deal put together here, it's going to be very difficult for Vladimir Putin to move forward economically. And look, the country is already impoverished. This war has cost them billions of dollars and thousands of lives. We know that the cost in life and treasure has been very high for Russia. So, can I get into the mind of Vladimir Putin? No, he's a snake. He is a wolf. He's out there trying to eat the chickens. That's what he's been trying to do. And let's be honest, Bo, let's go back to February of 2022. Most people, myself for sure, anticipated that this war would go about 2 weeks, maybe 3, maybe 4 at the most, because we felt that Russia, being the most powerful military in that part of the world, would run over Ukraine. It didn't. They found a lot of problems with corruption and so forth. Their MREs, their meals ready to eat, were contaminated because they were past their due date by not just a few days, but by a few years. Their ammunition didn't work. We saw their tanks getting destroyed. Their military is not at all what we imagined it to be. That's an embarrassment for the Russians. And I don't believe they're ever going to Poland or anywhere else in Europe because I don't think they have the capability. I think we've seen that. The scary thing, the wild card, of course, is that they have the biggest nuclear arsenal in the world. I don't think Vladimir Putin would use it, not at this point. You have to assume that your enemy is rational. That's part of the art of war. You have to know that your enemy is rational. I believe, if nothing else, he is rational. And what good would it do him to launch some sort of a nuclear offensive? So the best exit for Vladimir Putin is to take Crimea. It's to take the Donbass and whatever pieces of real estate he can take off the eastern edge of Ukraine. Say, this is why we did it. We returned Russian territory because he believes it is. He believes it's Russian territory. Return it to the Russian Federation and hang on to it and put that on the mantle as his prize. I think he'd like to bow out of this gracefully. And look, everything's on the table if he does not, economically speaking. And we'll see where it goes from here. We know that Donald Trump has pushed NATO into investing into its military in all the countries, Germany, France, the UK, and so forth. Donald Trump has done several key things. He's increased spending by NATO to what they agreed to originally. He's held Russia to where they are without them going further. And I do believe what he says. If not for Donald Trump, this war would be going a lot more aggressively towards Russia. It's been a stalemate, is a fair way to put it. I don't know where Vladimir Putin goes. He's come to Alaska. I think that's a step in the right direction. And like everyone else here on the panel today, I'm hopeful, I'm prayerful that we can find peace in Ukraine today.
And Ben, from the American perspective, let's go America, MAGA style right now. I mean, to me, this is a win just by getting Putin to come to the table. Steve and I said, a week ago, this was on nobody's dance card that this could even happen. And he's had detractors and he has people doubting him every single day. But he's negotiated all of these peace deals up until this point. Now, I know a lot is on his shoulders. But what does success look like to us? Let's take a look right now. Putin's plane is landing right now in Anchorage. We're taking a look of that live right at this moment. He is right on time. Putin is traditionally not on time for things, but he is on time, if not 4 minutes early. It is 3 p.m. Eastern time, I believe about 11 a.m. in Alaska right now. So we're taking a look at that plane land right now of Vladimir Putin. And shortly we will see the summit of these two leaders. And as Steve said, prayerfully, we're hoping that some great things will come out of this. So, Ben, from the American perspective, what's success today for Donald Trump? I think it's successful he even got this meeting to begin with. Is a second meeting success?
Well, I think from the MAGA base standpoint, ending our dollars being spent on killing any other country's countrymen is the only success, the ultimate success that we're looking for, is taking our dollars out of continuing these wars and putting them back into the wars that matter, our own southern border, our own country, defeating the enemies within our own country, increasing our economic benefit. But I think there's also economic benefits that Brian Glenn brought up, that Steve Ruber brought up, that you brought up, that Jack's been talking about. all of this, this idea that we can just pump money into these countries year after year after year endlessly, our own dollars, our own tax dollars, when our countries and our cities are going broke. You drive across California and it's bums everywhere. You got illegals everywhere. Why are we wasting any more of our own money? If anything, we need to be making money. We need to be creating deals. And again, you got the art of the deal there with Vladimir Putin. I think success means the end of the war, but also economic benefit for the United States, primarily between these countries, both with Russia. Hopefully, again, I agree with Steve. I don't trust Putin. You keep him at arm's length. You use sanctions when they're necessary. But if we can create some trade deals, great, let's do it. And the same with Ukraine. Look at ways that, but every single one of these decisions, every single problem that President Trump faces needs to be looked at through the lens. And I believe he looks at it through this lens of what is best for the American citizens, what is best for our people, for our country. That's why it's America first. And that's what every leader should be saying. Vladimir Putin should be asking the same question about his people in Russia. Vladimir Zelensky should be asking about the same thing for the citizens of Ukraine. If leaders did that, we would see peace around the world. We'd see economic prosperity around the world. Unfortunately, corruption, greed, sin, the rest of it prevents that a lot of times. But that's the win for MAGA, is ending these wars, stopping using our dollars to kill citizens of foreign countries, bring that money back to America, and put the citizens of America first again.
Yeah, you bring up a great point, Ben. I think that people have seen so many billions of dollars go overseas to Ukraine, and what's our ROI? What are we getting out of this deal? Doesn't seem like it's very much. So I think you bring up a great point about MAGA world and the notion that we should stop spending money on endless wars. That's what Donald Trump campaigned on, and it's what he's doing right now. We have seen Vladimir Putin's plane now landing in Anchorage. He'll meet with Donald Trump shortly. There's a lot at stake. The world is on his shoulders, and the world is watching. Donald Trump's the great negotiator. This is the art of the deal, and this is his stage. This is his scene. We'll take you over now to America's Voice Live with Steve Gruber.
This is America's Voice Live.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gruber.
The pulse of the people.
We need somebody that's going to hear the people's voice.
The truth the mainstream won't touch.
This guy is, by definition, a globalist.
And the stories that matter.
Rav's own Ben Berquam.
Right up over this hill, we got armed cartel. I see him.
Live.
Breaking news right now here on Real America's Voice.
Unfiltered.
These people are domestic terrorists.
And unapologetic.
We're here to take a stand for God and country. Does feel good, doesn't it?
America's Voice Live starts now.
Well, a historical day here in America. You see Air Force One on the tarmac there in Alaska. Vladimir Putin landing just moments ago as well. The Alaskan Accords potentially on tap here today. It's a remarkable day, potentially. Donald Trump doing what he has been doing best for the last several months. And what does that mean? That means he is pursuing peace, relentlessly pursuing peace. We've got a great panel here with us today. I've got Bo Davidson, who's been doing a great job for the last hour. Appreciate him. Ben Berquam is in here. Brian Glenn is here. And Colonel Derek Harvey is going to join us here in a moment. Let's bring these guys in because we still have not seen Donald Trump exit the airplane. A lot at stake here today, folks, because if they can get this done, it would mean an end to the killing. 5,000 people a week dying in this conflict. And for what? We ask ourselves. 20,000 a month dying, and for what? We ask ourselves as we're watching live. Vladimir Putin's jet has landed there on the tarmac as they're working there. Brian explained this to us earlier. There are two separate tents for the media. You've got the American media tent and the Russian media tent. But today it kind of feels like we're all together in this because I think we all want to see this come to an end. Colonel Derek Harvey, I want to start with you. You're just joining us this hour. Tell us, you were a senior advisor to President Trump in his first administration. You know how he works. He is very transactional. He's here to get a deal. He's not here, as he said on Air Force One, he's not doing this for his health. He's doing this because he thinks that a deal is close. What are your thoughts?
Well, clearly, he's pointing towards a deal. This is going to be one of probably several steps, I think is what they've indicated, and they have some pretty clear ideas about what they think will work. There have clearly been discussions ahead of time. You've got sizable delegations from both the U.S. and Russian side. They're prepared to talk about a range of issues. So clearly there's a lot of things on the table. But I think first and foremost, you're going to need to get some sort of framework that seems plausible in order to get the big thing that has to come out of here, I think. Some sort of a pathway towards a ceasefire, because without a ceasefire, I think it's going to be very difficult to move to the very difficult negotiations and a lot of details that need to be worked out about security guarantees, land swaps, energy issues, strategic minerals, that type of thing. So, the president has, carrots and sticks. He's got those secondary sanctions, which are a big stick that could hit India and China buying Russian oil, but there are lots of carrots. So we'll see. I believe that Marco Rubio and Treasury Secretary Bassett and the president are lined up for, a 3-on-3 type of meeting, and we'll have to, see how that plays out.
Yeah, we'll have to see how good Donald Trump's jump shot is today on this 3-on-3. I want to ask you one more thing about this, and it's simply this. Ukraine gave up nukes. They gave up nukes for security assurances. Obviously, that didn't work, Colonel. They gave that up when the Soviet Union fell apart. They were promised they would be left alone. It didn't happen. Why should they believe anything now?
That's a very good question. And if you're sitting in Zelensky's position, you need something about security guarantees. At the end of the day, if they're forced to give up territory, and some of the territory is very strategic, not just from a defensive perspective, but because of energy and strategic minerals that are in those areas. But what's going to keep Putin from coming again in 6 months or a year or 2 years? And what will the Europeans commit to this? It won't be NATO security guarantees. And it's the United States willing. The president has hinted that we are willing to, participate in some sort of security guarantee framework. But it really should be European countries stepping up. And I'm not sure that we're there yet with some sort of an agreement, even on, the European side.
Yeah. Colonel, thank you. I want to go to Brian Glenn. He is on the ground. He's been on the ground since yesterday and watching the world media come together. Brian, you made the comment earlier. You've been to a lot of these events. You've been to a lot of Donald Trump rallies and other big events in the Oval Office when Zelensky was there and so forth. You said you've never seen a gathering of the press like this. This has the whole world watching, correct?
It really does, Steve. Let me point out something real quickly. Let me kind of step aside. We'll pan the camera. We are in a big this is essentially one tent, but it's got two sides. American media, where I'm standing on the other side, as you can see, all those reporters standing up, that is the Russian media. They're all doing their stand-ups right now in preparation of today as well. And so earlier today, we met in a undisclosed parking lot. We all got in vans, or I should say buses, school buses, went to onto the base, did the security sweep. So I would probably say this is the largest amount of media that I have personally seen gathered for an event. And you can throw any rally on there as well. It's right here today, and they've done a fantastic job. I got to give the Trump team and obviously the men and women that serve our country here at the base all the credit for setting up the facilities here, makeshift. Even got like a little makeshift snack bar in there with coffee, sodas, and snacks like that. Really taking care of the media here, all the press from both Russia and the United States. So it's a big gathering. And of course, when we heard the planes fly over earlier, you can kind of see people kind of scampering to get maybe a shot of it going by, or some of the personnel making their way through to the tarmac. But this is classic Trump right now. He lands. And I've seen him do this a couple of times. He's gonna stay on Air Force One for a little bit, and he's going to meet with his team. They're probably going over some last minute preparations for this meeting. And of course, with Putin landing just moments ago, they're going to stage this kind of a tarmac handoff, if you will, to get this thing kicked off. But it's as far as media is concerned, it's interesting to watch the two worlds coming together here under one media tent, and it's all in an effort, I would hope, to achieve peace.
Yeah, and Donald Trump doesn't do anything by accident. Brian, thank you for that. Thank you for putting us right up front there in the room, if you will. This is actually happening. And Donald Trump invited Vladimir Putin to what was Russian territory until they lost the Crimean War to France back in 1867. They were broke. They needed $7.2 million. We gave it to them. 15 cents an acre. What a great acquisition that was for the state of Alaska. Remarkable deal. Bo, let me bring you in on this. Look, this is the way I'm looking at this right now. Donald Trump is at bat. Marco Rubio is in the on-deck circle because he'll be the second guy up because you're going to get you've got to get that part of it done. And if that works, then Scott Bessent could be batting cleanup today when it comes to trade deals and economics. That's kind of the way I see this lining up today. First, Donald Trump and Putin, they hammer out the big stuff. Marco Rubio works on the details of making sure that we have the politics of it all worked out. And then if that works, we get to call money. All right, Donald Trump is coming down the steps, but Bo, I want you to go ahead and answer that question. We watched Donald Trump come down the steps. Your thoughts?
Yeah, earlier we mentioned Mariano Rivera being the closer. Maybe Scott Bessent is actually the closer. Maybe he's the guy that's got to come in and get the deal done. I like that trilogy you just painted there of Trump, Rubio, and Bessent. That's the order it will probably go in. And as Brian mentioned, there are some Russian businessmen on board with Vladimir Putin. We're seeing him come down the steps right now. This is historic. The weight of the world is on both these men's shoulders. But I like the fact that there are business people on board. It means that there are financial and economic stakes at hand today. And if we can get there, this would be a tremendous success. But we've seen nothing but success in just the first several months of his presidency. So I think we've got a lot at stake.
Exactly right. So
I'm going to stay optimistic.
Let's watch this historic moment. Well, I'm going to jump in on you here just a little bit because here comes Donald Trump walking toward the red carpet. Vladimir Putin has made his way down the steps as well. This is maybe one of the most critical days in world history. If you can stop a war in Ukraine and stop the bloodshed, if these two men can bring peace to Ukraine and then move toward a new nuclear arms agreement to limit nuclear arms in the world to avoid mutually assured destruction, which has been on the table my entire life, if we can move towards more peace in this world, it is a remarkable moment to be participating in, even at a distance, just to watch this on the screen for me. Look, you can't overstate how important this is to the world. And here comes Vladimir Putin on the right side of your screen, the president of the United States stopping, taking it in. He knows how pivotal this is. He knows what a historic moment this is. And you can't overstate it. Donald Trump on American territory in Alaska to meet the president of Russia, who's been in a conflict since February of 2022 with our friend, Ukraine. We've sent a lot of money there. Thankfully, no troops have gone there. President Trump doing as he often does, expanding on the moment, amplifying it. You can see Vladimir Putin also making his way up the red carpet on your screen to the right, and there they are. Historic moment. Both leaders. We'll see if Donald Trump is right. Can he decide in that moment whether a deal is at hand? Can he tell right there? He said he could know within a couple of minutes what this deal was going to mean. We'll just let this play out here for a moment as we watch these two men make their way to the podium. The Alaska Accords 2025, folks. It's remarkable. We now have sound there coming from the Air Force Base there, Elmendorf Air Force Base, Alaska. It is a moment, and I do believe this is true. I believe the world is holding its breath. Military jets flying over, the two men mounting the podium. Let's take a minute and watch.
President Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire?
Mr. President, what's your message to Vladimir Putin?
Mr. Putin, did you underestimate Ukraine? President Putin, will you stop killing civilians?
The media trying to shout questions. Clearly, President Putin unable to hear the questions, and he's not good at English either, to be fair. The two men now exiting as they will be heading off for these bilateral meetings. American military jets, the backdrop here. That's also, look, there is nothing here by accident. Everything here is done by design as they get into the beast, and they will be off to their meetings. And again, let's bring the team back in now as we see the president and Vladimir Putin get into the beast to head off for their bilateral meetings. What a remarkable moment we shared here with you. What a remarkable piece of history to participate in. It's an incredible moment, to say the least, as we see these two leaders come together with the possibility of stopping a war that's been ongoing for 3.5 years. We wish them the very best, and we hope that they can pull this off. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back. We're going to put the panel out just to reflect on this moment. This is Real America's Voice. We'll be right back. All right, they've changed. We're sticking with it for a little bit longer, folks. It's okay. Live television, that's the way it goes from time to time. Perfectly fine. We're going to watch this moment until they whisk away. And again, what a remarkable moment. 2025, the Alaska Accords. And you can't help but reflect on Yalta, 1945, when Stalin and FDR and Churchill got together to discuss what post-war Europe would look like. This is not dissimilar. Looking what post-war Ukraine is going to look like. And Volodymyr Zelensky, not even part of the conversation as they prepare to move there from the tarmac. All right, let's bring the panel back in now. Colonel Harvey, let me start with you. What a remarkable moment to witness. This is an incredible moment as the two leaders came together. They shook hands. They mounted the podium. They shook hands again for the cameras, and now they're exiting to go to their bilateral meetings. I do believe it'll be Trump first, and then Rubio working out some details, diplomatic details, and then Scott Bessent. I think Bo Davis had hit it right as the closer, potentially, if he gets the opportunity. Colonel, your thoughts?
Well, it's very interesting to watch, and it's an historic moment. You know, they're going through some niceties right now, and, you know, meeting and greeting. I'm sure there's a lot of tension and some anxiety by members of the delegations for both sides that this is so important for the world. That said, you know, they're sizing each other up and they're preparing, you know, to go into that meeting. There's a lot of questions that are significant and they're unresolved, and there's so many factors at play. But the president is rolling the dice. He's committed to peace. He's continued to be, you know, committed to peace. He's not afraid to engage and try to move the ball down the field. So we have to commend him no matter how this plays out here. You know, Mr. Putin, you always have to be wary of him because he's very cagey and he is not inclined to give up much. And he is fighting for vital interests, and he's got domestic considerations too. So this is going to be a very difficult, you know, next few hours.
Yeah, and this has been mentioned a couple of times today, Colonel, and I want you to get weigh in on this, and that is simply this. No more important person watching this than Xi Jinping of China. How this goes could influence what happens in Taiwan, with the Philippines, with other neighbors of the nation of China that have felt a lot of pressure from them in the South China Sea and elsewhere recently. If Donald Trump comes out and they have a strong agreement, it could really blunt Xi Jinping, who is in reportedly declining health, and it might mitigate problems in that part of the world as well. Your thoughts?
Well, clearly an objective for the United States, in my view, is to undermine the strong relationship that has been developed between Moscow and Beijing over the last few years in particular. And if we can do something to erode that relationship and undermine, you know, their efforts with BRICS, which is, you know, trying to establish a different trading system and financial system to, you know, their goal, Beijing's and Moscow's and Iran and North Korea and others, has been to undermine U.S. hegemony and U.S. dominance as the world's reserve for currency, which impacts trade and impacts our power in so many ways. So if the president can make significant gains here, I see opportunity to build that relationship and to move Europe closer to us, not just Russia, but Europe, in a trading relationship that will benefit the Western societies.
That's a good observation there, Colonel. Thank you for that. Ben Berkowitz, I'm going to bring you in because what I'm hearing here is we have an opportunity to build on success. One of those successes you've covered more than anyone, that, of course, closing and securing the southern border, reducing the flow of illegal drugs into this country. This is just another portion of a potential Trump legacy. Look, I have never seen a president. I've been a student of this game for a very long time. From presidents that I saw in person to presidents that I've read about from history books, in 200 days. I don't know that I have ever seen more get accomplished in 200 days. Yeah, those on the left are yelling about it, but how could you possibly complain? I don't care what your position is. If Donald Trump can deliver peace between Russia and Ukraine and help facilitate that deal, what possible criticism could there be, Ben?
Yeah, well, look, that's why actually I'm here in Riverside, California. I was just meeting with Sheriff Bianco, and you know he was talking about, he's running for governor here in California, but he was talking about this as a sheriff. You come into all these things, and there's a problem, and you got to find a solution. We have all these politicians in America and around the world who don't have that mindset. You got people like Gavin Newsom who have no idea. They create problems. They don't come up with solutions to problems. They've created them. There is nobody better in the world today, living today, that I know than President Trump at seeing a problem, looking at potential solutions for that problem, and coming up with the best solution. The left will not give him credit for it. Nobody on the left will give him credit for it. They'll attack him. They'll make up lies. They made up the Russia collusion lie. All of the truth is being seen from the lies that they made on the first term of President Trump. But the truth is, President Trump is the only person, I believe, that can broker this deal and ultimately come up with a solution that's best, not just for America, but for the world and all three countries, because he looks at it from that perspective. He is a problem solver, and that's what we're seeing today, and that's my prayer, is that there is a solution to this problem. We come up with the best solution. Obviously, from the American first perspective, the best solution is a solution that benefits America first the most. But from every other one of these countries, every one of them should be looking at it from that very same perspective. What are the potential solutions? What's the problem? What are the potential solutions? What's best for me and my citizens? How do we come to an agreement on that? And I believe if you actually come from that rational mindset, you come up with an end to this, because nobody wants more young people, more generations killed, unless you're just pure evil. And clearly there are some of those people. But I think, as you mentioned about Putin, I think he's a rational guy. I don't trust him, but I think he's a rational guy. I don't trust Zelensky either. But I think if anyone can bring these guys together and come up with the solution, it's President Trump.
Ben, I agree with you completely, and I refer to Donald Trump as transactional. I don't say that as a criticism, but rather as an observation. He comes in with an intent of getting something done, and that's truly what I believe. Brian Glenn is Real America's Voice, chief White House correspondent. He's been on the ground since yesterday there. He's seen everybody assemble. I don't know if he was able to see the two leaders come out and shake hands. But, Brian, you've been in the Oval Office for the last several months, numerous times with different world leaders and so forth. So maybe you could reflect a little bit on what we just heard from Ben there about being able to, to cross the valley, to bring people together, to get people to look at each other in the eye and say, you know what, maybe we can figure this out. We've seen it 7 times already in 200 days, stopping wars on the far corners of this world. What's your thought today, Brian?
Yeah, we've seen him do it before. And mind you, even during the 2016 election, the Democrats constantly said that President Trump was going to get us into, World War III. That didn't happen. Matter of fact, we had no new wars. No service members even died on his watch then. And we've always been told that he's going to cause world chaos if he's president again. And here, look at 200 plus days in office, and now he's negotiating a peace deal. Now, I was in the Oval Office the one day that the president of, I believe it was South Africa, was there. Remember, they were calling out a lot of the racism against the white people and the farmers and all of the crosses that were alongside the road. That leader denied that happened. Well, guess what? President Trump said, well, let's go to the videotape. And he showed all of that. And he called it out. So President Trump is bold. He has no hesitation at all of calling out the evils of someone or the wrongdoing. Like, he has no problem. So I think someone that can go to the table and not afraid to play that card. He'll play that card, and he'll play every card he has in his hand. He wants to get a deal done, and I think I'm very optimistic, like you, that we're going to see this today. But we've seen him deal with world. This is another day in the office for President Trump. This is it. This would be once in a lifetime opportunity for Joe Biden. He simply did not have the ability to do any of this effectively as Trump does it today.
It's a fine office, Brian. I've spent a lot of time in Alaska, by the way, this time of the year. If it were me, they would wrap up a deal. They'd go fly fishing for the afternoon, shake hands, and call it good. That's just me. I'll be back with the panel here in just a moment. Listen up, Patriots. If you want to fight for this country, AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, is the organization you need to join. They're the conservative alternative to AARP, and they're fighting every day to protect faith, family, freedom, and our American way of life. Think about it. When you become a member, you get access to powerful perks, exclusive discounts on travel, insurance, and so much more, plus valuable member tools and a subscription to the AMAC magazine, which tells the truth. The mainstream media will not. And it's incredibly affordable. You can become a one-year member for $1. $1. Don't wait. Go to amac.us/summit. Join the movement to save America. We can do this. More from the Alaska Accords in this historic day on Real America's Voice when we continue.
Fellow Americans, did you know a war is being waged right now for how you spend your hard-earned dollars? Over 100 countries worldwide are preparing to switch to a digital currency. Now, this means cash will be replaced by money governments can monitor and track. This tracking makes it possible to collect data from every purchase you make and the ability to decide what you can buy and when you can buy it. What's more, your assets can be frozen or even seized. I'm appalled at such an assault on financial privacy. My friends at Swiss America have a report called The Secret War on Cash with an action plan to protect your financial privacy. So please, call or text the number on your screen for a free copy. With the growing reality of a government-backed digital currency, the time to act is now. So call or text the number on your screen for your free Secret War report.
Are you disabled and can no longer work? This is an important message for you. Are you between the age of 45 and 63 and need help filing for disability benefits, or were denied by your insurance company or the Social Security Administration?
Call Premier Disability at 1-800-427-8055 now.
Whether you're a first-time filer or filed before and were denied, you'll pay nothing unless you are approved for benefits. Thousands of disability claims are unnecessarily denied each month.
Call Premier Disability at 1-800-427-8055 now.
Work with a team who will fight to get you the benefits you deserve, who understands the physical, emotional, and potential financial impacts, and will share their insider expertise. There are time limits to apply for benefits. If you are between the age of 45 to 63 and need help filing a disability claim, or filed previously and were denied, call our helpline now.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Well, I don't think we can overstate how historic this day is. We saw Air Force One land first. 20 minutes later, we saw Vladimir Putin land on the tarmac at Elmendorf Air Force Base, just outside of Anchorage, Alaska. They're there for the Alaskan Accords, we hope. We're prayerful for that. Joining us this time around will be Colonel Rob Maness, Colonel Derek Harvey, Brian Glenn, our chief White House correspondent, still on the ground there. And Colonel Maness, I want to bring you into all of this. I don't think that anybody saw this coming a week ago because it wasn't on the radar, not for us. Donald Trump probably saw it coming. he has an opportunity here to end another war. And I say another because I think it's 7 so far in the first 200 days, conflicts or wars that have come to an end. A couple of those were 30 and 40-year wars brought to an end. The far corners of the earth finding peace under this president who is obsessed with finding peace all over this planet. And so for his critics, I say to the critics, how can you possibly go after a man who's finding peace where war has been existing for 3 and 4 decades? Your reflections on these days, Colonel?
Historic is not a strong enough word, Steve, and thanks for having me on this distinguished panel, my friend. Look, I said months ago, as that I know Derek Harvey did and Steve Bannon, you have, that the only way this peace is going to happen is if Donald Trump goes face-to-face with Vladimir Putin. That was going to happen. It was inevitable. And I think you're right. President Trump saw it coming. He's been observing this. He's tied into this. And who can criticize this man for all the victories for peace that he's won? But not just that, but for his intuition, his ability to get people that are seemingly obstinate to come to a table and sit down. This is not the end of something, nor even the beginning, because he's had the Russians and the Ukrainians talking at a table for months now. So I can't offer any criticism of this guy. All I can offer is my trust in him and my distrust in the Russians and Vladimir Putin, and that we follow the Reagan adage of trust but verify. But let's not forget also, Steve, that it's weakness that got Vladimir Putin into Ukraine in this war, weakness in the Obama administration, weakness in the Biden administration, and it's strength that has now caused this historic meeting to occur. And I look forward to it being called the Elmendorf Air Force Base Accords, because those folks deserve a lot of credit for putting this security on and for putting America's force and America's peace on display.
Absolutely true. And speaking about putting force on display, Colonel Harvey, I'll bring you in on this, because nothing happens by accident with Donald Trump around. He understands the imagery. He understands coming to Alaska, former Russian territory. He also understands flying a B-2 bomber and a handful of F-16s right over the president of Russia's head right when they're walking down the red carpet. That wasn't lost on him either. A remarkable moment when they all had to look up because there's the B-2 and there are the F-16s flying over their heads. It was a remarkable moment to me. We haven't commented on it, but everything that he does is a show of American power. And I think that it's exceptional. First of all, your reflections on that moment.
Well, I think, one of the most important things I'd like to let the listeners understand is I've been in meetings with President Trump when he's meeting with foreign leaders. And, there are a lot of naysayers say we can't do things. Mr. Trump can't do things. But he's a doer. He's a risk taker. A lot of the establishment and former presidents have been unwilling to take risk. They're risk averse. And he is not risk averse. And he usually, he's astounding in his ability to read a room and understand things that, the experts, the CIA analysts and others have not grasped. And he pulls it together in a way that is astounding to so many people who've been with him in these types of situations. So, I think, I've got a lot of confidence in him and his team. He's very agile. And, he sees opportunities. And again, if he doesn't get what he wants here, he's willing to walk away and reattack this another day.
And you have to be. You have to be willing to walk away. We all know that. The art of the deal, you have to know when you can just say, you know what? I'm going to walk away from this table right now. I'm going to get on Air Force One and go home. We hope that doesn't happen. We hope that Brian Glenn and the news media there can ask questions of both these leaders at the end of this event, which could take an hour, could take 6 hours. Nobody really knows, Brian. You're in there in the tent. You're hopeful that they return and they can shake hands and they can speak to the world media, because, as you said, it is a tremendous crowd of media from all over the world. From Russia, from the United States, from Europe. It is incredible. In fact, wait a second here. Let me cut in right here. Trump and Putin are sitting together. Let's cut in on that right now and see what they have to say. We're watching this as it unfolds. I can hear some audio. I don't know if they're asking questions. I feel like they're going to take some questions here as we watch this happen in real time. All right, Brian, back to you. We're waiting for this audio feed to kick in. As you understand, folks, they're halfway around the world. We're doing the best we can. Donald Trump is making some comments. As soon as we have that audio, we will go to it. A historic day, Brian, to say the least. We will jump back in when we have audio from the president. We are hopeful that they can conclude a deal here today. Without question. We're looking for a deal here today. There's a little trouble with the camera there, the pool camera getting ushered out maybe. But a gathering of the world watching this, because that's how important it is to the world, because a lot of people around the world, including some in this country, believe that we're on the precipice of a much wider war in Europe potentially, and something potentially worse. A lot of people thought we were on the verge of a catastrophic World War III. Some believe we're already in it. So today could be pivotal for the guy that is known for the art of the deal. Your thoughts?
Yeah. Welcome. What I want to do, Mason, let's get up and pan the camera. If you just now joined the show, welcome. I'm going to show you exactly where we're at right now. As we've seen a little bit more media come in here, especially the ones that were travel with the president on Air Force One. Let me step to my left, your right. On this side behind me is U.S.-based media. This is the people who cover the president, who have U.S. press credentials, White House press credentials, most of here. On the other side, we take a look now. That is all the Russian media that is here on the ground. I would presumably they traveled in as a charter all together, but they are here all reporting, all outlets. You've got major teams inside the tent where you have the two podiums that are about 7 feet apart, actually. So they're anticipating both leaders to take those podiums after these meetings. That media riser is absolutely packed, Steve. So what we decided to do and kind of peel back the curtain, if you will, is to shoot out here to kind of give you a different perspective of what's happening outside of the actual event room. But yeah, it's packed. The people are here, and they are. It's got an element of excitement. It's almost like we know this meeting was coming. And think about it, like a week ago, this was announced. This wasn't planned months in advance. This wasn't even planned weeks in advance. This was planned days in advance. And I'll say this: the Trump team, and of course the men and women here at the Air Force Base, have done a tremendous job getting it all organized, moving all of the media around, getting us in place, making sure we have the right facilities in place, and making sure the security is there. And like you said, as you come into the show, everything is done on purpose. The flyovers, as Putin and Trump are out there, that is all produced to send a message that we are the world's leader, we are the strength of the world, and when you come here to negotiate, you're going to bring your best. And hopefully today that Putin brings his best, and hopefully we can get a peace deal, because at the end of the day, that's what President Trump wants.
That's what we're here for. Colonel Manus, I'm going to use another sports analogy here. This was not on the radar, as Brian just pointed out. We've been talking about a week ago. This was not even in discussion, not for us anyway. It's like the hurry-up offense. All right, let's run the 2-minute offense and run it down the field. Because if you hurry it up, because originally it was going to be 50 days before sanctions, and then it was 20 days, and then you got 2 weeks. You need to come to the table, or we're going to do X, Y, and Z, and it's going to be terribly painful economically for Russia and its people. So here you are running the football down the field. The defense is on its heels, and it just seems to me that Donald Trump has all the momentum in his corner. We'll see. We'll see what comes out of this. I feel optimistic, but of course, again, Putin is rational, but not to be trusted. It just seems to me that Donald Trump has the momentum by pushing this narrative so quickly and getting him on American soil that gives, well, I should say, advantage Donald Trump. Your thoughts?
Oh, I think you're absolutely right, Steve. Look, this meeting also is much bigger than the Ukraine-Russia war that's happening, too. This, as has been mentioned before in the last few minutes, this has implications for across the globe and the ability to mitigate all these flashpoints that have been erupting in wartime violence and reset the table, as it were. And Donald Trump sees that. He understands it, and he's making the moves in order to try to get to that level of discussion with President Putin, in addition to getting the peace deal between Ukraine and Russia itself. That is remarkable alone, just standing there, understanding that. And if you've read his book, The Art of the Deal, you understand that he's coming in from a position of very much strength, and he's going to try to put his opposition back on their heels as much as possible. Now, Putin is a KGB colonel, and he's very bureaucratic in nature, very rules-oriented, and people may not think he can think as fast as President Trump, but he does, and he's been working towards this meeting since they first spoke about it. You can tell, even looking at the battlefield, on what their positions have done and what their successes have been entailing.
You know, there were some rumors, Colonel Harvey, here a few weeks and months ago that Vladimir Putin might have had some health challenges. Certainly doesn't look like it today. Looks like he's vigorous. Looks like he's here. Looks like he's in good health. It's time to negotiate a deal. What are your reflections, what you've seen so far? I mean, we saw them appear briefly in front of the press. The conversation is going to be ongoing. What are your takes so far?
Hard to tell from the video we've seen, but, I just like to piggyback off of some of the other comments. And that is, President Trump, Secretary Rubio, Treasury Secretary Bassett, and the rest of the team there, Mr. Lutnick and others, they have core principles. They understand the president's thinking. They've had a lot of discussions. They've war-gamed this, different pathways, different things that they think are going to come up. And I think they are well prepared, and they're very agile, and they will seize opportunities in the moment. And the president is one of the best in the world at this. The Russians would be wrong to underestimate his ability, not just to read the room, but to understand the dialogue and the implications from all of his negotiations and phone calls with European leaders, all the intel briefings he's received. He's digested it, they're ready, and they are going to press on vulnerable points with the Russians.
It is a remarkable day here to be in any news operation. I would not want to be at any other. Real America's Voice, delivering you the truth as we do every single day. Following this with optimism and prayers in our hearts that we can find peace for Ukraine and that part of Eastern Europe. Now, a new administration in Washington has brought a lot of positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken health care system. The reality is, however, that there is only so much the government can do. If you really want to make America healthy again, it starts with you at home. That's a fact. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from TWC doctors on a regular basis here on Real America's Voice. Their products are the gold standard, keeping you and your family safe and healthy. The Wellness Company gives you the opportunity to make sure you are prepared for whatever happens with their series of prescription medical kits. Kits that contain an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks to assist in the proper use of these medications. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. It can help you stay healthy and live a longer, more productive life. It'll make you happy. Make America healthy again starts at home with you. Do your part. Protect the health of you and your family. Go to twc.health/voice today and order. That's twc.health/voice. Use the promo code VOICE. You'll save 10% right now. We're going to take a break. We'll be back to Alaska with this continuing special coverage on Real America's Voice after this.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing covered when you got a plan through CarShield. Next, you probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2, plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3, when you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Looking live at the podiums, we hope to be filled by the President of the United States, Donald Trump, and the President of Russia, Vladimir Putin. We're hoping they're there because that would mean that things went well today. We're all hopeful that the Alaskan Accords can come together, that Donald Trump can start the conversation, Marco Rubio can work on the details, and maybe Scott Bessent is the closer on some economic deals between the United States and Russia. That is the hope. It's a big load of optimism here. We'll see if it comes together. On the plane today on Air Force One was our own Jack Posobiec, the host of Human Events. He's there now. And Jack, you've been involved in a lot of historic events in your time. I don't know if you've ever been on anything more historic than this, to be on Air Force One this day to Alaska, where the President of the United States will meet the President of Russia. Your thoughts?
Well, Steve, I echo your thoughts. It's obviously a historic day. We're here. The Anchorage Accords have just begun. I just left the room where the 3-on-3 meeting is taking place. This is the bilateral meeting between the Russians and the Americans. You've got President Trump, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and Steve Witkoff, as well as President Putin's envoy, President Putin himself, and, of course, Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. President Trump came out and spoke to us very early on, just about right after we took off on Air Force One early this morning. It was not scheduled, but he seemed to be in high spirits, though I would say, of course, cautiously optimistic about being able to get something done. And, of course, saying not long after that, if it didn't seem like it was going well, that we're going to turn around and have a short day. But as I could see, President Trump and President Putin, they greeted warmly, and they were chatting all the way down the line as they went past the review of the U.S. military that was waiting there. So it appeared that President Putin was speaking in English because he didn't have a translator with him. I was also able to see President Putin and President Trump sitting in the back of the Beast, which was waiting here on the tarmac, and once again conversing directly, seemingly in English without a translator. President Putin does not speak in English on camera, but it did appear that he was speaking English with President Trump today, something that really sparks to the ability of these two to have a relationship and to use that relationship possibly to find some level of peace here.
Yeah, Jack, let me ask you this. I don't believe that Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, I don't believe his political career has much life left in it. That's my observation. I believe that he'll be off the scene in the near future. And he has already said, though, before this meeting, that basically he rejects anything that comes out of it. I don't know that Zelensky has a political capital for that at this point. This does feel like Yalta 1945, where they got together to cut up post-war Europe. It feels to me like if Putin and Trump come up with a deal here, how does Zelensky reject it? What happens if he tries to undermine it? Your thoughts on that?
Well, that's a really interesting point you make. We already saw the political situation beginning to deteriorate for Zelensky. Just a couple of weeks ago, protests breaking out over corruption in the heart of Kiev, right outside his own offices. In fact, in the same Maidan Square where the Maidan Revolution, the color revolution of 2014, took place all the way, all those years ago, that really started this entire crisis over a decade ago. Now, when you look at Gallup polls coming out, there's these questions of, do Ukrainians want to continue the war till its end? 60-70% now saying they do not want to continue fighting, and they want to find some sort of ceasefire deal with the Russians. And you're certainly not going to find any love for President Putin in Ukraine, but at the same time, Zelensky, it seems to be, they're looking at him as the guy who lost the war.
Yeah, they're looking at him as the guy that's on his way out the door. That I think you're echoing kind of my sentiment when I watch this as an observer, like so many people around the world. One last question here, Jack, before you run. How critical for Xi Jinping sitting here, he's watching it as well to see how this plays out. How critical is it for China to see the Americans come out with a show of strength here today? You saw the B-2 fly over. You saw the F-16s fly over. You saw this was all done with purpose in mind to show the American strength for the Russian president there. What does it say to Xi Jinping?
Oh, and in fact, there was a whole review. Another B-2 had landed on the tarmac, was there when, even when that flyover took place, actually was able to see President Putin as that B-2 flew over. And he appeared surprised that it flew so low and it was, in fact, so large right above our heads just as the meeting took place. Look, Steve, you're exactly right. What President Trump's strategy here is to focus on the BRICS nations. And you look what he's done with tariffs, Brazil, India, South Africa. He's doing, that's the B, that's the I, that's the S. Then, of course, today, that's the R. He's meeting with Russia. The final piece, the coup d'etat, if you will, he's building up towards a cumulative effort to box out China. It's all about China. I would argue that, in fact, China is probably the one that is the most to worry about coming out of this meeting today.
I completely agree with you, Jack. It's China. It's all about China and how we fence them in, or as you put it, box them out. Jack Posobiec was on Air Force One today. Remarkable opportunity for him on a historic day, to say the least. I want to bring in some other folks now, including Eric Bowling. He is, of course, on Real America's Voice every day at 4 o'clock. He's watching this day unfold. Eric, you cannot overstate how critical this is. This would be the 8th peace deal for President Trump in some 200 days. I don't like the word unprecedented as a general rule. I don't know what other word you would use at this point. He is on a remarkable path to peace, the relentless pursuit of peace on all 4 corners of the earth. Eric, your thoughts?
I would tell you that shot was amazing, seeing both of the red carpets, both airplanes, the presidential airplanes on the tarmac were waiting, the stall, the wait, the time. Trump's door opens. Putin was clearly waiting for Trump to go first. He went first. And then the fascinating thing for me, Steve, was to watch them both kind of get to a point in the red carpet, and our cameras were fixed on Trump. Obviously, we're watching that. And all of a sudden, Putin appears onto Trump's red carpet. I mean, if there's any question on who the alpha and who the beta are here, is Trump was waiting for Putin to come to him and meet him and greet him on his red carpet. They shook hands. And I spent a lot of time reading body language, and these two guys have a healthy respect for each other. And it was a very, you kind of smacked each other on the back a little bit. Trump grabbed his hand and shook it and then gave him a second hand over his hand. It was a very warm welcome to Vladimir Putin. I was very optimistic. I think I'm going to remain optimistic until after I hear what comes out of the press conference. But my gut says that these two are going to get something done that's going to please a lot of folks.
I think you're right. Of course, Eric will be picking up the baton with this continuing special coverage in just a moment. I want to go around the room one more time before we come out of time. Eric, of course, you'll be coming up at 4 o'clock here Eastern time. Colonel Derek Harvey, I want you to weigh in on something that Jack Posobiec said, and that is this. He said it appeared to him that Vladimir Putin was speaking English, and I wondered about that because it looked like the two were having a conversation. Vladimir Putin never speaks English on camera, but he did to the American president. So in addition to what Eric Bowling just pointed out, the glad hands, the tap on the shoulder, the almost camaraderie of old friends, and then speaking English. it all seems very positive, at least so far.
Yes, it does. And both of these presidents believe that having good personal relationships matters. And neither one of them, although they've spoken firmly about issues, none of them speak ill about the other in personal terms. And unfortunately, we have had some, demonizing of Putin by former leaders and former secretaries of state, not from this administration, but, from the Biden administration. And that does not help you when you actually get into an engagement and if you want to seriously move things forward. Demonizing, your interlocutors is not a good thing to do.
No, I would agree with you on that. I want to bring in Ben Berquam now as we work through all the observers here. I think that Jack was right. The alpha dog is clear here, Ben, but not over the top. Just a bit of, here I am. I'm the President of the United States. Welcome to my country. Let's see if we can work out peace for your country. Glad to have you here. And they did seem a bit like old friends. Clearly, Donald Trump, the alpha dog, but not in a way that was, over the top or intimidating, but more, hey, let's get things done. Can we? That was the take I took. Ben, your thoughts?
To me, it's the example of peace through strength. President Trump brings that. I'm not gonna play around. You're on my turf. I am the alpha. But we also want peace. This is in the end, that's what we want. We want peace so we can be economically prosperous. We can we can be friends, but I still won't try, that doesn't mean I trust you, but that's the ultimate goal here. In the end of all of this, people need to understand that we're still in a fallen world. Even if there's a peace deal that comes out of this, it still doesn't mean you trust the people. There's still going to be tension. It's just like the stuff that's going on in Israel with the Palestinians, and you got Iran and all that. All of these countries, this has been going on for generations. That's not going to change overnight. But what you need is a world leader, somebody who can come in, fill the vacuum and say, look, you may not like each other. You may never be friends. You may never go over to their house for a barbecue. But can we at least agree that we stop killing each other? You guys do your thing. We do our thing. We can trade if we can trade. We can come up with negotiations if we can on economic benefits for both of us. In the end, just stop killing each other. And I think that's the goal. To the Colonel's point. It starts with the ceasefire, and then we build from there.
Yeah, maybe no barbecue, but maybe you wave when you drive by their house. That's a good start, Ben. Maybe that's where we start. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you, Ben Berquam. He's been a lot of places. He understands this. Listen up, Patriots. If you want to fight for this country, AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, is the organization you need to join. They're the conservative alternative to AARP, and they're fighting every day to protect faith, family, freedom, and our American way of life. When you become a member, you get access to powerful perks, exclusive discounts on travel, insurance, and more, plus valuable member tools and a subscription to the AMAC magazine, which tells the truth the mainstream media won't. That's why we're here, by the way. It's incredibly affordable. You can become a member for a year. Forget this, $1. $1. Don't wait. Go to amac.us/summit. Join the movement to save America. Eric Bolling joined the movement to save America a long time ago. He's back with me now. He's going to take over. What a remarkable day, Eric. And you talked about the body language. You were right on it. I mean, here are two world leaders. Clearly one's in charge, but like I just said, not over the top, not intimidating, not in any way disrespectful. But hey, this is my country. Used to be yours. You sold it to us. We appreciate that. And thank you for being here. And that was after you lost the last war in Crimea, by the way, in 1867, a long time ago. But this is a remarkable day. I'm glad we can be a part of it, even from this angle. You're going to take it from here, sir. Your thoughts before we close out this hour and head to yours.
One other thought, Steve, I'm not sure we've been talking about this very much, is, Trump decided this was going to happen, right? He said, I'm going to reach out to Putin. Putin agreed. We're going to meet in Alaska. Everyone's like, well, what's going to happen without Zelensky? This was a brilliant move to leave Zelensky out of this, because you add Zelensky into this mix and maybe nothing gets done. This was a very, very smart move by Trump. And, he sees the playing field. He knows how to cut deals, and maybe, just maybe, one of the best deals America's ever cut was buying Alaska for $7 million. And maybe that's why
exactly.
the deal was done right there. So, yeah, I will tell you, it was a brilliant strategy. Brilliant strategy.
I was laughing about this earlier, Eric, and you might see the irony that he invites him to Alaska. Remember when you sold this to us? Boy, do we appreciate that. The greatest real estate deal in world history. $7.2 million, 15 cents an acre, Seward's Folly, all that stuff. And look, I've been to Alaska a lot. I've seen the Russian Orthodox churches and the cemeteries there. It's a wonderful place, and it's very historic. And everything Donald Trump does, you know this, he does with purpose. Just like the flyover by the B-2 and the F-16s, bringing him to Alaska and not someplace like California. This is all part of the overall picture that Donald Trump is presenting to the world, isn't it?
It is. It really is. I mean, it's kind of interesting. While I was waiting to jump on to take over for you, Steve, I was watching your guys, and your shot was fixed on those two, the tarmac and the two red carpets, and that was going on. And I just looked over at the other stations, that CNN, MSNBC, and even Fox. They were cutting back and forth between war footage, which really doesn't have, this shouldn't be about what's been going on. It should be about what's happening going forward, right? This should be the line in the sand, so to speak, that says, all right, we're going to end this. We're going to put that to rest. It happened. Horrible time in the world's history, but let's move forward. But they seem fixated on this whole war part of it, which I don't think, just from a TV viewer standpoint, you're getting a different impression than you do when you watch this network, where you see a real positive and hopeful meeting between two world leaders that might be able to put one of the biggest wars in a long time to rest.
No question. We want to put that war behind us. I do want to thank one more time the great people at AMAC, the American Mature Association. We want to make sure that you understand that they're there to protect faith, family, freedom, and the American way of life. When you become a member, you get access to powerful perks, exclusive discounts on travel insurance, and so much more, plus member tools. And it's just $1 to join now. You can't beat it. It's really affordable. It's AMAC. They also make it possible. Great American companies like AMAC. Eric Bolling will be taking over now. Eric, great talking to you, my friend, as always. Appreciate you, and enjoy the rest of this day, because I can't help but smile and be hopeful about the future.
Yeah, Steve, we'll take it from here. Appreciate your time. Appreciate spending a few minutes with you and your great panel. Got it. We'll take it over. All right, folks. That's great. What a historic day, and you're watching it live here. You are we're in the right seat. I want to do this very quickly. Let's talk about the close of the market. It just happened as we're speaking at this moment. Stock market a little bit mixed today. Dow was up a touch, 30 or so. NASDAQ, S&P down. Again, we have been making record highs every single day in the S&P. Down a very, very little, less than 0.5%. That's nothing. NASDAQ down about the same amount, 0.5%. Gold up off a little bit. Not a big deal, not a huge move in gold. Oil down, that's a great sign. Oil is down nearly $1 at one point today. Crypto having a bit of a tough day. Crypto, for some reason, crypto has been, a lot of people are pulling money out of the crypto market. Maybe we tend to see these big moves over the weekends. For whatever reason, we get these big swings. So I don't know if we're going to see 3,000-4,000 lower in Bitcoin, 3,000-4,000 higher. Anyway, Bitcoin, 117,000 on the dot as we speak right now. Solana, Ethereum down a little bit. Ethereum's got hit pretty good, a couple of $100. And XRP having a tough day. But again, gold hanging in there. Not a big day on a day that a lot of things weren't doing very well. So if you're stressed about back taxes, maybe you missed the April 15th deadline, or your books are cooked, a mess. Don't wait. The IRS is cracking down. Penalties add up fast, 5% per month, up to 25% just for not filing. But here's the help that you need. Tax Network USA can take the burden off your shoulders and stop the spiral before it gets worse. They've helped thousands of Americans, whether you're an employee, a small business owner, or you haven't filed in years. You got messy books, don't worry. They've seen it all, and they know exactly how to clean it up with direct access to powerful IRS programs and expert negotiators on your side. Tax Network USA knows how to win. You'll get a free consultation, and if you qualify, they may even be able to get you to reduce or eliminate what you owe completely. More importantly, they'll help protect you from wage garnishments or bank levies, so don't wait for the next IRS letter. Call 800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAV to talk to a real expert at Tax Network USA. Take the pressure off. Let Tax Network USA handle your issue. Okay, guys, this is a huge event. I don't know what that intimation was, but this is a huge event. Put up a little shot of something in Alaska while we're talking about this, because I want to bring in. Let's see, we have Brian Glenn available. Yes, do we, Mad Dog?
Yes, sir.
Let's go. Let's go right to Brian. Brian, let's have a chat with you for a little bit, my friend. We were watching in awe. I was watching in awe as the two world leaders, the two I would say the two most powerful men on the planet landed. They waited for each other. When Trump was ready, Putin paid deference, waited for Trump. Trump leaves. They both come down about the same time, Trump first. And then it was fascinating, Brian. I just talked to Gruber about this. For me, I spent a lot of time reading body language, reading what's going on. So, again, we're going to show you both of them coming down. But for me, the most important thing that I've seen so far, and this has only been going on about 30 minutes or so, right there, that shot. Trump is waiting on his red carpet, moves over there a little bit. He's waiting. And we thought, what's he doing? He's taking it all in. Or at one point, maybe there was music playing. But no, Brian, he was waiting for Vladimir Putin to come to him. If that's not the biggest alpha male move that I've seen in a long time, well, I think that really sets the tone on who's got the upper hand in the meetings. Yeah, what's your sense from the ground?
Yeah. Well, good afternoon, Eric. It's great to be here. I agree. Let me set the scene for you, for those that just might have joined us. Mason, let's go ahead and get up and let's pan the tent here. We are in the media tent that's just outside the room where President Trump and President Putin will have the press conference a little bit later. We'll show you that here in a second. But let me step aside. This is the U.S. side. These are U.S.-based journalists. These are the ones that typically are credentialed through the White House, are the ones that I typically see on a daily basis. On the other side of the tent is the Russian media. These are the individuals that flew in on, I would presumably, a media chartered plane. They came in together as a group. You see them there doing their stand-ups. We've got them inside as well. So in the room behind me, there's also a media riser where you've got 3 tiers of media. And Eric, you've been in this business a long time. So have I. I can honestly say the amount of media that's here today would be something that you would see at a Super Bowl or something. We've got media from around the world, and you've got local affiliates, you've got national people. They're all here to cover this event. So it's absolutely packed, but I think it's pretty ironic that, and by the way, they do have a kind of a break area with food, coffee, sodas, things like that. They have a kind of a snack bar set up for the media as well. Big shout out to the press Trump team, the advance team that set all this up, the men and women that serve our country in the Air Force, Marines. They're all here as well on the ground to make sure everything's safe and secure. But I like the flyovers that we saw too. Just shortly after President Trump landed, there was a couple flyovers that we heard, and then of course when Putin landed and when he's on the ground, we heard several planes. That was hard for us to see them because of the tent, because we just from the visuals, but we heard them. And they flew over. And I can only imagine, Eric, the message that's sending, not only to President Putin, but to the world, that the strength of our military, of men and women that serve this country, it's all on display today. But I just thought it was very symbolic of how that flyover. But it's very interesting to see the Russian media in
a
here,
lot of symbolism.
working. And,
a lot of symbolism. I mean, I contend that we chose the location because of what we were talking about. There's a sale of Alaska from Russia to the United States for $7 million, and Trump loves the art of the deal. If that wasn't one of the best deals America's ever made with anyone, maybe the Louisiana Purchase and Alaska are two of the best, and maybe that is a little bit of Trump keeping the upper hand. Caroline Leavitt said there was going to be somewhere between 500 and 700 members of the press from around the world. This is what a huge task to try and corral those cats, so to speak. And let me ask you this. At some point, it was going to be one-on-one, Putin-Trump, right? And then on the way there, it evolved to 3-on-3. So they added Steve Witkoff on our side. We added Steve Witkoff and Marco Rubio. Do you know why that happened? And is there any sort of background on that?
I don't know, but some of the things I've been reading earlier is, and I had put this on X, and I was just kind of trying to figure out because when I found out that the Russian that President Putin had brought some Russian business leaders, so financial people in his circle here as well. Then I started thinking, well, who's coming on President Trump's side? I think we're looking at a financial deal here as well. I think we're talking about a major economic deal being developed right now that would, by a byproduct, in essence, would provide a peace deal between the two countries. I think we're looking at a major economic development here. So maybe you put the right players in place that can make that happen. And, at the end of the day, Trump is going to make a peace deal. He wants to go down as a peacemaker, but he's also a businessman. And his business is this country, and he wants to make this country stronger, make this country richer, and I think there's an opportunity to do that with Russia.
Yeah, B, can you stay there? I'd love to have you stay here for a minute. In the meantime, I would like to bring in Lara Logan, one of my close friends, one of the best journalists that the world has ever seen, bar none, good friend. She has her own podcast. It's called Going Rogue with Lara, and we're so happy to have you, Lara. Lara, one of the things, I don't know if you were watching it, but we were talking about this. Trump comes down, Putin waits for Trump for his airplane to open. They both come down together, Trump. And this moment, if we can roll that tape, right there, you see what he's standing there. Trump is standing on his red carpet, and he's waiting for Putin to come. But he's not just being disrespectful, but he's clapping for Vladimir Putin, which I think if you put yourself in Vladimir Putin's position, how's this meeting going to go? And you see President Trump that warm, that welcoming. What a great embrace. I am very optimistic about something good happening from here. Laura, what's your take on this?
Well, Eric, I got to say you were just talking a moment ago about symbolism. I don't think there can be a greater symbol of significance for this meeting, a backdrop for this meeting, than the fact that the entire Russia collusion narrative is collapsing. The purpose of Russia collusion was to destroy that man, Donald Trump, and they tried to use that man walking right next to him, Vladimir Putin, to do it. And there were much broader implications involved in that, right? I mean, the deep state, America's domestic enemies, those guilty of the seditious conspiracy, were prepared to do absolutely anything they could to create war between Russia and the United States. And that included expanding NATO, bringing it right to Russia's door, shoving Putin out of the arena, right, not even being willing to talk to him about entering. I mean, remember, Putin, this is a guy who came knocking. He came to NATO. He came to the West. He came to all those institutions. And he said, look, you guys are expanding in violation of your original agreements. When you set up NATO, and we agreed to this, you promised us you wouldn't do exactly what you're doing. And so, and he said, but here I am. I'm not telling you you can't. I'm asking you, give me a seat at the table. And he was rebuffed by the West. And just imagine the United States if Russia and Mexico were forming some kind of alliance and putting air defenses and missile batteries and things right on the border of the United States and Mexico. I mean, the U.S. would go nuts if that happened to them. And so, there's been a lot of criticism of Vladimir Putin. Some of it is valid, some of it is not valid. But underpinning all of this is the reality that the people who sought to take down Donald Trump and through him, the American people, subvert the will of the American people and destroy this country from within, what was central to their strategy surviving was to keep Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin apart. That's why they sabotaged the last time they were going to meet in the first Trump administration, when they had Mueller send out those indictments against, people that didn't stand up at all. And that was meant to savage any attempt at these two leaders at bringing peace. And what was the result of that? After Trump was, forced out of office in a stolen election, you got you got Joe Biden, and you got Ukraine. You got a war that has killed people, untold numbers of people, that has been brutal in its ferocity, that has achieved absolutely nothing. But, whether we like it or not, Vladimir Putin and the people of eastern Ukraine have an affinity that dates back throughout history. And he's not just going to step back. He said, I'm going into Ukraine to get rid of the Nazis. And that was absolutely true. It remains one of the biggest sort of stories, unanswered questions throughout the media, why we have so much anti-Nazi, reporting, but nobody minds that the United States and NATO and the West has been arming real Nazis in Ukraine. I mean, those two things make absolutely no sense when viewed together. And so when you start to look at some of the history here, and you see that, oh, wait, let's see. Yes, the Nazi SS was headquartered in Western Ukraine. Right? Yes. And that's where, when 300,000 Jews were slaughtered in Ukraine, it was Ukrainian Nazis that helped and participated in those murders. And their descendants remain alive and well. The Azov battalion, which is more like a division, is full of Nazis. And the Ukrainian soldiers, there was a big embarrassment for NATO because they tried to put out a picture of a female Ukrainian soldier on International Women's Day. And they were like, oh, look at the brave women fighting in Ukraine. And they had to take the picture down because the insignia on the uniform was the black sun of the occult, which was, oh yes, also the insignia of the SS, the Nazi SS. So you see, the media has been gun shy about being honest when it comes to the Ukraine war, right? All the sympathy is on the side of Ukraine, and nobody likes it when innocent people are killed. I mean, Ukrainian citizens were dragged by Zelensky's mobs, really, and militants, and forced to go up to the front line to die without even the most basic military protections in place, standard protections in place that anyone could expect, dragged from their families against their will. I mean, Zelensky has been not just a puppet of the CIA, not just a reprehensible figure, but he's been profoundly anti-democratic in every way possible. And yet the West says nothing. We say and we do nothing. And those two men walking together right there in that image, they have the power to end it all. Because without U.S. arms and without U.S. money, Zelensky and Ukraine collapse. That's the reality. But there are people, forces within this country and globally, who do not want this war to end. It's unbelievable. You've seen them. You've been, I'm sure covering them. There's people out there every day on American media doing everything they can. I was going to add that.
I was going to add that. I'm watching the lead up to this moment. By the way, that handshake right here, where Trump just grabs his hand and like he is such the alpha male here, it's incredible. The lead up to this, I've been watching CNN, MSNBC, even Fox News, and they're rolling video of the war, almost like they wanted this thing to continue, rather than have a moment here where you might broker some peace, and they don't want it either. So you're right, there are the factions that want to, for whatever reason, to keep the war going. Maybe it's to funnel money from the United States into Ukraine back to nefarious places. We don't know that for sure, but that could be part of it. Laura, could you do me a favor? I believe we've talked to you about staying with us for the vast majority of the hour.
I'm with you.
That is fantastic. We are very fortunate to have Laura Logan to stay with us. So why don't we squeeze in a quick break, and we'll come back and talk about all the really incredible things, historically incredible things that are happening in Alaska as we speak. We'll be back in 2.5 minutes.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
All right, let's bring in, we're back, and joining us is Jack Posobiec, who is the host of Human Events Daily right here on Real America's Voice, but he was also on, get this, on Air Force One. Jack, really good to have you. Pretty cool to ride aboard that airplane. Tell us a little sense of, you said Trump came out and spoke to the press for a couple of minutes. He also had an interview with Brett Baer behind closed doors. And when he was on the ground, his demeanor was great. I thought he was very optimistic. He was clapping for Putin to come on over, shook his hand. Alpha mailed it up completely. Did it start on Air Force One? Was he that confident aboard Air Force One as well?
Well, Eric, I think when we all got on the plane, talking with the staff, meeting with people, there was a confidence, but I would say also a tension, just in the sense that, you never really know how one of these things is going to go before you get there. And that led to him, making the gaggle that he did. Everybody saw what he said. And he made a series of statements saying, well, and even mentioned last night in an interview saying there's a 25% chance we leave early. Maybe we'll turn around and go home. And so he was leaving that out there and leaving that option open. And so we weren't really sure which way to take it just yet. But of course, he says he's pushing for peace. He wants a ceasefire, wants an end to the killing. A lot of the same refrains he's repeated over and over going into these Anchorage Accords. But then when he got to that tarmac, I agree, and having been there and being able to watch it up close and personal the way that he did, it seemed a very, very warm rapport between himself and President Putin, shaking hands. And it appeared to me that they were speaking in English because they were conversing back and forth without a translator, unless President Trump speaks Russian, has been hiding it from us this whole time. And then, of course, the B-2 flyover that took place, and I've got this video that's just going absolutely viral right now of Putin sort of looking up as this thing comes right down over all of our heads. And you never really get those flyovers to work perfectly, but we were told by the White House on the plane early on that was the plan for the F-22s and the B-2 to fly over just as they meant. And you know what? They pulled it off with military precision. And the Russians seemed to be very, very impressed. Saw them then right after that getting into the back of the Beast, President Trump's limousine. And again, they continued the conversation, no translator present. And so they're, of course, right behind us in this room. I had the opportunity to be there in the pool spray for Real America's Voice. Was able to see that they were, again, very, very tight quarters. And you could tell, though, at that point, it was serious business. They looked like they were about to get down to have a very strong and serious conversation.
At some point after I think you guys departed Andrews and landed in Anchorage, I believe it was changed from a one-on-one, Trump and Putin, to a three-on-three, Trump, Rubio, and Steve Witkoff, to Lavrov and maybe a third Russian counterpart. That's correct. Did anyone kind of explain why that reasoning, why that rationale happened?
we have not been able to get that back and forth. I actually did speak to the White House press team about that. They were the ones who informed us just before we got off the plane of the change from the 1-on-1 to the 3-on-3. And I'll just say that from my perspective, it seemed as though this may have been something that arose in a discussion with the Russians, but I wasn't able to get a specific answer on which side was the one that was pushing for that. It may have just sort of arisen directly between the two of the sides talking, because it seemed as though the negotiations for all of the proceedings that were taking place today were really coming down to the very last minute. So we're probably going to see potentially more last-minute changes as we go forward here. But again, Sergei Lavrov and then Uzharov, his foreign policy advisor, joining President Putin along with President Trump, Marco Rubio, and of course Steve Witkoff.
All right, well, we're gonna let you go, brother. We're live, so if something happens, you want to jump back on, you just give us a call, give us a shot. We'll get you back on air. Jack Posobiec, thank you so much, and enjoy those Air Force One rides. They're amazing.
Thank you, Eric.
All right, something I'll never forget. Hey, let's bring in Laura Logan. Laura, bring you back in. So, what do you think is, you just kind of game this out, Laura? You've been doing this a really long time. You know these players, you know the Russian players as well. Why would it go from 1-on-1, Putin, Trump, to 3-on-3? Why? Listen, I know Trump trusts Witkoff, and I think Witkoff was the guy who brought this actually to Putin in the first place. He met him first, shook his hand, said Trump would like to meet you. But expanding it out almost tells me that maybe there is a deal on the table and they need more people, more ideas. But why do you think this happened?
They're effective, right? I mean, both Trump and Putin want to be effective. They're going to make this meeting count. They both have a lot riding on it. You know, Trump's going to get hammered by his critics if he doesn't bring a peace deal for Ukraine, because he campaigned on it. He said he was going to end this war. And not only that, but neither of these two men want to waste time. You know, the one thing that unites Trump and Putin is that both of them are fighting the deep state. If you look at their policies, Putin has been, you know, while the U.S. was under Biden, was putting out military videos with people in high heels, men in high heels and uniform and lipstick, and putting transgender, you know, officers forward to lecture the troops about transgenderism. Putin was putting out videos that symbolized real military power and, you know, the tough alpha male sort of image of a warrior soldier, which is what the United States used to be and what Trump wants it to be and has brought it back under Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, right? So if you look at them, they're both opposed to the transgender operation. I say it as an operation because it's a political operation as much as anything else, using vulnerable people as a cover for whatever else they're doing, you know, destroying our understanding of what it is to be a man and a woman, preparing the ground for transhumanism, and so on. All of these things, you know, exploit good and vulnerable people. So, you know, Trump and Putin, they both stand against the deep state. They both stand against globalism. They both stand against the climate scam. They both stand against many of the pillars of globalism. They believe in sovereignty. They believe in strong nations. They share a lot of the same ideology, not because there was any kind of collusion. We know that that is a 100% fabricated, seditious conspiracy. It was an operation that was designed to bring down an elected government and an elected president, and then, of course, to go after the people of this country, to destroy this nation as a nation with open borders, and to subject American citizens to global rule. I mean, that's really what it was working towards. And neither Trump nor Putin believe in either of those things. So, but, you know, when you look at what is arrayed against them, when you look at what has been done, how American national security has been sacrificed on the altar of globalism and China and the CCP, I mean, there is some difficult terrain here. You know, bringing in Steve Witkoff and other people speaks not just to a business deal, but it speaks to a broader deal with the Middle East. Where does Russia really stand in terms of global relationships? Because what the United States has been facing, and what President Trump is no doubt very much aware of, is a coalition of its enemies. So you see the Mexican cartels, which are now terrorist organizations, working with the Venezuelan government, working with the narco state of Mexico that's been overcome and infiltrated, working with the Chinese Communist Party, working with the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, which really runs the Iranian state. The Ayatollah Khomeini works for them, not the other way around, even though it doesn't appear that way. That's the reality of it. If you speak to anybody in intelligence, anybody who deals with this or has dealt with this problem for the many, many years that Iran has been the number one state sponsor of terrorism worldwide. These people are aligned, sometimes with North Korea as well, and sometimes with Russia. And so this is a strategic meeting, not just about the Ukraine and NATO in the West, because unfortunately, traditionally, America's traditional allies, like the United Kingdom, like France, like all these countries in Western Europe, look how they're behaving today. They've allowed themselves to be invaded. They're being consumed and eaten alive by political Islam, by the Islamic civilization that seeks to obliterate Western civilization. And who is hand in hand with that? It's the Islamic leftist alliance, which is really the globalists, right? So it's really counterintuitive in many ways for most people, because you look at it and you say, oh, well, this is this country or that is that country, but it's not. You can say, why is America doing this? But who in America is doing that? Is it the globalist faction within America's domestic enemies? Or is it, the real Americans, patriotic, true Americans who want to preserve and fight for this country? Well, this is a battle that's taking place all over the world. I mean, the globalists are named globalists because there's a faction for every country in the world. And, I actually know a U.S. former U.S. intelligence professional whose job was to infiltrate the globalists at the UN, which is at, a very high level for the infrastructure of global government. And his job was to infiltrate the Islamic faction, which was very interesting to me because, when I met him, it was a long time ago. And we were still sort of in the post 9/11 era where you didn't really think of Islam being aligned with leftist forces or globalist forces. But of course, there's an Islamic faction. And if you look at history, we were talking about the Nazis of Ukraine. Well, what else? Who else did the Nazis have relationships with? All throughout the Islamic world. And so all of that coalesces in this meeting, Eric.
Allow me to I'm sorry to interrupt. This is fascinating. I really want to dig into this a little bit more because what a lot of folks might not realize is how corrupt Ukraine has been through its entire history. It's the money laundering capital of Eastern Europe, if not even further. There's a lot of clandestine operations that have gone through. Let's bring this up.
Child trafficking.
But
it's one of the centers for child trafficking for the world.
Give me 2 minutes. We're going to come back after break and dig into this a little bit further. And that's why this meeting is so important, folks. Stay right here. We'll be back in 2.5 minutes. More Lara Logan on the backside of the break.
When surprise breakdowns happen, American Home Shield will be there to fix or replace parts of the systems and appliances you rely on every day. They help protect your time and money by connecting you with qualified pros and helping pay for covered repairs or replacements. AHS offers flexible and affordable plans for every home. Sign up today and get 50% off. Visit ahs.com or call 833-PLAN-AHS for this limited time offer.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide. There's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Day 37 on the Ark. The sheep? They're great. The lions? Hungry. When you're facing a disaster of biblical proportions, you need a lot of food. Because when the Great Flood comes, or storms, power outages, whatever, you're either prepared or you're not.
All right, check this out. 4-week survival food kits.
Mac and cheese that's good for 25 years. I told you guys it was good.
Buy one 4-week survival food kit, we'll send you 2. Go to 4patriots.com.
Are you disabled and can no longer work? This is an important message for you. Are you between the age of 45 and 63 and need help filing for disability benefits? or were denied by your insurance company or the Social Security Administration?
Call Premier Disability at 1-800-427-8055 now.
Whether you're a first-time filer or filed before and were denied, you'll pay nothing unless you are approved for benefits. Thousands of disability claims are unnecessarily denied each month.
Call Premier Disability at 1-800-427-8055 now.
Work with a team who will fight to get you the benefits you deserve, who understands the physical, emotional, and potential financial impacts, and will share their insider expertise. There are time limits to apply for benefits. If you are between the age of 45 to 63 and need help filing a disability claim, or filed previously and were denied, call our helpline now.
All right, you're looking at the live shot of Alaska, waiting for the two world leaders to come out. Both podiums right there. You see the flags, both flags, Russian-American flag on both sides, flanking the podiums. When they are finished with the meeting, they're going to come out and let us know what is going on. All right, in the meantime, we've all had moments when we stop and ask, is this the best version of my life? Many people are living with chronic health issues, but cellular hydration can lead to reversing ailments, getting off medications, losing fat, and even restoring energy. You can see amazing changes in just 5 days. That's right, just 5 days. Energize Health created the My 555 Challenge, and it starts today. There are plenty of plans out there, but most people quit because they feel overwhelmed or unsupported. VIP experience inside the 555 Challenge sets you up for success. You'll receive personal coaching and a device to help you measure your hydration. Join 555 Challenge at my555challenge.com. $5 a day. Just $5, in fact, to get started. And if you're ready for personal coaching, real tools, and the ability to measure your hydration, upgrade to the VIP experience and the transformation for yourself you will see. It's a 5-day experience. It starts Monday. Register now at my555challenge.com. All right, let's jump back with Lara Logan, who, again, one of the premier journalists the world has ever seen. Good friend of mine as well. Lara, it's just you're just showing your brilliance on my show, and I'm very happy you're doing it with us. So let's jump back into Ukraine. Now, we have this idea of poor Ukraine, poor Ukraine. I mean, no one wants to see death, starvation, young people dying. Got it. However, the history of Ukraine prior to this, people need to let's not forget, Burisma was a Ukrainian oil and gas company that paid Hunter Biden hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars to come be on their board with no gas experience whatsoever. Joe Biden threatened the Ukrainian people with $1 billion check that they was going to leave unless they fired the investigator that was investigating Burisma and his own son. The corruption, that's just the tip of the spear of the corruption that the Ukrainian people have been a part of, like it or not, for decades. Laura, you know more about this than I do.
Well, I might not know more, but you know what? I do know a lot because of John Solomon's reporting. Because if you remember, I would urge everybody to go back to John Solomon's original reporting and Rudy Giuliani. The work that Rudy Giuliani did to expose that video and expose what Biden was doing when he was saying, if you don't do this, I'm not giving you the money, right? And then they tried to say it was because Biden was trying to clean up corruption in Ukraine. And remember, there were all these meetings of Ukrainian officials coming to the White House, and the White House held this summit where there was anti-corruption, and they were training and teaching people in Ukrainian government and positions of power, how to avoid corruption and all this other stuff. And you're like, there's corruption all over the world. Why is it that there are actual meetings and a summit at the White House that is teaching Ukrainians about anti-corruption? I mean, the whole thing just stunk. And if you remember the U.S. ambassador, the Ukrainian ambassador to the U.S. in the 2016 election campaign, he did something unusual, Eric, which was he wrote an op-ed for the paper basically saying that Ukraine stood by Hillary Clinton and that if Donald Trump was elected, it would be a disaster for U.S.-Ukrainian relationships. Now, I point this out particularly because, everybody screamed about diplomatic protocol when Trump was in office. But this was a complete violation of diplomatic protocol, that a foreign ambassador for a foreign nation would take steps to interfere in an American election, in the election of a foreign country where you have an embassy. I mean, that is a big no-no in international politics and diplomacy worldwide. So why was it that it was the Ukrainian ambassador? It wasn't anybody else. And remember Alexander Chalupa? Remember the Democratic operative that was very much involved in the Ukraine conspiracy? And remember, it was John Solomon's reporting that exposed much of this. And that's why when they had the fake sham impeachment, Ukrainian impeachment scandal, who was it that they excoriated on the floor of the House? It was John Solomon, because his reporting was 100% accurate and he brought receipts. And what did he expose? Remember that horrible woman, Maria Yovanovitch, who was the ambassador to Ukraine under under Obama? I get them confused, of course, for obvious reasons. But when Trump won the election, John Solomon reported that she basically told the Ukrainians, you don't have to worry about Donald Trump. He's not the real president of the United States. Basically, we're still running the show, right? And what did he expose, John Solomon, in his reporting? Emails where it wasn't just Joe Biden, they used him as a puppet, but the people who were really pulling the strings on who was to be investigated for corruption and who wasn't in Ukraine was, guess who? I know you're going to be shocked. Yes, George Soros and the Open Society Foundation. Mm-hmm. They were directing meetings that were being held in the Ukrainian embassy. They were present in those meetings at the Ukrainian embassy. They were giving lists, right? They actually gave a list that Maria Yovanovitch handed over to the Ukrainians and said, this is who we want you to investigate for corruption and who we don't want you to investigate, if I remember correctly. So, and John Solomon at Just the News, he put all these original source documents and emails and everything. He put it on the website so people can go and see that themselves. And I just want to really draw attention here to why this meeting today is so historic, is look what the Open Society Foundation was doing. An NGO was running U.S. government policy using not only taxpayer money, but using taxpayer resources. The embassy of the United States in the Ukraine, the ambassador, and none of whom were being loyal to the newly elected president. In fact, they were encouraging a foreign nation to work against the president, to actually be co-conspirators with them in a seditious conspiracy. And let's not forget that wormy little worthless spy, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, who was testifying on the floor of the House, what did he do? He used that opportunity, that testimony, to admit that he had broken the law. And the Democrats knew exactly what they were doing here, because when he said he had been approached by the government of Ukraine to be a very senior member, I think it was their Minister of Defense, and he had never reported that contact. Let me tell you, when you hold a security clearance and you wear a uniform or you're a diplomat in service of the United States in a country like Ukraine, in a foreign nation, you are required by law to report all of that. Why? Because it's a little thing called counterintelligence. It's about making sure that you really are working for us and you're not working for somebody else. So why did they never want Trump to meet with Putin? Because all of these lies, this seditious conspiracy that was created to bring down Donald Trump, all these things, the money laundering, the nonsense with Hunter Biden and Burisma, all of that. Look at his former partner, Tony, was it Babalinsky? I don't know if I'm saying that right.
Yes.
Yeah. Remember how they went after him? Because there is so much corruption. There's so much money laundering in Ukraine. There's they use it for child trafficking. This has been one of the worst areas in the history of the world. Eric, it is absolutely shameful, the networks that run through Ukraine. When you see the deep state pushing money forward to Ukraine, it's because they're protecting their interests. They don't care about the Ukrainian people. They don't care about them one bit. But, I know you want to ask a question. But
I want to agree with you. I want to agree with you.
Remember the color revolution. Let's talk about that at some point.
We shall. The deep state, yes, but also USAID was complicit in this, and that's why the Democrats...
They're part of the deep state.
Correct. But that's why the Democrats were so pissed off when Trump came in and said, no more USAID, we're shutting them down. That was their funding apparatus to do exactly what you were talking about, to launder all this money. And then who knows, follow the money, always follow the money. Look, I got to take a quick break. You're going to stay with us, come back on the backside of this break. We'll be back 2.5, folks.
Why aren't you getting results? Random workouts, overtraining muscles, completely missing others, wasted time. Don't do that. Do this. This is 25 Minute Speed Train. Follow me for just 25 minutes a day, 7 days a week, with minimal equipment, and get actual results.
Look at the definition. I didn't have these arms at high school.
Subscribe to Body in the next 24 hours for less than 50 cents a day and get 25 Minute Speed Train free at bodywithaneye.com.
He became one of the world's greatest leaders. He changed the course of history. Now, Lech Walesa, the Nobel Peace Prize winner, is coming to North America on his first ever Grand Lecture Tour. Be part of this historic event. Meet the global leader live on stage as he takes you behind the scenes of history's greatest turning points and the greatest challenges of our time. Join the conversation that will shape our future. Register now at historyexplorer.com.
Hello, friends. Pat Boone here with a message from the past. Imagine the shock of reading tomorrow's newspaper and discovering the price of gold has doubled to over $1,000 an ounce. Sound impossible? Well, it's not. That's right. Back in 2006, my friends at Swiss America forecast gold prices would top $1,000 an ounce, and they were right. Today, several financial firms are forecasting $3,000 gold. Now, for over 40 years, Swiss America has helped folks like you and me purchase precious metals for home delivery and for our IRAs. So don't miss this opportunity again. Call or text Swiss America at the number on your screen now to receive your free portfolio review and a copy of The Timeless Truth About Gold and Silver. Learn for yourself how easy it is to safeguard your money. Call or text Swiss America today.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Well, there it is. There's the stage, the podiums, both of them. Putin and Trump will be there as soon as they're finished with their behind the closed doors meetings. Let's get back to Arav Chief White House Correspondent Brian Glenn, who is traveling with the president, who is in Alaska. Brian, give us what are you expecting to hear? Let me just do that. What are the folks on the ground? Is the media split on this, by the way? I think the mainstream media might be they're blowing some gaskets over there. They can't be too happy with the way it looks from here. It's going so well.
It's interesting because as we've had these breaks, I was able to kind of walk around, go into the snack area and, grab a granola bar and a bottle of water and talk to some of my colleagues. They don't know what to expect, to be honest with you, because we know how volatile this situation is. We know that Trump has even said, if he goes in first couple of minutes, it feels like Putin doesn't necessarily want a deal, then it's off, and that'll be one and done, cut, bake, we're going to go home. So there's a lot of uncertainty, but what I do know is the world is watching this meeting right now, and when it takes place, 3:30 local, 7:30 your time, Eric, we know the world will be watching the stage that's just behind me as we have the media. That's all everyone's doing. They're standing up heads and talking about this. So, I think Trump wants a deal? Absolutely. But it's important to point out, does Putin want a peace deal, and does Zelensky want a peace deal? Does he truly want a peace deal? And we'll find out we know. We'll know here in 3 hours for sure. But I think one good sign, Eric, and you like to kind of read between the lines, the fact that they're still talking right now is probably a good thing. Yeah, that they're still meting. That they haven't all of a sudden Trump breaks out and says, "Oh, we're done."
That's a follow-up to the very warm welcome. The just alpha moment where Trump said, "You come to me, Vladimir." He's clapping for him to come to him, come to Papa. He shakes his hand, gives him that firm grip that I mean, that was a great start, and the fact that you're right, Brian, the fact that we're probably 45 minutes into this, and they're still behind closed doors, that's a very, very good thing. Stay safe. Enjoy the historic moment on the ground in Alaska. Brian, appreciate your time. And let's just bring Laura Logan back in. Laura, let's talk about that Orange Revolution that you brought up. So there's a history of, I guess, questioning the democracy of Ukraine and whatnot. And then maybe, we don't have a lot of time, about 4 minutes or so, Laura, talk a little bit about the NATO kind of wild card in all of this.
The NATO wild card. Well, the NATO wild card is probably the most serious aspect of this, Eric, because that's the card that basically is fueling the war, right? And that's the card that's fueling the broader war between, this is obviously not just a fight between Vladimir Putin and Ukraine. If it was just Ukraine on its own, Zelensky would have collapsed a long, long time ago. Between the United States and NATO, those are the nations that are funding the war and that are have been advising Ukrainian troops and have been providing the arms that keep this war going. I mean, Ukraine wouldn't have stood a chance. I mean, everybody knows that. People can lie about it, they can spin it, they can say whatever we like, but this war would have ended very, very quickly if the United States and NATO were not heavily involved in financing it. And so, and why does that really matter? Well, because, their NATO countries like France and the UK have made it very clear that they're going to continue to fund Ukraine, even if the U.S. doesn't. So without, the biggest risk here is that this broadens into a bigger clash between NATO and Russia and Russia's allies. And of course, then you bring in the nuclear component, and now you're looking at something that is life-changing for everybody in the world. And so it doesn't get more serious than nuclear conflict, and that is really what's at risk here, right? Which is why it's curious that there's so much pushback from Ukraine and the deep state. I mean, Zelensky has been, kicking and screaming and kicking his feet like a spoiled little child because he's not invited. He's not a grown-up, and he's not allowed to sit at the grown-ups table. And he's like, you got to talk to me. You got to talk to me. Who is Zelensky? I mean, let's remind everybody, there you see Trump and Putin right on the red carpet walking, and they're real world leaders. Zelensky was picked from a show where he played a president. He actually, you can see the videos of him on YouTube and all over the internet in stilettos and leathers and some boy band and some Dancing for the Stars type of competition that he was in. I mean, Zelensky's a joke. Okay, he's a joke. He's a tiny little man, not just in physical stature, but in every sense of the word. And the only thing that gives him a voice is the power of his puppet masters, because he's a little puppet on strings dancing to their tune. And that tune is the NATO countries, right, that are keeping this war going because they're globalists. And they need Ukraine for the money laundering. They need it for the child trafficking, because one of the main currencies that fuels the world is apparently children. We see that with not just Epstein, but Epstein and beyond, right, to P. Diddy and all of the other networks of children that are used as cards and as blackmail, and that intelligence agencies use to honeypot people. And, this is basically what we're finding out, is that children is perhaps an even more powerful currency than money in the world today. And so, for whatever reasons, the deep state needs to keep this war alive. They've made it very clear. They've done absolutely nothing to stop it. In fact, they're doing everything they can to scuttle these talks and really unsettle the ground that's beneath Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump in this moment. Look at what Ukraine did just the night before the meeting. I mean, there were massive drone strikes in Russia. What was that designed to do? It was designed to make Vladimir Putin angry. It was designed to make him more hostile in this meeting. It was designed to prevent those two men from ending this war. And NATO is right at the center of that. And, it's something to behold that the same people who claim to care about the Ukrainian people and about the suffering and claim to be anti-war are doing everything they can to prolong that suffering.
Yeah. I tell you, we're gonna let Laura go, but you are so right. Zelensky there, we were talking about this earlier, Zelensky there would have ruined everything. Nothing would have gotten done. It would have been a disaster.
Oh.
He's all a showman. You're right. Those videos of him in stilettos and leather skirts at one point, I agree with you, Laura. And this child trafficking thing has always been something near and dear to your heart to clean that up and get that
yes, it has.
Out of the way. Laura Logan, is so good to join you and have an hour on this historic day with you. Your brilliance is making our show smarter. Thank you, Laura.
You're so gracious.
Appreciate your time. And again, that podcast is called Going Rogue with Laura Logan. Don't miss it. You'll learn a lot watching her podcast. All right, folks, I'd like to say thank you to AMAC for being a sponsor of this event, this historic event. Thank you to AMAC. We'll be back 2.5 minutes.
Think of all the places that could expose you to identity theft and financial loss. It only takes one mistake at your bank, hospital, or employer for a criminal to gain access to your personal information. And if they do, you and your money are at risk.
$110,000 of my hard-earned money gone.
With LifeLock, if your identity is compromised, we'll step in and fix it so you don't have to. Guaranteed. Our dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialists handle your case from start to finish. They contact institutions on your behalf, dispute fraudulent charges, and more. In fact, we're so confident that restoration is guaranteed. Plus, LifeLock offers the $1 Million Protection Package with coverage up to $3 million.
When I opened my mail and I had a check from LifeLock, they made me whole.
Call now or go online and use promo code 35OFF to save 35% off an annual plan for your first year. Enroll now.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide. There's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Oof, this is kind of embarrassing. I'm Ashley here at 4 Patriots Warehouse, and we're completely overstocked. Last year, our 4-week survival kit flew off the shelves. So we told our team, make more. And wow, did they deliver. But thanks to supply chain delays, everything showed up at once. Now we're out of space and doing something we've never done before. Buy one 4-week kit, get one absolutely free. They last 25 years, taste great, and are hand-packed right here in the USA. Go to 4patriots.com. This deal won't last long.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
All right, there's our live shot. They're prepping. They're waiting. Can you imagine that scene is going to be seen by billions of people, folks, when those two world leaders come out. When Trump and Putin are on that stage talking about what went down. And now we're the better part of an hour that they've been behind closed doors talking about the things they're talking about, how to bring peace to the region. We shall see. All right. I believe we have Brian Glenn. Yeah, Mad Dog?
Yes, sir.
Let's bring Brian Glenn in, who's been standing by. Appreciate we cleared him, but then we're bringing him back. Brian, appreciate you jumping back in front of the camera for us. Hold on, he's putting his IFB in. You have to roll here a little bit, this live program. You can throw the scene back in that conference room again there, yeah. So yesterday I was texting with Caroline Levitt, and I was asking her a little bit about what she expected, and she said there will be 500 to 700 members of the international press there. I mean, that is some. The point is, folks, the world is on notice. The world is on the edge of our collective seats, waiting to find out if President Trump can bring peace to the region. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'm now being told by my control room that Mr. Stephen I believe it's Kevin. Stephen K. Bannon is with us. Steve, really good to have you, my friend. Wow. I just would love to point out that I'm a reader of human movement and emotion. I did this for a living on the trading floors of New York. You had to read people, see if they're sweating. If they're sweating, they got a bad hand. If they're confident, they got a good hand. When Trump had Putin come to him onto his red carpet, and the embrace, the hard handshake, the toughness, and then they both get into the beast, Trump's car. There is an alpha and there is a beta. President Trump was the alpha there, my friend. Your thoughts on this whole hour so far since they've been together?
I could not disagree more. You can't get more alpha than Putin. He's KGB officer. I think it was both great. I think President Trump greeted him. I thought it was he understands the importance of this. Also, on the 80th commemoration of the end of World War II. Today being the victory, the unconditional surrender of Japan, everything that the two great allies of World War II were the Russian people and the American people. I think it's fantastic. I think President Trump, of course, they had the B-2, they had all the flyover. But no, President Trump's clearly alpha male, but, Putin's pretty tough hombre. And I think the negotiations, the talks, I hope they make a lot of progress today and set up the next meeting. But I'm sure it's going to be tough, but I think I thought it was glorious. I thought the visuals were fantastic. I think President Trump went out of his way and the media melted down. I think the only mar on this entire day is the inappropriate way that the media shouting these questions.
Oh, wasn't that crazy?
And vitriol. And once again, you see what scum they are.
If you let this video roll, they come, the two world leaders come and they stop for pictures, right? And that's what it's supposed to be. And then you have knuckleheads in the media yelling at Putin, "Are you going to sign a ceasefire?" Like, give them a minute to have a conversation. It was really kind of a letdown that I guess we're kind of in the media, but I'm sure Bannon and Bowling wouldn't be yelling out questions at that moment. That was a great moment where the flyover happens with the F-16s, and it kind of stuns Putin. He looks up, and then one more symbolism, if I may, Steve Bannon. The picking of Alaska as the location. Sure. We purchased Alaska from Russia for $7 million, one of the greatest deals in American history. Trump loves the deal. Maybe that was just a little bit of a nudge to the hat tip on the deal.
Well, it's also one of the most strategic assets we have for the hemispheric defense of the United States, particularly this new concept of our defense with the vast Pacific as really the central hub of our defense on the against the Chinese Communist Party. I thought it was symbolic. I think it's great. We had the governor on last night. Eric, I think it's fantastic. I think the symbolism's been great. I think obviously the mutual respect they have for each other, understanding the weight of history that's on their shoulders, trying to stop this major conflict on the Eurasian landmass. And I think the media, right, by the way, when they came to the little podium that had Alaska 2025 on it, was not nearly as bad as I think what went down when they let the media into the room where they were about to start their at least first set of meetings, when they're throwing, these are not questions. They're throwing, when are you going to stop killing civilians? This is invective. And this is why I've said for a long time, the corporate media is the enemy of the people. They don't want peace. If you looked at MSNBC all afternoon or CNN, they're trying to nitpick President Trump on every aspect of this. They're absolutely vicious on a man that's trying to bring peace to the world and get everybody lay down their guns. And so it's, once again, the media is proven how absolutely awful they are and why people absolutely detest them, sir.
They're melting down. They're melting down while this whole lead up to the two world leaders coming out of their respective airplanes. I was watching CNN, MSNBC, and even Fox, and they're showing a lot of video of Kyiv being bombed, and just, that's not positive. You want to have the two gentlemen there. You want the world, you want America certainly behind some sort of peace deal, peace accord coming out of this, because frankly, we're sick of spending money in Ukraine for a war that they're never, ever going to win. Steve, it's your show. I'm going to give you your show. I know it's respect your time, but wow, what a historic moment.
Eric, one more thing, because your judgment's so good on this. I mean, what is look, the Ukrainians have between 400,000 and 1 million casualties, dead and wounded. They're now allowing 60-year-olds to come into their military. I mean, what is your assessment as you've watched MSNBC and CNN frame it all throughout the afternoon and seen the live
conduct, I would say conduct, both at the initial walk up on the podium and then in that little room. What is your assessment of the corporate media here as actually just reporting instead of trying to become a participant?
They're trying to continue what they've done for the last 4 years, being basically the comms department for the Democrat or the left party or the anti-Trump faction in America. They don't want to see a confident Trump, a strong America First Trump on his red carpet waiting for the Russian leader to come to him. They hated seeing the two of them getting into the beast. Can you imagine? Putin's getting into the beast. Trump doesn't speak Russian. Putin can't. Probably there's no one in there that speaks Russian. And that signals to me, especially when you bring Witkoff and Rubio into the meeting, that there's going to be a deal on the table at some point. Some form of a deal will come out of this, and the media, the legacy media, and I include Fox in that, hate that idea. They don't want any part of peace between Russia and Ukraine right now.
Last thing, Eric. After the meetings, there's going to be a historic joint press conference in Anchorage at the joint base, Elmendorf-Richardson, with President Putin and President Trump. Give us your best guess of how you think that's going to roll out, given the confrontational nature we've seen from most of the corporate media so far?
I would say the biggest, I would call it a win if they come out and Trump says, look, we've spoken, we've hashed out some details. We will now, I think the most brilliant move was not inviting Zelensky, because he would have ruined this whole thing. He would have just mucked that whole thing up, not inviting. But maybe Trump says something like, Mr. Putin and I have agreed to speak with the Zelensky and the Ukrainians to see if we can finalize some of these deals. I don't know if there's Russian minerals on the table, or mineral deals on the table. We're taking them from Ukraine, or we give them to Russia, territory. Who knows? But I think bringing Steve Witkoff in and Marco Rubio tells me that there is some framework of a deal that they're going to, maybe they won't announce it, but they'll at least tell us that there is some sort of framework that they will bring in Ukraine and possibly, the EU as well. I'm not sure you need them, but maybe them as well. So I'm very optimistic on something another meeting happening.
Fantastic. Eric, where do people get you over the weekend? What's your social media handle? I know you're going to have a lot to say. It's going to be a historic weekend coming off of this trip, but where do people go?
At Eric Bowling, just everywhere on YouTube, on X, on Instagram, Facebook, at Eric Bowling. And I'm available to you guys at all times, Steve Bannon, the War Room, and just really fortunate we were able to watch this historic moment together.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Eric Bowling, the Eric Bowling Show that precedes us with a vast audience. Thank you. I want to welcome all the folks in Eric's audience to stick around for the War Room. Now, we've got two of our correspondents there. We've got Brian Glenn and Jack Posobiec. I want to give a concise cold open for these two gentlemen, and then we're going to go live to Anchorage.
So if you were to paint a picture of what perfect looks like coming out of Alaska today, what does that look like in your mind?
Look, it's not for me to negotiate a deal for Ukraine, but I can certainly set the table to negotiate the deal. And our next meeting will have President Zelensky and President Putin and probably me. I'd like to focus on doing our country, but, I get these interruptions. I've solved 6 wars in 6 months when you think about it. And that's from Pakistan to India. That was going to be a terrible one. Planes being shot down. That was getting ready to flare. And then nuclear powers and so many others. And
123 other countries, signatories of the International Criminal Court Convention, this man would be arrested as soon as he lands. Here, he's being welcomed for a conversation. So the expectations are pretty high for that gift ready to Vladimir Putin. I think the participation of not a one-on-one now, but a kind of multilateral between the security chiefs indicates that Donald Trump really wants to see if there's anything to be had on this critical topic of a Ukraine peace deal before a broader conversation occurs, before a conversation occurs on economic issues. Maybe there's some tangential issues, maybe some arms control could be discussed, but by and large, this is a conversation about Ukraine, seeing if there's anything to be had there. And maybe this conversation doesn't go forward if there's not some sort of ground to close there.
They are both getting into the beast, it appears. So they're going to be riding together to their meeting. It is unclear if Vladimir Putin or President Trump could hear the questions that were shouted out. But one reporter did ask Vladimir Putin if he would stop killing civilians. And at that moment, you saw him kind of shrug. Again, we don't know if he heard the question, but boy, what timing, considering that just last night there was a deadly strike in Ukraine. I believe it killed and injured 17 civilians, if I have my numbers correct. So that killing is still happening. Donald Trump keeps talking about wanting to end the killing, that he claims it's first and foremost for him. But again, he's welcoming Vladimir Putin to the United States. I know the U.S. is not a signatory to the International Criminal Court. But he's been indicted by the ICE. This is not a man that would be welcomed pretty much anywhere else in the Western world.
Correct. And, I've organized these meetings before when I worked for President Obama. This is extraordinary that any president or prime minister gets into the president's car.
Yeah, I was going to say, has anyone gotten into the beast before?
There was one time President Medvedev went and got hamburgers with Barack Obama in 2010. I remember that. But this is very, very rare for any leader, any allied leader, any democratically elected leader, let alone this imperial...
This is a former KGB leader.
And worse. It's worse. He's the first guy since Hitler to launch a full-scale invasion and occupation in Europe. That is the person who has been greeted this way, that the president just clapped as he walked out. And I want to be clear. I support President Trump in trying to end this war. Lots of my Ukrainian friends applaud him, too. I support even engagement with President Putin, even though that's controversial.
And look at that image. Vladimir Putin smiling ear to ear, looking almost giddy inside the presidential limousine.
But I don't support that, just to be clear. This is beyond the call of duty. And I think it raises the stakes for Trump. If he's doing all this, he better get something more than just a future meeting.
He's treating him in a friendlier tone than he treats most of our allies.
Yeah, that's what it seemed like. I mean, those images of him just standing there waiting and then clapping even before Putin had come up to him, and then the hearty handshake. I think the world has just seen two Americas right now. One America that welcomed a war criminal, and another America that has a free press, in which journalists stand there and get to ask questions that Putin never hears anywhere else he goes.
Investor Bolton, you're actually surprised that they are having this kind of a photo op with these aircraft.
Yeah, these are very sensitive stealth aircraft. Everybody on the Russian party is a suspected spy. This whole base is now available to them, at least to some extent. I don't think it should have been held on the base.
We just had a flyover with a stealth bomber as well.
I mean, it's so embarrassing. You're waiting for him to say, and he looks so nice in his suit, and his abs are cut. There's a six-pack under there, if you get to see it. I mean, it's disgusting. And again, Ambassador McFaul, I wonder if you are any closer today than you were that day in Helsinki to understanding why all the public adoration, this carefully. I mean, I worked on presidential events for 6 years. This is a lot of stagecraft. My understanding, our reporting is that they timed their arrivals. There was a car there. We understand from our bureaus around the world for Putin. Trump put him in the beast. There's a lot of touching. I don't know that we always see him touching Melania as much as he touched Putin today. The handshake and then the hand on top of the hand. I mean, everything that over 9 years we've learned about Trump, this is as fawning as he can be with any public figure he's ever photographed with.
Friday, 15 August in the year of our Lord 2025, a historic day. And boy, broken by Nicole Wallace. What is she doing? She fantasizing about Putin's guns? And I don't know, man. It's got very strange over at MSNBC today. Jack Posobiec and our own Brian Glenn are in Anchorage live. Guys, let's start with you, Jack. You're on Air Force One. Tell us a frame.
Brian.
Oh, Brian? Okay, fine. Brian Glenn. Brother, tell me what's going on so far. Frame it for me.
Okay. Hey guys, the IFB just was crackling, but let me set the scene for you, Steve. I think that's where you were going with this. I'm in the press tent. This is the tent that's set up just outside the building or the staging area where President Trump and President Putin will meet. Now, this is a one tent, but it is absolutely divided in two. Let me show you what I'm talking about. I'm on the U.S. side. This is the U.S. media side here, and you've got people all day long. Since the last time I've talked to you, we were in the security buses. We're now at the at the press tent. On the other side of this tent is the Russian media, and they are set up, filing their stories, doing all their stand-ups and all that good stuff. Inside where the meeting will take place, there is a press riser. It's a 3-tiered press riser, and Steve, it is absolutely packed with both U.S. media and Russia and world media at that. And of course, we've been monitoring some of the things that you guys have been talking about, and kind of asking our colleagues, getting their thoughts on what they anticipate this meeting might be about, or what the results can come. But I tell you, the stage is set here in Alaska, and we'll find that out here at about 3:30 local, 7:30 your time, Steve.
Yeah, it seems like, look, the very cordial way that President Trump and kind of the business-like way he met, very warm, Putin, and then they immediately, there hasn't been any no wasting time, getting down to it very quickly. One of the things that's grabbed the attention of us monitoring this is the complete unacceptability. I tell you what, let's hold you to the break. We're going to go to commercial break here, Brian Glenn. I'll ask you this question. I want the answer on the other side. The global corporatist media, the globalist media have been absolutely unacceptable, their performance today, their behavior. This is not asking questions of what a free press does. This was throwing invective at a foreign leader, that President Trump is there trying to make sure that not just a ceasefire and not just a peace deal in Ukraine to stop the war, but actually the beginning of a rapprochement with Russia. Remember, 80 years ago today, the Imperial High Command of Japan came back and accepted the terms of unconditional surrender. The Emperor accepted unconditional surrender. They signed that instrument on, I think, the 2nd of September. We're going to cover all that. It closed the bloodiest war in mankind's history, and the two major participants that defeated the fascists, that defeated the imperialists, were the United States of America and the Russian people in the Red Army. That is just a fact. For the media to treat President Putin and President Trump like they do not want peace. What they want is continuation of the forever war, and they don't care how many Ukrainians get killed in the process. Professor Mersheimer was absolutely dead spot on. We have Brian Glenn. We have Jack Posobiec. Obviously, there's going to be a few technical problems throughout the day. The entire world's media is there, but just absolutely extraordinary. Short commercial break. We're going to return to Anchorage in this incredible summit to bring peace to Ukraine and a rapprochement between the United States of America and the Russians.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, The process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got to plan through CarShield. Next, you probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2. Plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3. When you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
Fellow Americans, did you know a war is being waged right now for how you spend your hard-earned dollars? Over 100 countries worldwide are preparing to switch to a digital currency. Now, this means cash will be replaced by money governments can monitor and track. This tracking makes it possible to collect data from every purchase you make and the ability to decide what you can buy and when you can buy it. What's more, your assets can be frozen or even seized. I'm appalled at such an assault on financial privacy. My friends at Swiss America have a report called The Secret War on Cash, with an action plan to protect your financial privacy. So please, call or text the number on your screen for a free copy. With the growing reality of a government-backed digital currency, the time to act is now. So call or text the number on your screen for your free Secret War report.
Hello, America's Voice family. Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
and so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Everybody go to Getter. I'm up there all the time. It's the easiest thing to use, totally free. Also, take your phone out, text Birch Gold, Bannon, Bannon, 989898. Get the ultimate guide to investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump. Times of turbulence, you always need to know why gold has been a hedge for 5,000 years of mankind's history. And if the mainstream media, the corporate media have their way, we're going to have lots of turbulence. And you know the globalists have a lot to say here. Birch Gold. 98 Bannon at 989898. Do it today. Boom. Brian Glenn, the answer. The only thing that has been kind of overwhelming today is obviously the warmth between these two leaders. And quite frankly, I think the American people and the Russian people remembering what great allies they were in the Second World War, the bloody conflict of the mid-20th century. On this day, the 80th commemoration of the surrender of Japan and the ending of World War II. Your observations. The studio people have been over the top. I mean, it's sickening. But even worse is the behavior of the corporatist grundoons in that howling pack of the enemy of the people. Sir, your observations.
Yeah. Well, it started with, when you talked about deportations, they fought that. You talked about tariff talk. They fought that. You talked about making D.C. safe and getting crime off the streets. They fought that. So why wouldn't you expect that they wouldn't fight some type of arrangement to get peace between these two countries? So they're just going straight in line of what they've been doing since day one on this administration. So unfortunately, that's the situation. I agree with you. It is toxic, and it's actually detrimental to this country. But what President Trump is trying to do right now is historic. And all these things that he's been doing is historic. But to fall in line and just and push up against everything, Steve, it's just going. That's their playbook right now.
Jack Posobiec, you've been there since early this morning. Put us in the room. Tell us about the Air Force One trip, your observations, what happened, and how do you believe the talks are progressing right now?
Well, Steve, actually, if I could just mention that, what you just said there, respond to that. So I was in that room when the press spray happened, and that just cacophony of questions and sounds really became overwhelming. And you could see that the Russian side, the Russian delegation was very off-put by this because they're not used to that level of disrespect to a president, that level of disrespect to a peace process like this. Even me, myself, having come up there, you go into a situation like that, you're standing 5 feet away from the President of the United States, the President of Russia, the two most powerful people on the planet combined in one room, and you'd expect to show a little bit of decorum. Maybe it's my military background from being in the Navy, but it would never occur to me to just start screaming at them. And then Putin, as we were being pushed out, and in fact the security started, rushing everyone out the room. Get out of here, clear the room. Clearly a line had been crossed, and I think Putin at one point said something. Someone was telling me, he said, enough, like in Russian. And so that really was something that being said, though, President Trump turned it into something they could laugh about because he said, look, you see what I have to deal with?
It's another day at work for him. It's another day at the office for President Trump.
Right. Brian knows more than anyone.
But Brian, at least the way we saw it in this screaming, it was like hectoring. This was invective. They were not questions. When are you going to stop killing? I mean, this was pure, unbridled hatred is what came through. And then you saw the framing device of the studio and all these experts that have been wrong on everything. They have the same crowd, Vindman and McFaul, all these losers that have been wrong on this and actually goaded the Ukrainian people on to their demise. So it's not questions. And that's why I think it's an insult on American soil for us to allow this to happen. They are the enemy of the people. They don't want peace. They want to sit right there and demonize Putin. President Trump is trying to make, in a very difficult situation, with, quite frankly, the Russians winning militarily. And if it wasn't for our money and the potential threat of our troops, this thing had been over even worse a long time ago. So, Brian, I want to make sure the audience understands. These were not questions. This was invective that was hurled at a world leader at the beginning of a peace conference. These people don't want peace. They want to be an active participant in stopping peace, sir.
Yeah, that's a great observation. They're just statements. They're launching statements and accusations and labeling with those words. And you know what? You're right. They don't necessarily want peace, but at least we can all agree that today's press conference, if it does go to a two-person press conference, it could just be President Trump. Who knows if Putin will make it? But we do know that the questions will be on topic today. We're not going to get any Gaza questions. We're not going to get any deportation questions. I don't think. It's all going to be at least on one topic today, and I think that's one thing we all look forward to.
Jack, put us in the room. Tell us about Air Force One. What was the trip like? You guys, it was a pre-dawn launch, a long trip, big headwinds. What was it like being on the plane?
Well, Steve, that's exactly right. Long trip, but what's interesting about Air Force One is that it can fly at about 45,000 feet. So it's 10,000 feet higher than your typical commercial flight. It also flies a lot faster. So your airspeed is much, much higher. Your total time in air is going to be much shorter than any other trip that you're taking. So we got way up there, extremely cold on the plane. So for anyone who thinks that's it's a cushy ride up there, it was colder on the plane than, I don't know if it's Trump turned it down or what, but it was colder on the plane than it is here on the ground right now in Alaska. So maybe he was just acclimating us. But what was interesting, Steve, is that the president came back and spoke with us right at the beginning of the trip. So once we had taken off, this was not on the schedule, and we'd been working with the press team, with Caroline Levitt and the incredible team, Stephen Chung, and all the staff that are here, Ambassador Crowley, who's done an incredible job protocol-wise. She was on the trip, and then you have the various advisors, the secretaries, cabinet members that are there as well, Scott Bessent. But the key, Steve, is that President Trump came back and he was cautiously optimistic. And I'll say cautiously optimistic like this because he mentioned a perhaps 25% chance that the meeting ends early. However, I would say that it seems that we've gone beyond that 25% chance, at least as we sit right now, as we're racking and stacking it. But he also said, we want a ceasefire. I don't know if we'll get a deal today. And so it's certainly hedging as he went in. But you could tell that there was a sense of optimism from him. It seemed as though he knew what he was doing. And of course he knew that this is a historic Accords right here, the Anchorage Accords that are taking place. This is something that he's wanted for a long time. Not just an end to a war, by the way, an overall framework, an agreement with Russia. And I was talking with Steve Gruber about this as well. Look what President Trump has done. He's working his way through the BRICS nations to get to China, Brazil, India, South Africa, now Russia. The last letter, BRICS, would be China. So you can see him working this way to effect a reverse Kissinger, if you will, to engineer a Sino-Soviet split in our favor against the CCP.
I want to stay on the topic of Air Force One for a second. People don't realize it's really a military command post that then has enough space. So the president has a small office. There's a small boardroom for meetings, and then you've got very cramped seating. But it's always cold. It's always uncomfortable, even for everybody but the president. And the president, it's a tiny office, and he's got a cabin up forward if he wants to catch some sleep, although I don't think I've ever seen President Trump use it. Talk to me a minute about that. It's essentially a flying command post. It's almost like the West Wing, which is a old office sitting on top of a military command post.
That's right.
Sir.
So there's 3 decks to Air Force One. The highest deck, of course, that's your flight deck, as well as a military command center. You've got your intelligence there, sensitive equipment. So anything that's going on in the world, anything that could happen, that's all coming in real time. Obviously, CIA Director Ratcliffe is with us, so he's directly keeping an eye on the fact is Russia doing something on the battlefield. He would know that in real time, given the level of connectivity that Air Force One has. Then on the second deck, the main deck, that, of course, as you mentioned, the president has his cabin, his quarters. There's also a small gym, by the way. He has a place where he can sleep, of course. Then his office, plus a full situation room, which is an almost identical one-to-one, though a little bit smaller, to your point, size of the situation room that's in the White House. So effectively, and of course, everyone remembers Bush having done this on 9/11, that plane, because it has air-to-air refueling, it can stay in air indefinitely. If he wants to make an address to the American people, he can do so because there's a full suite of communications, 2 phones on board, 1 white phone for unclassified calls, a yellow phone for anything that's classified at a higher level. He's got full connective tissue. So it's a working plane. It's a working environment. This is not something where you're sitting back and relaxing at all.
We're going to take a short commercial break. Brian Glenn, when we get back, my brother Eric Bolling made the observation of President Trump coming off the plane with Putin, that President Trump was the alpha male, that Putin was the beta male. I want your answer when we get back. We're going to take a short commercial break here in a moment. I want to thank our sponsor, Birch Gold. Jack Posobiec just talked about the BRICS nations. What if the CCP, Xi and Lula? Now, I don't know. India's been pretty good so far, but they're talking about it. What are they talking about? De-dollarization. To get off the U.S. dollar as the prime reserve currency. If you don't understand this, you need to. How do you do that? Go to birchgold.com/Bannon, the end of the dollar empire. Talks about all the concepts that you need to know, all the nomenclature you need to know, the process of how the U.S. economy works, how debt and deficit works, all of it. 7 free installments put together over the last 4 years, with 2 more coming after Rio. The end of the dollar empire. Birchgold.com/Bannon is totally free, and you get a relationship with Philip Patrick and the team at Birch Gold. Short commercial break. We're going back to Anchorage with Brian Glenn and Jack Posobiec. Just a moment.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Is your body ready for summer?
We're gonna build a body you can be proud of. You just give me 30 minutes a day for 21 days, and I promise you, the weight will come off.
This is 21 Day Fix, the perfect program to get you summer ready.
I am in perfect shape for my bikini.
I had that sexy little beef.
Get simple fitness, simple nutrition, fast results in just 21 days.
Get ready for summer with 21 Day Fix. This week, try it free at 21dayfix.com. That's 21dayfix.com.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and in bookstores across the country. We'll even help you promote your book. That's right, we do all this for you. Biography, self-help, mystery, novels, sci-fi, even a children's book. No matter what genre, Page Publishing can bring your book to life. Call today for your free author submission kit and find out how you can be the next published author at Page Publishing.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257. That's 800-319-0257, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, Brian Glenn and Jack Posobiec are both in Anchorage at the joint base. They're right outside where the meeting's taking place between President Trump, some of his advisors, and they're having more advisors in some of the meetings. Some of the advisors not in others. I think Witkoff and Secretary Marco Rubio are going to be in with Lavrov and another member of the Russian delegation with Trump. Although they just are with Putin, they already spent some time together by themselves. In fact, I revere Eric Bolling, his media savvy, and his sense of people and just good old street smarts. He saw the footage as you saw it live, Brian Glenn, of the greeting of President Trump coming down the red carpet and greeting President Putin. He described it as President Trump was the alpha male and that Putin was the beta male. Your observations, sir?
Yeah, I do think one looks more submissive than the other. And I think you can look at just the physical height of both these two individuals. One towers over the other. That has a certain prominence, a certain language to it just by itself. So I would agree with that. I think his President Trump, when he stands, and we've seen him do this often, when he meets leaders out at the West Wing, right there at the stakeout, when they come down to meet him, he has a very presence to him. He stands up straight. He's got his shoulders back. He's got his head high. He's got his chin up. And that is his stance. He has a very dominant stance. And so Eric Bolling is spot on this. And I think if you just take the height differential that's there, that speaks volumes as well.
Okay, I think the word of Brian Glenn, too, so I'm outvoted 2-1 so far. Poso, you're an intelligence officer. I said, hey, doesn't matter about height. Doesn't matter about height. Putin's KGB. And I've always said, listen, our ally, the Russian people, they've been horribly led first by the Bolsheviks, then by the Soviets, and now by the KGB. I mean, they're far from being free. Great people and great allies, but they've gone through, and before that, the Romanovs. So they've had a bad run for, I don't know, a couple thousand years. Jack Posobiec, your observations. By the way, you got a big shout out from Captain Fennell and part of the military engine room who said Poso is dead spot on about the BRICS, the Chinese Communist Party, all of it. But tell me about first Putin. Was he the beta male today?
Well, Steve, here's what was really interesting, and I don't know if the War Room Engine Room has got this, so maybe ask Denver or one of the Grundoons to pull it. I got the video of I'm standing there on the tarmac and I can see Putin come down, President Trump comes down, they meet, they come together, and I had heard earlier on that this was going to happen, that all of a sudden, out of nowhere, comes screaming in a B-2 bomber with F-22 escort. So I've got the video, and it's millions and millions of views around the world now. I look up from that moment, but I think I'm the only person who actually went back and caught the expression on Putin's face and actually saw his reaction to the B-2 bomber. And he certainly did a double take. You know, I'm sure Russian intelligence being what it is, they obviously knew the B-2s were going to be in the area. But when you see and feel the sheer force of one of those bombers, like when we were here on the War Room on the 4th of July and they flew over the White House, it's really something that absolutely takes your breath away. You feel it in your bones. You feel it in every single part of your body. And there's no question that was President Trump kind of, we were joking a little earlier, that's President Trump opening his jacket up and showing him in the handle of the business end of his revolver, saying, all right, let's sit down and talk.
I think that's a long gun. Jack, you had no inside baseball, but you and I talked about this last night. You said, look, knowing Trump, I think, because at the time you're saying, hey, I think the Russians are coming in with, they're bringing all these different flights. There's a ton of Russian, I think, business executives, other types have come in for this. Really a huge contingent, not just of Russian media, but really a broader and bigger delegation from Russia. You said, hey, knowing Trump, I think, because you had been there the July 4th, we were on the rooftop of the Willard Hotel and it rattled everybody's teeth when the B-2 went past. You said, I think he might bring out some of the big armor in an air show, a short air show. How did you guess that?
Well, Steve, it just kind of made sense from all of the events that we've been going to, like you just mentioned, that he's been bringing the B-2 out more and more and more lately. And so it just made sense that here he'd come. You're going to be at an Air Force base. Why not bring the B-2s back again? And also, Steve, part of it is the history of U.S. air operations here in Alaska as pertains to the U.S. and Russia. So not far from where Brian and I are standing right now on this very base, if you go to the cemetery, there's actually a plot here where there's Russian pilots from World War II who are buried. How is that possible? Well, it's because in the Lend-Lease program, because they couldn't fly planes across Europe, that's where World War II was taking place, they would go around the back door across the Bering Strait. They would have Russian pilot crews fly into Alaska, then take custody of the American planes that were flown up here from the lower 48, and then pilot those back to Russia across Siberia. Given the conditions, worries about Japanese Navy incursions, there were a lot of deaths in this program. And so this is something that Russian diplomats have brought up a number of times. And so I've really been thinking a lot about how that Lend-Lease program, the World War II partnership between the United States and Russia really was forged right here in Alaska.
We were the arsenal of democracy. Remember great towns like Detroit, Wichita, Kansas, all the way across Rosie the Riveter. The entire nation turned out to make sure that we could supply enough material, not just for the Americans and the British, but also for the Russian and the Chinese. Brian Glenn, you've had an opportunity, I think, unlike virtually anybody. You've been in the Oval now for dozens and dozens of meetings with world leaders, from President Trump's trying to put together deals, trying to put together relationships, strategic partnerships. What do you think? How should we think about what's going on in the room right now? You know him up close and personal, and you've seen him with world leaders. Of course, Putin being a KGB colonel is a different. His cut of his jib's a little different than some of the folks you've seen. But you've seen President Trump and the way he rolls. What do you think's going on right now?
I think he's playing all his cards. I mean, to use one of his terms. I mean, I really think he is. I think he's calling him out for the BS. He's calling out his failures in the past. He's calling out the times that he might have promised something but did the opposite. I don't think President Trump at all is playing games with Putin. And he's made it perfectly clear, if this does not work out and it goes south, he's done. He's done with this. And so he's going to look him in the eye, just like I saw him look the South African president in the eye. And he told him exactly what it was. He said, we're not killing white farmers. And next thing I roll the videotape and then showed it. Lower the lights, showed it right in front of him. I think he's doing that right now. I think he's absolutely being very transparent. It is personal to him, the fact that he wants to save lives. But he's willing to say it. If it's on his mind, he's going to say it. He's not going to hold back. And then, of course, during the press conference, he's going to do the same. I mean, whatever we didn't hear in that bilateral meeting, we're going to hear it during the press conference.
So, Jack, if you hear that, it's kind of refreshing, because if you listen to the corporate media all day long, and Bolton and Vindman and all these guys, they bring all the losers from the past they bring up. They're saying the exact opposite, that just even having it in the United States is a huge defeat for Trump, and it shows he's submissive, and that all this has been a huge victory so far for Putin. And you could tell walking on the plane, Putin had the Cheshire cat smile, that Trump is a submissive one here. He's already given up so much. The most he can hope for is maybe another meeting. Give me your assessment, drafting off Brian, of where do you think we are in starting this, and where do you think we're going today?
Well, Steve, I do think that President Trump is not coming into this with rose-colored glasses. He talked about, just when we were on the plane with him this morning at 8 in the morning, when he came back for that gaggle, the first thing he talked about was the killing. And you and I both know that even during the transition team, he would come in to these meetings and he would talk about, after receiving the intelligence reports of the deaths on both sides, Russian and Ukrainian, and how this really weighed on him, was something he took very personally, that he really and truly wants to stop this war and wishes that it had never happened, a war on the European continent. But when it comes to this idea that he's just going to capitulate, look, there's no way that President Trump's going to walk out of any deal looking like he capitulated. It's just not in his nature. It's not anything he's ever done before. And he would easily be the first person to walk away if it looked like a bad deal. But what I would say to the Vindmans and to the Michael McFowles and the John Boltons and all the rest, look, Steve, what you're seeing here is, if I can borrow a phrase, the primal scream of a dying regime. Because the core focus point of the power of the Atlanticist axis, the globalist Atlanticist axis, is, of course, pitting America and Russia against each other and trying to foment a war between them. This is where they brought in censorship. This is where they brought in Russiagate. This is where they brought in the first impeachment, which, oh, by the way, that was who? Adam Schiff and Eric Vindman yet again. And so we see these same forces over and over and over. And what did it lead us to? It led us to Victoria Nuland's bloodshed, Victoria Nuland's quagmire there in Ukraine right now, the Maidan revolution, to all of this that's come down to. So this has absolutely been something that this small group of powerful people, Steve, the Atlanticists, these neoliberals and the neocons, have put together because they don't care about starting World War III. That means high ratings, that means money for the military-industrial complex, and that means demonization of a nation, which, by the way, is, again, the other most powerful nation in the world. These are the two most powerful men on the planet right now sitting down. And I think that for all of our sakes, it's, as President Trump has always said, it makes a lot of sense for them to have a good relationship.
Brian Glenn, you've been so close to the president and covering this in the White House and the Oval Office over the last 6 months or so. Give us the thing about Trump, the man, and his humanity. I mean, every time I'm around here or talk to him, the first thing he brings up is the killing in Ukraine, the bloodshed in Ukraine, how the terrain of Ukraine being so flat that the bullets are stopped by human bodies. I mean, when he talks about the casualty rates, he does it very personally. Your thoughts, sir?
No, absolutely. He does that all the time. Always leads with the killing. It's not about money that the military might be selling weapons to NATO. He doesn't care about that. He cares about the people, and even mentions there's no Americans involved in this killing. This is just Russians, and this is Ukrainians, and there may be a few others in there. But we're not talking about saving American lives. We're talking about saving humans, and that's what he cares about the most. But I'll extend that over to this as well, Steve. Anybody that's affected by a flood, a hurricane, a fire, a natural disaster, he cares about people. He cares about the displacement of people that are suffering, people that are going through some rough times. He cares about victims of assault, violent crimes on the city streets of America. That's what he cares about. But people seem to pit this thing that he only cares about the elites in business and Wall Street and all. No, he doesn't. He cares about the American people. He cares about humans in general. And that's why he's here. He doesn't need to be doing this. Well, where's any other world leader right now? They're not here in Alaska trying to get a peace deal. Trump is. That's what Trump cares about. He cares about people, and hopefully today we can make progress to that. I don't think any of us are going to think this is going to happen today. Could be. I'm not going to roll that off the table. But Steve, he cares about people, and we see it every single day. I'll give you another quick example if I could. When he leaves on the South Lawn on his departures on Marine One, he often will walk out, go through the press line, answer a bunch of questions. But then if there's anybody on the other side that might be interns, staff, people that are just touring the White House, he will go down the line and talk to every single person. It'll be 10, 15 minutes. He's going down, taking selfies and talking to people. That means he cares about people. He's not doing it just for clicks or for shows. He cares about the American people, and you see it every day.
Guys, hang on for 1 second. We're going to take a short commercial break. We're going to turn to Anchorage, Alaska. We also have Cleo Pascal here to help remind us of the sacrifice of the American military 80 years ago today.
Hey, did you find the manual?
Yes!
Summon Dale!
Who's Dale?
American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
Sign up today at ahs.com.
Are you disabled and can no longer work? This is an important message for you. Are you between the age of 45 and 63 and need help filing for disability benefits, or were denied by your insurance company or the Social Security Administration?
Call Premier Disability at 1-800-427-8055 now.
Whether you're a first-time filer or filed before and were denied, you'll pay nothing unless you are approved for benefits. Thousands of disability claims are unnecessarily denied each month.
Call Premier Disability at 1-800-427-8055 now.
Work with a team who will fight to get you the benefits you deserve, who understands the physical, emotional, and potential financial impacts, and will share their insider expertise. There are time limits to apply for benefits. If you are between the age of 45 to 63 and need help filing a disability claim, or filed previously and were denied, call our helpline now.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and in bookstores across the country. We'll even help you promote your book. That's right, we do all this for you. Biography, self-help, mystery, novels, sci-fi, even a children's book. No matter what genre, Page Publishing can bring your book to life. Call today for your free author submission kit and find out how you can be the next published author at Page Publishing.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257. That's 800-319-0257, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
The day of days for America and her allies. Crowds before the White House await the announcement from the president that the Japs have surrendered unconditionally.
I have received this afternoon a message from the Japanese government in reply to the message forwarded to that government by the Secretary of State on August 11th. I deem this reply a full acceptance of the Potsdam Declaration, which specifies the unconditional surrender of Japan. In the reply, there is no qualification.
Reporters rush out to relay the news to an anxious world and touch off celebrations throughout the country. Washington is jubilant, and in Chicago, more than 1 million sing and dance in the streets in the biggest celebration the Windy City has ever seen. Joy is unconfined. Greatest, wildest celebration of all was in New York's Times Square, where 2 million people, by far the greatest in the city's history, filled the streets all day waiting for the official word. A hilarious, happy throng, they cheered every rumor that it was all over. And when President Truman's announcement came at 7 o'clock, the lid really blew off. Of thousands of proud American flags dotted the square, and as the day wore on, hilarity reached a high peak. Far into the night, the happy crowd screamed their relief at the end of the greatest war in history. From early Tuesday morning, the celebration went on for 24 hours. New York never celebrated like this before, but never did they have a better reason.
Joy is unconfined, as they said. Never a better reason to celebrate the joy of having made it through the war. Cleo Pascal, they're in, two leaders are trying to make peace today on the Eurasian landmass in one of the most important strategic assets in the world, Alaska. You just come from the Pacific Islands that bore the brunt of that horror 80 years ago. Your observations, ma'am.
It's a very touching and fitting moment. And of course, Alaska is a key part of the Pacific, as Billy Mitchell said in 1935 from an air perspective, which is why those flyovers were very apt. From a naval perspective, it's the islands of the Pacific, and over 100,000 Americans died getting across the Pacific. Japan had held a part of the Central Pacific the size of the continental United States for 30 years, had 30 years to emplace, to build defenses, to scout out the absolute best positions for sniping off people as they came ashore. And those Americans that did that breached the reefs for the first time with the Amtraks in places like Tarawa and Macon, and then moving along the chain, were men of incredible courage, but also compassion. They encountered civilian populations along the way in places like Saipan. When they got to Saipan, that civilian population had lived under the Japanese for 30 years. They didn't speak English, but they were dealt with by the Americans with incredible compassion and warmth. Their wounded were treated along with the Americans and the Japanese wounded. And we are still bringing Americans home from the Pacific. Organizations like History Flight are in Tarawa now, trying to find the Marines that are still there to bring them home. It's not just the relics of the war that you see on the beaches, the Zeros that are in the forests and in the lagoons. When I was reporting for you from Yap, where the Chinese are rebuilding that Imperial Japanese runway, you could still see the equipment that the Japanese used to build that runway in the first place. But there are also still Americans left there in the ground that are slowly but being brought home with incredible persistence by Americans who care and who remember. So this is a part of the world where the blood of Americans and allies are soaked into the beaches, and as a result of that war, CNMI, Saipan, Tinian became part of the United States, and that whole core of the Central Pacific, which was under the Japanese mandate, became independent countries, but then voted to join the U.S. in a compact of free association for defense and security reasons. So this is the peace that was bought by the lives of those Americans who and the ones who survived and then came home and just picked up tools and went back to work and got on with building America after they had saved the Pacific is still very much remembered and still a core part of the gift that they gave to the U.S. in terms of peace in the Pacific that has lasted now for 80 years.
Cleo, hang on. I'm going to take you into the second hour. John Solomon, Amanda Head join us. John, the symbolism of having this historic meeting today in Alaska on the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II. Your thoughts, sir?
Well, it's powerful for many reasons, and the flyover as the summit was beginning was a reminder that American military might is still the most powerful force in the world. But for me, the more greater symbolism is the difference between the last time we had a summit in Alaska and now. In March of 21, we had Joe Biden get steamrolled by China. I mean, an utter embarrassment of American superiority on the world stage. The Chinese laughed in our face, ridiculed us. We were wearing masks. What a difference this summit is. It's on Donald Trump's terms, on Donald Trump's turf, and it's Vladimir Putin who needs Donald Trump and America more than Donald Trump needs him. The idea that America has reasserted itself on the world stage, I think it's even more remarkable compared to the last time we had a major summit on Alaskan soil.
God, I remember that, John. So grateful you bring that up. The Chinese Communist Party sat there in front of the world and accused us of everything. And Blinken and these guys just accepted it. You could tell right then.
They did.
Not quite off on the right foot. That was not today. President Trump shows up. Okay, we're going to take a short commercial break. We've got John Solomon, Amanda Head, Cleo Pascal. In Anchorage, we have Jack Posobiec and Brian Glenn. We're going to take a short commercial break. We're going to leave you with the right stuff. I don't think it could be a better way to end the first hour. The height of American power in the early 1960s, the test pilot program, and then the Mercury astronauts. The right stuff off a book by Tom Wolfe, a classic movie by Philip Kaufman, an Academy Award-winning score by Bill Conti. The right stuff. We're going to take a short commercial break on Real America's Voice. We're going to continue just a moment.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibble Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Day 37 on the Ark. The sheep? They're great. The lions? Hungry. When you're facing a disaster of biblical proportions, you need a lot of food. Because when the Great Flood comes, or storms, power outages, whatever, you're either prepared or you're not.
All right, check this out. 4-week survival food kits. Mac and cheese that's good for 25 years.
I told you guys it was good.
Buy one 4-week survival food kit, we'll send you 2. Go to 4patriots.com.
Hey, Real America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
And the best part?
You can watch Real America's Voice right there on Getter.
Live.
So
So join the conversation.
Hop on the Getter chat room.
Engage with patriots who are just like you.
Good morning, Getter friends.
We're breaking news, we're delivering the truth,
and we're doing it on Getter
every single day.
So don't wait. Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
It isn't just an app. It isn't just a social media platform. It's a community.
So we gave them all the information, and the investigation evolved organically. These were the field offices. This was not FBI headquarters. So you had the FBI office in Little Rock. You had the public corruption section in Manassas, Virginia. You had the New York office. You had the Boston office. And you might also remember, Steve, there was actually an annex office of the FBI in Lagos, Nigeria, that was investigating this as well. And they actually got their hands on a video recording of a Clinton Foundation donor from Nigeria bragging on a phone call with somebody else that he had donated to the Clinton Foundation, was getting all these favors from the Clinton campaign. So the investigation was off and rolling. And again, this was the field offices. We now know, based on the FBI documents released by Kash Patel and John Solomon's reporting, that this was shut down by headquarters. They said, you are to cease and desist, stop. We don't want to hear any more about this. The field offices kind of continued a little bit because they thought that this was such a big, important story. And then it was finally Sally Yates at the Department of Justice who said, this is done, shut it off, no more investigation into this.
But Steve, think about this, right? We now know, according to the timeline, so Clinton Cash comes out May of 2015. Formal investigations are opened in January of 2016 in those offices Peter just mentioned. And then you get pushback from Andrew McCabe and Sally Yates. Sally Yates says to shut it down. It's no specific date, but in March of 2016. So you've got the Department of Justice actively shutting down investigations into real things. Meanwhile, because of Clinton Cash and the reporting on the Uranium One story and how Hillary essentially helped funnel 20% of U.S. uranium to Russia specifically, this is really important. The Clinton campaign did a poll. We know this because it was reported in the Columbia Journalism Review years later. They knew they had a problem. They were actually seen as too sympathetic and friendly to Vladimir Putin. They knew it was one of their biggest political vulnerabilities. So when Donald Trump emerges, they say, okay, how do we address this real political vulnerability that we have? I know we'll say Donald Trump is the Russian asset. That's where the Steele dossier came from. That's where all the fabricated intelligence came from. And so they were able to kind of funnel that and feed that to reporters who felt bad that they were used in this reporting that ultimately hurt Hillary Clinton. So just remember this. The FBI is shutting down an investigation into a real problem of influence trading and money going to Bill Clinton and the Clinton Foundation. At the same time, they were promoting the fake story of Donald Trump being a Russian asset. That's among the things that we now know, and this timeline helps add granular detail to. It's incredibly gross.
It is Friday, 15 August, in the year of our Lord 2025. It's the 80th commemoration of the victory of the Allies over the fascist and imperial command of Japan. Today, also a historic summit is underway in Alaska to try to bring peace to that part of the Eurasian landmass that is the eastern Russian-speaking border of Ukraine. John, I can't get over the irony that John Solomon and Steve Bannon are here right now. You have this historic meeting with Putin and Trump.
Yeah.
You go back 10 years ago, 11 years ago, 12 years ago, you were all over the story. Peter Schweitzer was all over the story.
Yeah.
And now Eggers just tees it up perfectly. It is the bridge. Yeah. People have to understand this is why there's a grand jury now. This is why this is so important. The bloodshed in the Ukraine, all the bad feelings, this was completely and totally manufactured by people. And we got to get to the bottom of it. John, take it from the top. Given your reporting the other day that blew me away to say Cash and Main Justice is all over this, maybe with a grand jury, to go back to the railhead of it all, sir.
Yeah, and I'll confirm for you, I have been able to confirm with witnesses that there are at least 4 grand juries currently doing work on the weaponization, Russia collusion, all the way through Ukraine impeachment investigation. That's the grand conspiracy case. One's in New York, 2 in Virginia, 1 is in Pennsylvania. That's what I've been able to learn thus far. So the grand juries are working where they are doesn't matter. That doesn't mean where the indictments are. It just means it makes it easier for people to gather evidence. So, but that's a big deal. Eric Eggers nailed up that poll, which was first in my book with Seamus Bruner back in 2020, Fallout, is the key thing. Hillary did a poll of all of the crises in her life. I mean, you got Vince Foster, you got Whitewater, you got the Asian money fundraising scandal, you've got the other fundraising scandals in her life. And everybody thought at the December of 2015 that when the poll came back to tell them internally what was their biggest liability, they were going to say classified email scandal, right? The private email server. And it didn't. It came back that Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton's too close relationship with Russia was her biggest liability. And that is the genesis. I interviewed Clinton campaign officials in 2020, and they said, yep, that's why we hung that Russian shingle on Donald Trump's house, because we realized it was our liability. We had to project it on Republicans to get through the 2016 election. Now, what were they hiding? They are hiding a decade of failure of Democratic policy towards Russia. Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama came and said, we're going to reboot the Russian relationship. Let's give them everything, treat them real nice, and they're going to give us love back. And you know what Putin did? He took all the nice things we wanted, uranium that we gave them, nuclear deals with our utilities, new gas and oil deals. We helped them set up Skokovo, which was their version of our West Coast technology centers. And they took everything they get from us, and then they thumbed their nose at us. Actually, they gave us a middle finger, and they invaded Ukraine the first time in 2014. And then Donald Trump comes in. He's going to clean up that mess, except that those same Democrats had to hamper his ability to do that. They hung a fake scandal on him, tied up the entire world from being able to create a better U.S.-Russia relationship, not one based on appeasement, but one based on strength from America's side. They kept the president from doing that. Then Joe Biden gets back in. They go back to appeasement. What happens? A second invasion of Ukraine and a much larger and more deadly war. And then Donald Trump comes in, and today, potentially, is the rebound moment from that decade of failure from Democrats. If Donald Trump can exercise strength and get a deal with Putin, he will have ultimately showed the Democrats how much damage they did to the world and how much damage they didn't need to do to the world.
I just want to make sure I've got this. By the way, when you lay it out like that, it's almost breathtaking in its scale. Are you saying now that you believe that there are actually 4 criminal grand juries that are reviewing information about this and other things?
Yep. And there may be more. I can only find 4 now, but I get a sense that this investigation is incredibly sprawling. There are parts about January 6th. There are parts about election integrity. There are parts about Ukraine impeachment, Russia collusion, all the way up to Jack Smith and the raid on Donald Trump's house and the subsequent Jack Smith investigation. It is a very sprawling investigation. Where the grand juries gather evidence is not a sign of where the indictments will be. It's just the vehicles by which the strike force is quickly securing that evidence so it can't be destroyed and that they can get the ball moving quickly. But at least 4 grand juries that I've talked to people who have had contact with prosecutors in the last couple of weeks.
In some of these grand juries, given the fact that the Clinton Foundation is still going on, are the Clintons and their earlier actions actually part of this?
A question that we don't know. The people that I talked to were not getting subpoenas or being prepared for subpoenas about Clinton. They were prepared about Russia collusion, election integrity, Jack Smith, and things like that. But we'll learn more. Listen, there's a reason Kash Patel found that incredible timeline that we talked about Thursday. If you weren't looking at the Clintons and the Clinton Foundation, you wouldn't be looking for that timeline. So I think they're looking at everything, and then they're going to figure out what is a crime, and then does it fit the conspiracy case? It's the way the Justice Department used to do investigations before the political hacks got in and turned it into a political machinery instead of a justice machinery.
Amanda, virtually on a daily basis, you're around the White House and you see this press corps. I mean, today's behavior has been outrageous, but you tie it to, we wouldn't have been here with the Russia collusion hoax or all of it unless the corporate media was a main participant in this. I mean, they've been an active combatant. Your thoughts and observations, particularly today as we've watched the framing of this on CNN and MSNBC and dredging up all the losers and deadbeats that have been around for years on the Russia hoax and the impeachments. And now you've got these reporters in the field there that are hurling invective at a world leader at a time when President Trump's trying to bring peace to the world. Your thoughts and observations, ma'am?
Yeah, I just, you bring it back to the central character of former President Barack Obama within the context of what's happening today. And I'm going to add two more important bullet points to John's timeline. Recently, in June, just a few months ago, President Obama out there saying that we are dangerously close to autocratic behavior. Obviously, talking about President Trump, I think that it's pretty autocratic to try to shut down investigations into your allies or people who you, as Barack Obama, think will be people who will pass on your legacy. And then just a few days ago, Barack Obama talking about what Texans are doing as far as their Republican Party and their redistricting, saying that it's a power grab that undermines our democracy. And you think about the inception of all of this and Barack Obama trying to extend his legacy through, at that time, what he believed to be Hillary Clinton, and obviously that didn't pan out, but then through Joe Biden's presidency. And, there are a lot of folks who think that Joe Biden's presidency was basically just an extension of Obama. But you look at all of that within the context of what's happening today. President Trump meeting with Vladimir Putin and the foreign policy successes of President Trump. I've got a piece coming out tomorrow about the double standard as far as the media and their handling of what President Trump has done just this time around. Thailand and Cambodia, Armenia and Azerbaijan, Pakistan and India, 3 more possibly added to the Abraham Accords coming soon between Lebanon, Syria, and Saudi Arabia. And today, by the way, guys, is the 4th anniversary of the Taliban retaking Kabul. So you compare all of that to someone like Joe Biden and the way that the media treated his presidency and his withdrawal from Afghanistan that they called, chaotic and messy but necessary. That was the way that the media framed it. And they kept diverting to the notion that it was a 20-year war that came to an end thanks to Joe Biden. Okay, well, I would proffer the notion that the removal of our troops from Afghanistan was even more dangerous than remaining there, another year or so, or even another few months to work out the logistics at the Pentagon. So you compare all of that and you put it in the context of what John was just talking about and the inception of what appears to be a 10 or an 11-year conspiracy. And it all kind of makes sense that Barack Obama and his acolytes were trying very, very hard to quash anything that was going to protect the future of his legacy.
We're seeing right now, I believe they're getting the media, Amanda and John, I think they're getting the media wrangled to get them into the room. I'm not saying that the press briefing or the joint press conference may not start early. It's supposed to start at 7:30 Eastern Daylight Time. That would be in about an hour and 15 minutes. But they're wrangling. Looks like they're getting the media. In fact, I think our own Jack Posobiec and Brian Glenn have gone in. Brian has committed to us, guys, that he's going to be in the line of sight there to get one of the first questions in. So we're going to go to that. We'll go to the press briefing sure as soon as it starts. Like I said, it was supposed to be an hour and 15 minutes from now, but hey, they may be on a tighter schedule. Maybe they got enough positive developments that they're going to have it. John, drafting off of what Amanda just said, go back. I want to go back to actually how we got here because, folks, the Russians were our principal ally in the Second World War. They took, I think, 25 or 30 million casualties in the Red Army and another 25 or 30 million civilians. People talk about they lost anywhere between 60 and 80 million people overall. These are tough, hard hombres. You bring up a great point. On a guy like Putin, being a colonel of the KGB, you give him an inch, he's going to take a mile. President Trump understands that, but go back and hit rewind about everything that they did in the Russian reset of Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama was kind of an epic fail because you really gave them too much and didn't put any guardrails on it, right? And lead us all the way up to that horrific, really embarrassing, humiliating, John, because the Chinese, to show the lack of respect that they showed and really read the Biden administration, the Riot Act. This is what President Trump and the bifurcated presidencies he's had to deal with it since he's gotten back in office, sir.
Yep, clean up on aisle 6, 7, 8, 9 for Joe Biden. I mean, every aisle had to be cleaned up. But as Amanda showed, I mean, look at the things: Rwanda, Congo, I mean, all these peace deals in the first 6 months, and now a really substantive conversation with Putin. Whichever way it goes, we haven't had a summit with Putin like this in a long time. Even though he's a nuclear superpower, even though he's in the middle of a war, so we have a great moment, and it shows the difference. Condi Rice said something I think very profound in the last 24 hours. I don't always agree with Condi Rice. I called her out back after the 9/11 massacre because of she said something that wasn't true, and my reporting proved it wasn't. But she's right about one thing. Vladimir Putin needs Donald Trump far more than Donald Trump needs Vladimir Putin. And the truth of the matter is Donald Trump could walk away today, and it wouldn't be any skin off his back. If Putin walks away with no deal, this is his last best chance to get an opportunity to get back into the world community and to potentially rehabilitate his image and to get an economy that's faltering in Russia on better ground. And so the stakes are much higher for Putin than they are for Donald Trump. And I think that's because we're in a position of strength and Putin's not. Now, what did they get during that reboot? The first thing, I was thinking about this the other day. There's a moment where Joe Biden is going to impose big sanctions on Russia after the second invasion of Ukraine. And the original reporting is, he's going to sanction uranium. And then he had to say, I can't do that. You know why? Because Joe Biden and Barack Obama in 2013 and 14 created the ABC 123 agreements. That made American utilities forcibly buy Russian uranium to keep our power plants powering American homes. He couldn't sanction them because in the last giveaway that Barack Obama gave him, he made America dependent on Vladimir Putin's Russian uranium. During that reboot, we gave away so much in America, and we put our national security at risk. We gave uranium the uranium under our ground to the Russians. And even though at the moment we did that, the FBI had Rosatom, Russia's main uranium company, under criminal investigation for bribery. We gave it away to a company we knew they were engaged in bribery on our land. Then we gave them the uranium process contracts to our utilities. We gave them the ability to create Skokovo to compete with our Silicon Valley. And when we did that, they took their vantage point in Skokovo from Hillary Clinton, and they stole some of our IP, our military IP. There's an incredible document I got in 2015 or 16 that showed that the Army assessed that Russia took the Skokovo thing and stole some of our best engineering capabilities, which ultimately would lead to Russian hypersonic missiles. So we get overly beaten down by being weak to Russia. And then what do we get in return for that? Well, we get the first invasion of Crimea. And that is, of course, what set the European continent on a decade-long war. Appeasement gave the Russians everything and gave the Americans nothing. That's the Democrat record going back to Jimmy Carter, Barack Obama, and Joe Biden.
I want to go. Did Biden learn in all of his corruption, as you've documented in Ukraine and with the Chinese Communist Party that we saw on the laptop from hell when Rudy brought me in to take a look at it? It was shocking about how much money they had set up to make as a family dealer. Did Biden take a lesson from Hillary Clinton, what Bill and Hillary did? Because when you start talking about Uranium One, you start talking about the deal, the $145 million that Clinton got, the numbers are so big. And people say, well, gosh, I didn't really see this report. I mean, the New York Times, Joe Becker did a great, I think, 8,000-word story in the New York Times one time. Peter Schweitzer, but the mainstream media cut this off and didn't promulgate it like they do every time Trump does something. They're all over him. Did Biden take the lesson that, hey, if I want to make real money, the Clintons were a bunch of poor trash coming out of Arkansas. They didn't have any money, and they made fortunes. I'll just do the same.
Yeah, it's funny. I just talked to a now retired federal law enforcement officer who worked in both a little bit of the Clinton Foundation case and the early Joe Biden, Hunter Biden case, which was the tribal case where a tribe was fleeced by Hunter Biden's partners. And he said to me, I got to tell you, it was like watching a low rent and high rent district of corruption. The Clintons actually though coming from Arkansas and having that background, they were the high rent, because you know what they did? They laundered their grift to a foundation and made it look like charitable, right? Oh, we're saving the world with our grift. The Bidens didn't even go through that much trouble. They're like, just put it in our back pocket, send it to our personal account, go send it to Hunter. He'll put it up his nose or he'll put it somewhere. And this agent really remarked that they had two political dynasties of the Democratic Party, and they both were grifting, but they had very different ways of doing it. The Clintons made it look fashionable through their big charity, and the Bidens just took it through the back door of Jim and Hunter Biden. But in either case, the FBI knew in both of those cases they had corrupt schemes going on in both families, and every time they tried to investigate it, they ran into the steel curtain. They just said, you can't go there. Sorry. Remember what they told the IRS agents? You can't interview any of the Bidens. How are you going to solve a case about the Bidens if you can't talk to them? What did they tell the agents on the Hillary Clinton Foundation? Shut it down. So the protection racket protected those two corrupt political families, and that's what frustrated this longtime law enforcement officer I talked to just a couple days ago.
And shut it down. I just want to make sure the audience understands this from your point. Shut it down comes actually from an email from Sally Yates. Sally Yates is Comey's deputy. She's telling the FBI, I believe it came from her. She's telling everybody to shut it down.
Yeah. Yeah, she's the deputy attorney general under Loretta Lynch, and she's telling the FBI. It's written into a timeline. We don't know how she transmitted those words, but those are the exact words the FBI recorded in March of 2016. Sally Yates telling the FBI, shut down the Clinton Foundation case, that big sprawling case that Eric and Peter did such a good job describing on your show today.
By the way, you're seeing on the screen right there, they're doing the sound checks and getting the cameras ready. It looks like it's already packed where the media is. A huge media turnout. The meeting is concluded. We're going to start an hour early.
That's
so
what I'm hearing.
and it looks like they got two podiums up there. So, Amanda, before they come out, I want to go through one more time your article tomorrow. I want to go through the litany of what President Trump has done, because anytime President Trump does anything, they got every investigative reporter, he does the perfect phone call talking about corrupt Ukraine and Biden and the Biden family, and they impeach him. Walk me through. Your article talks about really the record of President Trump in this historic second term. Before they come on the stage, walk us through it, because hopefully this is the beginning of a kickoff of not just a ceasefire, maybe ultimately peace in Ukraine, but also the beginning of a Russian-American rapprochement, ma'am.
Sure. And I also want to squeeze in a plug for another conspiracy that Hillary was attached to. This was kind of a little-known one, but it was happening around the same time as the inception of this alleged grand conspiracy, the Hillary Victory Fund. A lot of people remember that. It was a joint fundraising committee that they established in 2015 for her presidential campaign, but there were a lot of allegations, and I actually saw some of the ledgers that pertained to potential campaign finance violations and corruption, allowing them to circumvent federal campaign limits. But the focus of my story tomorrow is this double standard between President Trump and his handling of foreign policy compared to someone like Joe Biden or even Barack Obama, by the way, because it wasn't long after President Barack Obama got the Nobel Peace Prize when the former committee secretary came out and said, yeah, we consider it, we regret that, because they gave him this Nobel Peace Prize. It was aspirational. They were basically doing it because of what Barack Obama said he was going to do. And at that point, he had not done it and ultimately did not do it during his entire 2 terms in office. But you juxtapose that with President Trump, and you look at the situation with Thailand and Cambodia, which quickly, came to an end. Armenia and Azerbaijan, a conflict that has been around basically this most recent bout, 35 years old. You've got Pakistan and India. That was quashed incredibly quickly when it comes to the conflict over the region of Kashmir. You have all of these other countries who are considering, we're hearing quiet negotiations between Syria and Israel. Who in the world would have ever thought that was going to be a conversation that was happening? So you look at all of that within the context, and also to bring it back around to Hillary, her comments where she said, oh, well, if Trump does this and this and this, including Ukraine not having to cede that territory that Russia has taken control of, Well, that's an impossibility, it seems like. Now, I don't put anything past President Trump because he's been able to pull some rabbits out of hats on many occasions. But it's like, they just can't bring themselves to the point where they can give President Trump the credit for the things that he has done. And I think it started with the criticism that they gave him in 2015, which was, he's not a statesman. He doesn't have the experience in diplomacy or foreign policy. And then you got someone like, Joe Biden, who supposedly had decades of foreign policy experience, and you just can't compare the two. And I think that's because you look at President Trump and his past life before he went into politics, and at the central point of so many of these negotiations between these countries lies trade deals, and President Trump is able to exploit that economic pressure and utilize that as the crux of these conversations between these nations that frankly, in some cases for the last 50 years, people thought would never come to an end.
Right there, just to give you an update, we're hearing now that the meeting has, I guess, formally ended, and they're getting ready right now. They have in the press briefing room press from all over the world. The press, the Russian press and the American or the Western press have been separated all day in two separate tents. I think they've come together for this. Our own Jack Posobiec is there, and also Brian Glenn. Brian Glenn is, I think, pretty well situated. May even get a question in there. Momentarily, it looks like President Trump and President Putin will come out. This is about an hour earlier than anticipated. We will cut immediately to the press conference when it happens. John Solomon, given President Trump's doing a day trip up pre-dawn, and they took motorcade. I think there was construction. They couldn't bring Marine One in, so he had to motorcade out, and then it's a 5 or 6, 7 hour flight into those headwinds. Now a 5 or 6 hour meeting. What do you take that we're an hour early? You take that as a positive sign, negative sign? What?
So what I was told is that if they came out of the meeting and two podiums were still on the stage, that would be a good sign, that they would let Putin speak and that there was some progress made. And if they went down to one podium, it would have been a bad meeting and someone had walked or they couldn't reach any resolution. So the fact that two podiums are still on the stage and that they're raising expectation that both men will come out, I think is a sign that some progress was made. I've been texting with some White House officials that said, stay tuned, we're still cleaning some stuff up. My guess is President Trump is probably calling either President Zelensky or the European leaders quickly. But this would have been about a 3-hour meeting, which is a short time for so many big issues. And the fact they're coming out together, I'm getting some guidance, is a good sign that progress was made today.
And your idea, Roger, is at least some sort of framework for a ceasefire, maybe even a mini ceasefire, but some sort of at least framework for another meeting, and may include Zelensky, where you can talk about a broader peace deal in Ukraine. Is that your anticipation?
I think so. And President Trump was very careful going into the meeting saying, listen, I'm not agreeing to any land concessions because the other party's not here. I'm just getting the lay of the land. I'm going to try to figure out what the art of possible is. And I think that what they may have come out of today is where Russia is willing to concede, and that's what we're going to watch for. So that's it.
I think, by the way, we got a break coming. I think we ought to stick with it in case they come out because you don't know what's happening right now.
Yeah, we're getting pretty close to coming out.
The European leaders, etc. Amanda Head, your take. The meeting did not take 6 or 7 hours. I actually thought it might take longer today. Your take that, and I think John's right, you got two podiums. That means they're both going to be up there. Your take on where do you think we stand?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. If there's two podiums, then we only know of the two people who are going to be standing behind them. I think that President Trump is the type of person who gets in and gets out. That was actually another focus on my article tomorrow that I'm talking about. President Trump's direct communication style. He is not the type of negotiator and foreign policy wielder who talks around people and talks to subsidiaries. He picks up the phone. He doesn't find it to be anything intimidating to pick up the phone in the Oval Office and call up a nation's leader. So I think that this is what we are seeing right now is a direct consequence of that communication style. President Trump does not like wasting time. We know that he doesn't sleep very much because he considers it to be a waste of time, and he gets on the ball first thing in the morning and is often awake past a lot of other people in Washington. So I think it's a good sign. I think that there were likely a number of bullet points that each of them felt very necessary to express, and I'm sure that there was some disagreement between those, but President President Trump is not going to extend the meeting beyond what is necessary, because I think that he is just as anxious as the rest of us to get whatever transpired in that meeting out to the people of the world.
John, on Amanda's point, you've been around for a lot of these guys. The different President Trump's got a very different House style, negotiating style, and just the way he interacts with people. Then polished politicians like Obama and Hillary Clinton. You know, Hillary's been training to be president of the United States since she was about 7 years old. How does that House style work with the Russians, sir?
It's refreshing because most presidents follow a diplomatic script. The State Department and the National Security Advisor. Donald Trump is not going to be following a script at any point in this meeting. He's going to be following his instincts. And I think for a guy like Putin that admires strength, that admires candor, that isn't afraid to walk away or to throw a bomb, that he finds in Donald Trump someone that's sort of his style guy in terms of how they talk to each other. And so the lack of the formality, Donald Trump's going to come in with a joke. He's going to say, that's not happening, Vlad. We're not doing that. He's a much straightforward talker. He basically gets rid of the BS diplomatic speak, and he gets right down to brass knuckles. And I think that that's the sort of guy that Vladimir Putin would like to be negotiating with. And I suspect that was the tenor inside the meeting, just knowing how they work. I also think that Vladimir, one of the things we have to keep in mind, this meeting was put off long enough for, I think, Vladimir Putin to achieve a lot of the military objectives. He wanted to show that his military had rebounded and could win some parts after some bad losses early in the war. It wasn't about getting to Kiev like some of the silly Democrats were saying. He just wanted to show the Russian people, hey, I fixed our military. We looked a little bad in the beginning of the war. The last few months have been good. Now's a good time to make a deal. So I think that President Trump gave him that room to get to that point. I think his advisors understood that Putin needed to save some face with the Russian people before he could make a good deal. And I think that might have been why this moment was picked as opposed to June and Donald Trump. Donald Trump could have walked in June and said, I'm done with this crap. We're done. Sorry. Sanction you and watch your personal riches go away. Because what Trump was going to do is sanction the oligarchs who hold a lot of Putin's money. That would have paralyzed Putin. I think he gave him the room to create the face saving inside of Russia so that he could make a legitimate deal. And that may be some of the dynamics that led up to today.
Right now, we're at the press briefing room. You see the two podiums there. Both Amanda and John think that's a very positive sign. There's not one podium just for the President of the United States. So it's like both individuals, both leaders will come out and make statements. And then I think they're going to take, at least they planned on taking, I think, some questions from the media. President Trump always loves to do that. Amanda knows that, covering the White House as she does. Of course, today, the, I think, unacceptable behavior of the corporate media was just totally embarrassing. Amanda, about the optics at the beginning, we were monitoring MSNBC and CNN, and they were just going on and on about how this was such a victory for Putin, that, you know, being on American soil and President Trump smiling and shaking his hand and treating him very cordially was a huge defeat already. Then you had the John Boltons and the Vindmans, you know, all the McFaul, all the viciousness of these losers that have been out there forever. Your thoughts and observation on that, since you watch this every day in the Oval Office.
Oh, yes. Alexander Vindman, who finished his career in service to the American people by doing cameos on Curb Your Enthusiasm. It's unfortunate that the media is framing it this way. However, you know, they're saying, having Trump on U.S. grounds, on U.S. soil. What would they have said if Trump went to Russia? They would have said that Trump capitulated and went to Russia. They are never, ever, it doesn't seem like, history has shown us, they are not going to give President Trump the credit that he deserves. They're going to spin it. And the unfortunate thing is that it's the American people who suffer because they hear, you know, that type of detraction. They hear that type of discouragement. And unfortunately, there are a lot of people out there who don't read beyond headlines. They only watch these shows on, like you cited, MSNBC. And so they don't know the deeper conversations that are happening behind this and the deeper benefits, because the benefit is that you could possibly have a conflict that has killed hundreds of thousands, possibly millions, and that would come to an end. But they aren't going to give President Trump the credit for it. And that also is a damage to our country with respect to the fact that if you're not rooting for the President of the United States, who are you rooting for? Because the president of the United States is the one who is leading the foreign policy of this country that ultimately affects every single American. So if you are criticizing the president in this action, President Trump has always been the guy who says, I just want peace. I want the killing to stop. How are you arguing with that? How are you arguing with someone who, I don't think anyone out there can argue the fact that President Trump wants peace. Now, you can say that, his motives behind it are self-serving. He wants to extend his legacy. He wants to get the Nobel Peace Prize, whatever. But at the end of the day, it benefits the American people. And it's unfortunate, and I think it's irresponsible, that you have members of the media who continue to push back on that and continue to criticize President Trump every step of the way.
By the way, can we get that other shot that just had up? You see the scale of the media. I mean, the world's media is actually breathtaking. Amanda, I couldn't agree with more. By the way, I want to thank the sponsor for this hour, AMAC, the alternative to AARP. We got it right there in the Chiron. Make sure you go visit it today. Get all the information. They got a special deal, 5 years for $35. So make sure you go check it out today. A fantastic organization and a great sponsor of the Real America Voice Network, our channel. John Solomon, you know this better than anybody. This reporting's come out the last couple of days about Helsinki and what happened, because they're all sitting there today saying, oh, my God, it can't happen what happened in Helsinki when President Trump came out, and after having a private one-on-one meeting, he agreed with Putin that his intelligence services were not on the up and up. John Solomon, knowing what we know now, and particularly emails, I think over the last week, and folks right there, you see that vast throng of reporters, the whole world's media is right there, including Real America's Voice with Jack Posobiec and Brian Glenn. Jack Posobiec's on Air Force One. He's there. Our own Brian Glenn, our White House correspondent for Real America's Voice, also there. Hopefully Brian gets a question. John Solomon, Helsinki, they've been holding that out as, oh, my gosh, if he comes out and says what he did in Helsinki, it'd be terrible. What is the lie about Helsinki, sir?
The lie is that Donald Trump said something that was false. It was true. Our intelligence community service was terrible. Look at the work they did in Afghanistan, telling us the Taliban would not take over the country. Within a few days, the Taliban took the country over. Look at all of the things that they told us about Russia collusion. And we now see that entire analysis that said Putin tried to help Trump was completely manufactured, violating the rules of the intelligence community set by their own director, and then misleading the American public, overruling the career people. What Donald Trump said in Helsinki, we have now proven to be true from the documents that have come out from Tulsi Gabbard, from John Ratcliffe, from Rick Crawford, from Kash Patel, and from Pam Bondi. And so Donald Trump knew by that time that there was bad intelligence going out there, and the world just needed to catch up to him. They caught up to him in this last few weeks because we now see how shameful some of the conduct was. Dan Hoffman was the former station chief for the CIA, probably our best expert on Russia. And he said something profound. By the way, he's very tough on Putin because he knows what an evil man Putin can be and what the evil that the KGB did and has done over the years. He said he was convinced in the last couple of days that Putin has reached a tipping point, that whatever he needed to do for the Russian people, that's out of the way, but also the economic and human loss for Russia had reached a point where Vladimir Putin has to make a deal. I think he and Condi Rice are onto something. I think if Vladimir Putin came to this meeting with the mindset of, I got to make a deal, Donald Trump's like, I'm only going to make a good deal. And I think that we'll see in a few minutes whether that played out behind closed doors.
Let's talk about that for a second, John. Let's stay on that topic of I'll get back to Helsinki in a second because nothing drives me crazier than this, that if President Trump had not decided to come back, made that courageous decision in January, February, March of 2021 to come back and seek the presidency again and won overwhelmingly, we wouldn't know any of this.
Nope,
folks, understand this. We wouldn't know that President Trump was on to his intelligence services. The deep state were trying to overthrow him and thwart his presidency the first term. He was absolutely correct in Helsinki. But I want to go back to, because when I came off of sea duty in the late 70s, early 80s, when then President Reagan won and came to office, I went to the Pentagon. The Red Army, we had all these, Air, Land, Sea Battle 2000, the deep interdiction of the Red Army coming across the Fulda Gap in Poland and sweeping across Germany into France, just like World War I and World War II. We had to forward deploy, Pershing missiles, tactical nuclear weapons with the help of Thatcher, President Reagan, to make sure that we could stop the Red Army. That's not what we're seeing today. I mean, this 3 years in Ukraine has been an eye-opener for everybody. First off, it's been as bloody as World War I, but the tactics haven't changed that much from the Western Front in World War I, sir.
No, you're right. It's still a high human cost war. Maybe the weapons have changed. I think a lot of people are surprised by the lethality of little cheap drones, and that warfare has changed. But whether it was rocket launchers and fire-breathing guns in the World War I front and World War II front, or drones today, both of these wars, or all three of those wars, have been fought mostly with humanity being crushed. And that's what Donald Trump kept saying. I don't want to see all these young men and women dying. It's unnecessary. And I think that has driven him to solve this crisis more than any other thing. I take him at his word, and the times I've talked to him, he just can't stand to see people sitting on a battlefield getting eaten up all day long, and another 100 bodies carried out on each side every few hours. It's unnecessary, and I think that's what creates the passion that he has to do this. The difference between him and Joe Biden and Barack Obama is Joe Biden and Barack Obama didn't use the diplomatic channel through a channel of strength. They viewed any conversation with Putin as a capitulation, just like all those weenies on CNN were saying today. Russia is a nuclear power. The only way you're going to get a peace deal with Russia is to engage. Even if you don't like what they did, even if you don't like the people there, you don't get peace by sitting off the phone and not conversing. And I think Donald Trump was willing to risk the ridicule and all the silliness that you see on CNN and all of the globalist think tanks that were harping doubt on him up until the last few days, because he knew the only way you're going to end that killing, the only way you get a deal with a nuclear power, is you have to talk. There's no other way to do it. You don't do it through telekinesis. There's no telemetry here. You have to talk. And Donald Trump was willing to have those conversations. And I think that we'll find out whether that reaps some good in just a few minutes.
Okay, just to reset, we're waiting. Looks like the meeting ended an hour early. As John said, it's about 3.5, 4 hours. We're going to have, it looks like, a joint press briefing, maybe a joint statement. Maybe they're working on that right now. President Trump and President Putin will come out and hopefully not just give a statement, but also, I'm sure, with President Trump, want to take some questions. Can we put up the shot right now? Can the director put up the shot of the media? I want to show that for a second. Yeah, right there. So Amanda Head, you've been in that group before. What's going through the media's mind right now? What are they working on? What are they processing? Are they getting ready to ask a sharp and meaningful question, ma'am? You've been there. Put us in the room.
Yeah, I hope so. If this is any reflection of what I see on the daily in the White House briefing room, there are definitely going to be some good questions. There will also be some leading questions, as many of us have seen the way that the media handles this president and the way that they seem to almost goad him. I hope that is toned down, because anytime that happens on the world stage and you have a world leader standing next to President Trump and you've got the eyes of the globe tuning in, it's a little bit embarrassing. And President Trump knows this all too well. He also he spoke about this a few days speaking about D.C. It's embarrassing when people come to our country and come to our capital and they witness, what happens on the streets of our country. I certainly hope that these are productive questions that people like me can write off of. But, going back to the Helsinki conversation, this is very different from Finland. You look at just the optics of what happened when Presidents Trump and Putin landed today. Both of them getting off of their respective jets and walking down the carpet and walking together in that moment at which a B-2 bomber flew over Vladimir Putin's head, and he at one point seemed almost startled. And then apparently his motorcade, Putin's motorcade, was forced to drive past a huge lineup of F-22s and attack helicopters. So that sets the stage for what this conversation is going to be about. A lot of people consider Vladimir Putin to be somewhat of a bully, and certainly the people of Ukraine and neighboring nations consider that to be the case. But when you are in the room with Donald Trump and you are negotiating with Donald Trump, you are no longer the power player. You have someone who, despite a lack of foreign policy experience, has done a pretty bang-up job when it comes to these types of negotiations. So I hope that, I imagine it's hot and sweaty in there, I'll tell you that, just looking at all these folks. But they're going to have some good questions. They've got them lined up and ready to go. So I'm looking forward to hearing what's going to transpire from this. And I agree with John. I think that President Trump is going to come out the gate, likely with some lighthearted comment, and hopefully President Putin does as well. And then we're off to the races, and we learn what the fate of this conflict is going to be.
For our audience at home, those are listening and those that are viewing, we're going to cut immediately to these two podiums as soon as the principals walk out. Amanda, the behavior and conduct of the media today, when they came out to the joint podium that said Alaska 2025 off of the red carpets, and they had the quite friendly and warm greeting, the media started right away with invective, screaming at Putin, when are you going to stop killing children in Ukraine? Then they went to the first meeting, or the first press avail at a meeting, once again overwhelmed by just invective tossed at President Putin from the Western media. And I think he actually said in Russian, enough of that, and they moved him on. The press wranglers of the White House doing as good a job as they possibly could do. But how do you think the media has comported themselves today on the world stage, ma'am?
Yeah, God bless President Trump's press wranglers. That is a mighty job trying to handle this gaggle. And look, you're not only dealing with the U.S. press, you're dealing with some vast cultural differences across multiple different nations' press. So that's something that they're also having to handle. The rhetoric towards Vladimir Putin, look, let's just say I'm glad that these members of the press are not the ones negotiating, because it's typically not a good negotiating style to go into something, a conversation or a meeting accusing someone of something. And this kind of, unfortunately, Steve, goes back to the embarrassing aspect of it. And it wasn't just American media. There were a number of other nations represented there. But it's unfortunate, and it also doesn't bear fruit. It doesn't produce anything. When you are making those types of accusations, you're oftentimes not going for a concrete answer. You're just trying to get your soundbite out there, and you're trying to, create some type of buzz or viral nature online. And it's unfortunate. That's frankly what our media in a lot of circles has been distilled down to. It is just trying to get the soundbite out there and have it go viral on X or TikTok or whatever, so that you can get a few extra plugs. And it's not real journalism. And I certainly hope that room is filled with more people who are interested in answers.
Okay, I think Steve Witkoff, John Solomon. I think Steve Witkoff just walked in. That's the that's the press standing up trying to get prayer. That's you would assume that the calls, John, walk us through the process. The calls to the EU and to Zelensky are probably concluded if Witkoff has walked into the room.
I would assume so. Yep, I would assume that General. It was a key. I'm trying to remember the general. Keith Kellogg. General Kellogg probably is talking to Ukraine in a follow-up. That would be a normal process. He's been their emissary there. Witkoff has been such an important player. He sat eye to eye with Vladimir Putin just a few days ago and set this summit in motion. And he's a master negotiator. He's been sent all over the world, and he is, for a man who really wasn't on the world stage for us to know about much. He's obviously been very successful. He's been a really secret weapon, and the alliance between him, President Trump, and Marco Rubio, who, by the way, were the only three men on the United States side for the negotiation today, has been a dynamic team. It resembles something like what Kissinger was to Nixon early on. I mean, this is a very strong team, and I was told by a Russian source of mine who was close to Putin that Putin respected Witkoff because he's just so blunt. He didn't care that Vladimir Putin was a president. He delivered a blunt message because he knew that was the way to get the negotiations forward. So Witkoff, if anything good comes of today's meeting, Witkoff's going to be one of the key players on the American side.
Witkoff, and I think what people miss, the media is always dumping on him. This guy didn't know anything. He's a real estate guy. First off, President Trump's known this guy 40 years or longer. He's negotiated with him and across the table for many, many times. They have a very deep personal bond, which, as you know, with President Trump, goes a long way because you know how President Trump thinks. Witkoff is also a killer when it comes to negotiations. And, of course, all the refinement of, the stripe pants crowd down at Foggy Bottom and their media acolytes oftentimes misses this. I mean, look, Putin is a KGB colonel. He's surrounded by these oligarchs. He's got some tough hombres right there. They're not that in. Lavrov is not a big name in the niceties of diplomacy. These are smash mouth guys, and that's why you have a guy like Witkoff who knows President Trump over decade after decade after decade, knows his style, knows where the touch points are for President Trump. John, is so important in negotiations like this, sir.
Yeah, listen, I'm just going to break in with a little breaking news. Just a few minutes ago, the Justice Department issued a new order to Mayor Bowser, the vacationing mayor, requiring their police department to provide all services found necessary by her acting police commissioner, the DEA administrator. This is a sort of thing that Vladimir Putin appreciates. Trump administration doesn't let people downstream from them block them from doing this. Even something in District of Columbia, 4,000 miles away from this summit, Donald Trump constantly exercised strength. His people show strength. They don't give in. They don't care that they've been sued. They fight and they exert the control that the American people gave them. And I think that's the sort of thing Vladimir Putin appreciates about Donald Trump and Steve Witkoff, which is these guys don't mess around. They're not pushovers. They're not the guys we sent to Alaska for China, Tony Blinken, in March of 2021. These are tougher guys. And the Russians like tough guys. They do.
Okay, hang on a second. Now that you brought it up, we got to put some flesh on that bone on the on DC. The DC folks, the chief of police, the local attorney, the attorney general for the district, not the U.S. attorney, Judge Janine, and Mayor Bowser, who went up to Martha's Vineyard to quote unquote pick her daughter up from camp. They were under the impression, John, I don't know how they got into this impression. They were under the impression that everything that President Trump and Pam Bondi and Judge Janine and Kash Patel were doing was symbolic, that they really didn't intend to take over the Metropolitan Police Force, that they really didn't intend to seize control of the district and basically clean it up, get the rats out of there, clean up the graffiti, and most importantly, take the police force and supplement it, augment it with National Guard, with Park Police that are now on duty, with Border Patrol, with ICE, and actually start to take away the sanctuary city, all the illegal alien invaders, plus just drop crime down to zero. How possibly did they think that that was just symbolic dealing with Donald Trump? Because they got a big old wake-up call today, did they not, sir?
Oh, my God. I'm just reading this order. It just came out a few seconds ago. But basically, the mayor is told, you better have your police chief cooperate with all immigration laws, or you're going to find out what the Trump administration really looks like. Then it's you got to provide assistance with locating, apprehending, and detaining illegal aliens. Database inquiries and compliance with requests for information must be met under federal law. Enforcement of the D.C. Code, D.C. municipal regulations pertaining to any unlawful occupancy of public spaces as deemed necessary and appropriated by Administrator Cole. She basically said, follow this guide or you're obstructing the federal government. This is a warning letter that the next thing the mayor is going to face is obstruction charges, or the police chief will. Very powerful letter just came out. We just got a copy of it a second ago. They ain't playing footsie in Washington right now. They're kicking tail.
It looks like some senior. Folks from the Russian side. I think the American side. That first row is really that's the negotiating team. I think you see Lavrov right there.
Lavrov right there.
I think a couple of three of the Americans. Yeah, Witkoff's already there, so coming out. I think momentarily, folks, we're going to cut to. Now, here's what we're going to do at Real America's Voice. John Solomon and Amanda are going to be doing their coverage. Stinchfield is going to take over the main coverage here. We're going to toss to him momentarily. We're going to blow the commercial breaks. We're a few minutes away, I think, from starting this. Like I said, it's at least a half an hour early. The meeting broke up looks like about 40 minutes ago. Amanda, before we lose you, before the participants and principals come on stage, any kind of closing observations or thoughts, ma'am, on this historic day?
Absolutely. I have the perfect thing queued up. I went to dinner last night with a friend who serves as a diplomat in the southern region of Africa. I won't say the specific country, but he actually holds four passports. Each country that he holds a passport for is a piece of a peace deal, a of a PEACE deal that President Trump has negotiated. This is someone who was a raging liberal, said he almost went into a depression in 2016 when Hillary Clinton lost, and now he is fully on board with President Trump. He is originally a citizen of the nation of Israel, so he is seeing what President Trump is doing, but also benefiting it from the other nations where he holds passports. And you look at a situation like that, someone who was so diametrically opposed to everything President Trump did the first time around. And what did it take for him to get to the other side? It took a personal connection with the effects of President Trump's success. And I think that we're going to see that more and more economically from President Trump as his term goes on. And it's going to be, I hope it is a good thing to see. And I hope that there are enough people out there who are willing to, perform a little circumspection and figure out exactly what it was they hated about Donald Trump that may not necessarily be the case.
Amanda, what is your social media so people can keep touch with what you're putting up during the press conference and then afterwards, ma'am?
Thank you, Steve. Yeah, pretty ubiquitous at Amanda Head everywhere.
Thank you, ma'am. By the way, I want to thank also our other sponsor besides AMAC was been Birch Gold, birchgold.com. /Bannon, the end of the dollar empire. Get everything free. Go check it out today. We really want to thank Birch Gold for doing this for this second hour. John Solomon, it looks like we're moments away from the two principals coming on stage. Any closing thoughts or observations?
Ronald Reagan ended the first liberal experiment of peace through appeasement, and I believe Donald Trump will enter the
John,
second. Here we go.
Here they come right now. Let's go ahead and go live to the press conference at Anchorage, Alaska.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, our negotiations have been held in a constructive atmosphere of mutual respect. We had very thorough negotiations that were quite useful. I would like to thank once again my American counterpart for the proposal to travel out here to Alaska. It only makes sense that we've met here because our countries, though separated by the oceans, are close neighbors. So when we've met, when I came out of the plane and I've said, "Good afternoon, dear neighbor, very good to see you, in good health, and to see you alive," I think that is very neighborly. And I think that's some kind words that we can say to each other. We're separated by the Strait of Bering, though there are two islands only between the Russian island and the U.S. island. They're only 4 kilometers apart. We're close neighbors, and it's a fact. It's also important that Alaska has to do with our common heritage, common history between Russia and the U.S., and many positive events have to do with that territory. Still, there is tremendous cultural heritage back from the Russian America. For example, Orthodox churches and a lot of more than 700 geographical names of Russian origin. During the Second World War, it was here in Alaska that was the origin of the legendary air bridge for the supply of military aircraft and other equipment under the Lend-Lease program. It was a dangerous and treacherous route over the vast emptiness of ice. However, the pilots of both countries did everything to bring closer the victory. They risked their lives and they gave it all for the common victory. I was just in the city of Magadan in Russia, and there is a memorial there dedicated to the Russian and the U.S. pilots. And there are 2 flags, the U.S. flag and the Russian flag. And I know that here as well there is such a memorial. There is a military burial place several kilometers away from here. The Soviet pilots that buried there who died during that dangerous mission. We're thankful to the citizens and the government of the U.S. for carefully taking care of their memory. I think that's very worthy and noble. We'll always remember other historical examples when our countries defeated common enemies together in the spirit of battle camaraderie and allyship that supported each other and facilitated each other. I'm sure that this heritage will help us rebuild and foster mutually beneficial and equal ties at this new stage, even during the hardest conditions. It is known that there have been no summits between Russia and the U.S. for 4 years, and that's a long time. This time was very hard for bilateral relations, and let's be frank, they've fallen to the lowest point since the Cold War. I think that's not benefiting our countries and the world as a whole. It is apparent that sooner or later we had to amend the situation to move on from the confrontation to dialogue. And in this case, a personal meeting between the heads of state has been long overdue. Naturally, under the condition of serious and painstaking work, this work has been done in general. Me and President Trump have very good direct contact. We've spoken multiple times. We spoke frankly on the phone. And special envoy of the president, Mr. Witkoff, traveled out to Russia several times. Our advisors and heads of foreign ministries kept in touch all the time. And you know fully well that one of the central issues was the situation around Ukraine. We see the strive of the administration and President Trump personally to help facilitate the resolution of the Ukrainian conflict. And his strive to get to the crux of the matter, to understand its history, is precious. As I've said, the situation in Ukraine has to do with fundamental threats to our security. Moreover, we've always considered the Ukrainian nation, and I've said it multiple times, a brotherly nation, however strange it may sound in these conditions. We have the same roots, and everything that's happening is a tragedy for us, a terrible wound. Therefore, the country is sincerely interested in putting an end to it. At the same time, we're convinced that in order to make the settlement lasting and long-term, we need to eliminate all the primary roots, the primary causes of that conflict, and we've said it multiple times, to consider all legitimate concerns of Russia and to reinstate a just balance of security in Europe and in the world on the whole. And I agree with President Trump, as he has said today, that naturally the security of Ukraine should be ensured as well. Naturally, we are prepared to work on that. I would like to hope that the agreement that we've reached together will help us bring closer that goal and will pave the path towards peace in Ukraine. We expect that Kiev and European capitals will perceive that constructively and that they won't throw a wrench in the works. They will not make any attempts to use some backroom dealings to conduct provocations to torpedo the nascent progress. Incidentally, when the new administration came to power, bilateral trade started to grow. It's still very symbolic. Still, we have a growth of 20%. As I've said, we have a lot of dimensions for joint work. It is clear that U.S. and Russian investment and business cooperation has tremendous potential. Russia and the U.S. can offer each other so much in trade, digital, high-tech, and in space exploration. We see that Arctic cooperation is also very possible. And our international context, for example, between the Far East of Russia and the West Coast of the U.S. Overall, it's very important for our countries to turn the page, to go back to cooperation. It is symbolic that not far away from here, at the border between Russia and the U.S., there is a so-called international date line. I think you can step over, literally, from yesterday into tomorrow. And I hope that we'll succeed in that. In political sphere. I would like to thank President Trump for our joint work, for the well-wishing and trustworthy tone of our conversation. It's important that both sides are result-oriented, and we see that the President of the U.S. has a very clear idea of what he would like to achieve. He sincerely cares about the prosperity of his nation. Still, he understands that Russia has its own national interests. I expect that today's agreements will be the starting point, not only for the solution of the Ukrainian issue, but also will help us bring back business-like and pragmatic relations between Russia and the U.S. And in the end, I would like to add one more thing. I'd like to remind you that in 2022, during the last contact with the previous administration, I tried to convince my previous American colleague that the situation should not be brought to the point of no return when it would come to hostilities, and I said it quite directly back then that it's a big mistake. Today, when President Trump is saying that if he was the president back then, there will be no war, and I'm quite sure that it would indeed be so. I can confirm that. I think that overall, me and President Trump have built a very good, business-like and trustworthy contact. And I have every reason to believe that moving down this path, we can come, and the sooner the better, to the end of the conflict in Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. That was very profound, and I will say that I believe we had a very productive meeting. There were many, many points that we agreed on, most of them, I would say, a couple of big ones that we haven't quite gotten there, but we've made some headway. So there's no deal until there's a deal. I will call up NATO in a little while. I will call up the various people that I think are appropriate, and I'll, of course, call up President Zelensky and tell him about today's meeting. It's ultimately up to them. They're going to have to agree with what Marco and Steve and some of the great people from the Trump administration who've come here, Scott and John Ratcliffe, thank you very much. But we have some of our really great leaders. They've been doing a phenomenal job. We also have some tremendous Russian business representatives here, and I think everybody wants to deal with us. We've become the hottest country anywhere in the world in a very short period of time, and we look forward to that. We look forward to dealing. We're going to try and get this over with. We really made some great progress today. I've always had a fantastic relationship with President Putin, with Vladimir. We had many tough meetings, good meetings. We were interfered with by the Russia hoax. That made it a little bit tougher to deal with, but he understood it. I think he's probably seen things like that during the course of his career. He's seen it all, but we had to put up with the Russia hoax. He knew it was a hoax, and I knew it was a hoax, but what was done was very criminal. But it made it harder for us to deal as a country in terms of the business and all of the things that we'd like to have dealt with. But we'll have a good chance when this is over. So just to put it very quickly, I'm going to start making a few phone calls and tell them what happened. But we had an extremely productive meeting, and many points were agreed to. There are just a very few that are left. Some are not that significant. One is probably the most significant, but we have a very good chance of getting there. We didn't get there, but we have a very good chance of getting there. I would like to thank President Putin and his entire team, whose faces, who I know in many cases, other than that, whose faces I get to see all the time in the newspapers. You're almost as famous as the boss, but especially this one right over here. But we had some good meetings over the years, right? Good, productive meetings over the years, and we hope to have that in the future. But let's do the most productive one right now. We're going to stop really 5, 6, 7,000, thousands of people a week from being killed, and President Putin wants to see that as much as I do. So, again, Mr. President, I'd like to thank you very much, and we'll speak to you very soon and probably see you again very soon. Thank you very much, Vladimir.
Next time in Moscow.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I don't know. I'll get a little heat on that one, but I could see it possibly happening. Thank you very much, Vladimir. And thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So, folks, that is President Trump, the President of the United States, and Vladimir Putin, the President of Russia, in a very short, can't even call it a news conference. The two leaders of these two nations, very short statements. Vladimir Putin's a little longer than President Trump's. The takeaway on this is hard to assess because If they made great strides on all of this, I think they would have been telling you they made great strides on all of this. Now, they were in this meeting for hours together. I'm not sure. I don't think anybody knows what has really come out of this. We'll start to get the drips and drabs of what was talked about inside that meeting. But overall, quite frankly, folks, I'm shocked that that lasted, I don't know, what, 5-6 minutes tops? And so this was a very, very big meeting between two very powerful figures to try to stop the war between Russia and Ukraine. And so we have that short little statement there. Now, the tone was set early on. And I will tell you, nobody does it like President Trump. I actually think even now that we got a very short statement with no questions. You know, we were told, by the way, that this news conference was going to last an hour and a half. So whoever was pushing that information was not getting the correct information because it was far less than an hour and a half. So here's my assessment of what happened. Not a lot of deal making. We shall see if that's the case or not. If there was deal making, I think you would have heard about some of it. The number one moment of the day, though, folks, is this. If we can show the flyover, that would be great. Because when President Trump was meeting with Vladimir Putin on the tarmac, guess what President Trump organized a flyover? A B-2 bomber and fighter jets straight over the head of Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump. Vladimir Putin looked surprised by it all. Donald Trump, not so much. It was an amazing show of not just force, not just might, but American strength, something we have been lacking for a very long time. There is no way you would have gotten a Joe Biden to come up with an idea like this. No way would you have gotten Joe Biden to do that. So let me play you a clip from President Trump talking about what he was expecting from the meeting today. This is earlier in the day, cut 2.
Yes, of this summit today. I can't tell you that. I don't know. It's there's nothing set in stone. I want certain things. I want to see a ceasefire. This is not to do with Europe. Europe's not telling me what to do. But they're going to be involved in the process, obviously, as will Zelensky. But I want to see a ceasefire rapidly. I don't know if it's going to be today, but I'm not going to be happy if it's not today. Everyone said it can't be today, but I'm just saying I want the killing to stop.
So I think that's what everybody wants, is the killing to stop. Now, I think there is some frustration on the part of President Trump. He wants to see this deal end. He thought it was going to be one of the easiest deals to end. It turned out to be one of the hardest deals to end. So as President Trump was standing there earlier, right, during this news conference between, well, it wasn't even a news conference, during these statements between Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump, I sense frustration from President Trump. I sense also respect that he has for Vladimir Putin. There's no doubt about it that he does. I actually think these two leaders actually like each other. I know that's going to trigger those on the left and our warmongers on the right, that Trump and Vladimir Putin could actually like each other. But I do think that they like each other. It's clear that if there was no agreement early on, President Trump would have walked. Why? Because he said so. Listen to this.
You had said earlier this week that Putin would face severe consequences if you get the sense from him that he's not interested. What do you mean by that?
Economically severe. Yes, it will be very severe. I'm not doing this for my health, okay? I don't need it. I'd like to focus on our country, but I'm doing this to save a lot of lives.
Okay. So all they want to do is save a lot of lives. That's very, very important. Now, all of this, I guess you could take away a decent sign that they met for hours, but not a great sign that they didn't hold a news conference. I want to bring in now Derek Harvey, who yes, thank you. I want to bring in now. Yes, we're going to bring in Derek Harvey. That sounds good. So former special assistant to President Trump and Army Colonel retired Derek Harvey is with us. Colonel, it's great to have you back on the program.
Glad to be here, Grant. Big day today.
All right. Big day. I was expecting more from this. I thought it was going to be a news conference than these brief statements from these two world leaders. Were you?
I am not surprised that this is the outcome of today's meeting. It was foreshadowed that there would likely, almost certainly, be subsequent meetings, and that was, said at this very brief news conference. The other thing is, it's very clear that the desire for peace is important, but translating that desire into real peace is very, very difficult. War termination is one of the hardest things to do, and people that study war understand that. But I am impressed by the cordiality. I didn't see much disagreement being voiced. I saw them talking about great progress. The president said extremely productive. I think from the tone, I'm not surprised that they didn't give us a lot of detail because there are still some outstanding issues. It would be premature to talk about a ceasefire coming out of this if some other key points that need to be agreed to by others, need to be worked through. So I think it's important that we got this. And President Trump is a risk taker. And you got to give him all the credit in the world for being engaged and trying to make something happen, because most presidents, most politicians would avoid it.
Yeah. My guess is you're not going to come away from a ceasefire here because Zelensky's not in the room. So you're not going to have the other side to weigh in on that. I also assume that the no questions was maybe the request of Vladimir Putin, because President Trump takes questions. He takes questions if he's walking to the bathroom, he'll take a question. No questions here may have come from Vladimir Putin because President Trump is usually pretty open about all of this. So when you look at this, though, Colonel, Vladimir Putin, in many respects, it's in his best interest to keep the war going. He keeps his base and his country engaged. He keeps the world on edge. Zelensky, certainly it's in his best interest to keep the war going because he keeps power. They can't have an election as long as a war is going on. So I'm not sure there's motivation on either Putin or Zelensky's side to get it done, which then leaves President Trump in the middle. He may be in a tenuous situation where there's nothing this president can do to get peace from these two.
That very well may be the case because, again, the desire for peace and to end the killing by the president and this administration, it's very difficult to translate that, as I said, into an actual peace. The dynamics that we've talked about before are still the same. Russia believes that it has strategic dominance, that it has the long game to play, and that the West is weakening, that Zelensky is losing popular support, as is shown by many studies and Gallup polls and the like, that there's dissension within his government, that NATO is, fragmenting a little bit, the Germans and the Latvians, the Italians. No one's on the same page, but the hardliners are clearly France and the UK and the Baltic states. So we've got a lot of dynamics that are at play here. But we have got larger strategic interests that would be in our favor if we could broker a peace deal here, one of which is our concern about China.
Yeah. The easiest way to stop Vladimir Putin's war on Ukraine, I think, Colonel Harvey, is by decreasing energy prices. President Trump is doing this. You've got Nord Stream 2. They cannot get access to that to try to make an end run around Ukraine. Remember, Joe Biden let Vladimir Putin get back into Nord Stream 2, making an end run around Ukraine to get gas into Germany. It's all about energy here. If we keep having the price of energy come down, Vladimir Putin's not going to be able to fund this war anymore. Do you think that was part of President Trump's negotiating strategy?
Clearly, energy is an issue, and the secondary sanctions threat by the United States that would impact the trade between India and Russia and China and Russia, both big consumers of Russian energy. So, that is a heavy stick, a big stick that the president has. He offered carrots too. Thing is, Germany and some of the other European countries want energy and aren't willing to go full bore on sanctions. And the president is going to need to, if we're going to go the heavy hand, it's going to need Europe to be more committed to waging sanctions and economic war on Russia. The consequences need to be more severe.
I'm not sure we're going to get that out of our European allies. Weakness seems to be the way of the world over in that part of the globe. Sadly, that's the case. Lieutenant Colonel Derek Harvey, it's so great having you on the program. I appreciate you weighing in on a very big night tonight. I want to move now to two of our staples here at Real America's Voice. One of my two favorites, that's for sure. That's John Solomon, host of Just the News, No Noise, and our White House correspondent, of course, Brian Glenn, who is in Alaska tonight as well. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. John, I'll start with you first. Unlike Derek Harvey, I actually was surprised this statement, I thought it was going to be a news conference. The statement ended after just a few minutes. I thought they would take questions. Your thoughts, should we take anything away from that?
Yeah, listen, I think what it is that there's some business that has to be done tonight, which is that Putin and Trump discuss some very strategic ideas, some ideas that maybe have not been on the table before, but they don't want to let the people know what those are until they get the buy-in from other people who have to agree to it. People like President Zelensky in Ukraine, people like the NATO leaders, people like Great Britain and France and the Five Eyes coalition that we have in our intelligence committees. I understand this to have been a very sweeping discussion about a lot of different objectives, not all of them specific to Ukraine. And as the president said, there's not a deal until there's a deal. And we don't have a deal yet, but we made some headway, good progress today. I think the lack of taking questions is to give the people who need to make buy-in the time to do it before the media starts debating it. And I think this is the sort of negotiation that you would have seen a Henry Kissinger make. We meet, we come out, show solidarity, but we don't tell people what happened because there are other parties involved and we got to get them aboard. So I think it's good diplomacy. It's not surprising. My readout from sources is that the good headway. There's an invite on the table for Moscow to be the next meeting. I think Trump will ask it be somewhere else in Europe. And I think there is an opportunity for President Zelensky to join a conversation soon. That's what I'm hearing from my sources. But it depends on some of the conditions that other people have to meet. There's some things that NATO are going to have to address. I just picked that up from a couple of sources. So there's some issues on the table, and I think both presidents wanted to let the third parties in on it before they start talking about it in the media. I want to point to one very big moment in the press conference. It'll be glossed over in the New York Times and CNN, but it's a very big moment. Vladimir Putin said for the first time, I would not have invaded Ukraine if President Trump were still president in 2021. That's a very profound statement. People say it's a suck-up. It's not. What it means is that the issues he had in 2021 were not addressed by Joe Biden. There couldn't be communication to address them, and that's what triggered his aggression. The aggression is something we can all condemn, but I think that was a very important moment in understanding Putin's mindset. It wasn't just, I want to suck up to President Trump. It's that I couldn't get my questions answered by the American government.
You know, John, it also backs up President Trump's claim that this never would have happened, that the mainstream media, those on the left, always made fun of, right? They always made fun of President Trump for saying this. Right. Vladimir Putin backs him up. My assessment is, Brian Glenn, is you'll hear the MSNBC say, oh, look, this was a plot between Putin and Trump, and they're yucking it up together, and they're so jovial. I actually think these two do like each other. I saw from the statement today, I think there is respect. I don't think things went south in the meeting. But, Brian, I'd ask you, you were in the room with them. What was your takeaway for the dynamics between the two?
Well, one of my biggest takeaway prior to this conference was don't believe what you hear sources say from the Kremlin that they were going to meet for 6 to 7 hours. That was initially pushed out hours ago. This thing lasted 6 to 7 minutes, it seems like. But but I'm not surprised that he didn't take questions, because I think you don't want to get ahead of yourself, because you know the American media is going to ask the questions that they have. They ask the questions every day. I see it in the Oval Office every day. Sometimes you can get put the horse ahead of the cart, or the cart before the head of the horse, rather. I think he was smart not to take questions this time, because I think they would open up conversations that don't need to be had right now on that stage in Alaska. So Does it surprise me that he didn't take questions? Yeah, a little bit. But then again, it doesn't, because that's a negotiator. He knows that he would be forced, or President Putin would be forced to be asked questions that might jeopardize future negotiations.
Yeah. So, John, what happens from here? Are there talks tonight, your sources? Will the powers that be, the confidants of President Trump, the confidants of Putin, are these talks continuing, or is this over to be continued at a later date?
I think the third-party talks begin, which is what is Macron and Steyer going to do in Great Britain and France? What is Zelensky going to agree to? I think there are two very important moments in Putin's speech. It was a little hard to hear maybe with the translator speaking over him. But he said two things. One, Europe, meaning European Western leaders, don't torpedo the progress we made here. Be quiet, shut up, stop grandstanding, and help us get to a deal. I think it was a very important statement by Putin. The second is that Putin said we got some understanding of what we can do on Ukraine together. That's important. Now, why would they not answer questions? Because Donald Trump wants to take that understanding and go to the NATO allies, go to France and Britain, which are the big dogs on the block in Europe, and go to Zelensky and talk through these issues before they get tortured in the media, before the media misreport things. So what you saw was a lot of discipline coming out of this meeting, that the progress won't be torpedoed by leaks, won't be torpedoed by emotional responses. Let's treat everybody like an adult and see if we can get something that gets towards a ceasefire and then a peace treaty. And I think those two comments by Putin were very insightful. A lot of people, my sources, pinging me saying those were really clear explanations for why there was no Q&A. We want to get everybody briefed before they react to something in the media. It's a positive moment, but it isn't a finished deal. The way to get a finished deal is to get all the other parties who could potentially torpedo or make this a success on board before we start talking. I think that's what happened, according to my sources.
And look, we could talk all we want about the European leaders, Brian Glenn,
yep.
But the other main player in all of this, of course, is Zelensky. Zelensky, just as early as this week, says, I'm not trading any land. I'm not giving up land. You got to have a special election for me to do that. So you still got to get to him. Brian, are any of your sources inside the White House talking about what's next for Zelensky in all of this?
I haven't been told anything like that, unfortunately, but I will dig a little deeper and ask. But, yeah, that is the missing element in all of this, because he put out that statement earlier in the week, defines that that's absolutely not going to happen. I've almost said from day one, I'd like to see him involved on these negotiations from day one. That's me, and I know that a lot of people disagree with that. But look, I'm kind of old school. Grant, I think you would agree. John, you would agree. I'd say you get in a room, you hammer it out, and you don't leave until it's done. And if there is no deal to come upon and agree upon with, then you throw your cards in and you walk away. But I think to drag this out any longer, I do think, however, you see another meeting sooner than later. This is not going to be months. It certainly not be weeks. I think it could be a week or so before you start to see the next step.
John, I heard Senator Ted Cruz today say that the only way this is a real victory is if Vladimir Putin has some losses in this. Like, he doesn't look like he came out wildly ahead. But I don't understand how you get to a point like that with Vladimir Putin. If he gets one piece of land, 1 acre out of this, he comes away with more than he had going in. So I'm not sure it's possible to make Vladimir Putin look bad. I think the only way you get done with this is Ukraine's going to have to give up a lot if it wants Russia to stop, unless the United States gets involved, not militarily, but even more sanctions. Europe gets involved with even more sanctions. You bring the energy price down. But I'm not sure we can get to that point, John.
Yeah, listen, there's a reality that Ukraine understands, and its generals understand it. Zelensky maybe doesn't understand it as much. And that is that Ukraine has been losing the war for the last several months. They had a few high-profile stunts with drones and stuff, but they're losing men at a quicker pace, and they're losing territory at a quicker pace. War, sadly, whether we like it or not, is who gets the bigger progress is the one who's winning. And Russia tipped the balance of the war in the last 3 to 5 months. I've heard that from Ukrainian generals I talked to. I've heard it from U.S. intelligence. it's clear that Russia is beginning to win the war. And there is no scenario right now, short of the United States coming in and fighting against Russia, which isn't going to happen, where Ukraine is going to win this war. It's just not physically possible, and it's not territorial possible given the gains that were made. So then comes the possibility of what do you do in that scenario? And I think what Donald Trump is going to do is I'm hearing that there is a couple of concessions on the table from Putin. I don't know what those are yet, but maybe, as Trump said going in, I hope they'll give some of the land back. There'll be some surprises. Vladimir Putin is smart enough to realize he'll trade some land back, some of his gains back, if he can get a better standing in the world community, because he's been isolated as a pariah. And I think that's what is going to be communicated tonight to all the key principles here. And I agree with Brian. I think a week or 10 days from now, we'll find out that maybe there is a chance, if Zelensky's open to the ideas that Putin and Trump talked about today, Zelensky gets added to the talks. And then I was struck by the fact that several people have told me that NATO is going to be one of the key people they're going to be talking to tonight. I wonder if there isn't some sort of peacekeeper concept that's being bantied about to keep the peace while ceasefire is ongoing. So I think there's some things that are going to get ironed out. But the truth of the matter is the Ukrainians know that they've been losing this war. You saw that in a Gallup poll yesterday. I'm going to give you one name that you might not have heard of. His name is General Budanov. He's the military intelligence chief of Ukraine. Of all the generals of the Ukrainian military, he's probably the most popular in Ukraine. I'm going to bet he plays a major role. General Budanov plays a major role in the next round of developments if Zelensky is comfortable with what came out of today's meeting. Keep an eye on that general. Yeah. He's been very friendly to the United States. He has good relations with Ukraine. It takes a Ukrainian general sometimes to help make a deal like this, and he may be a key player.
Yeah, interesting on that front for sure, John. Lastly, Brian, real quick, if you can for me, where does President Trump go from here? Is he spending the night in Alaska, or does he turn around and head back?
Matter of fact, the press pool left out of here about 15 minutes ago to go load up in the motorcade. They're going to burn out of here. He's going back to Washington. They've got a flight. I think they land at around 3:45, 4 a.m. in the morning, Saturday morning. So he's back in D.C., and you know what? We'll be back to work on Monday morning. We'll be there as well. And so, you know, I think it's – but like Jack Posobiec was saying on the pre-show or before the conference – he's working on the plane. He is working all the way back. He's already probably on the phone right now making those phone calls. So the president doesn't stop working for peace. He'll keep working all through the night. And then, of course, next week we'll see what happens as we go into this post-meeting.
Yeah, it's amazing to watch it unfold. Really a historic day today, one I'll remember for a long time. We'll see what comes out of it. I know, John Solomon, you'll be there with Just the News and the work you do here at Real America's Voice. Brian Glenn, you're right in the middle of it as our chief White House correspondent. To the both of you men, thank you so much for, I know it was a long day for both of you, but we appreciate the two of you. And try to get some rest this weekend. Brian, you not so much. I know you're traveling back to D.C. Thanks, guys. All right. Moving on, folks. We're going to keep an eye on this. We'll see what comes out of it. It'll be very interesting to see the maneuvering in play, what comes out of Ukraine, what comes out of the White House now. We've got sources all over the place, and we'll be sure to be keeping you informed on all of this. Listen up, Patriots. If you want to fight for this country, AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, is the organization you need to join. They're the conservative alternative to AARP, and they're fighting every day to protect faith, family, freedom, and our American way of life. When you become a member, you get access to powerful perks, exclusive discounts on travel, insurance, and more, plus valuable member tools and a subscription to the AMAC magazine, which tells the truth. The mainstream media will not, and it's incredibly affordable. Become a one-year member for only $1. Don't wait. Go to amac.us/summit. That's amac.us/summit and join the movement to save America. All right, a truly historic day to say the least. We will have more coming up next as Stinchfield continues.
Hi, it's Christina again. Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower that's safer at a price you can afford with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel. And now they're bringing you this special TV offer. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Jacuzzi bath remodel has a design you'll love at a price you can afford.
Literally, they came in the morning, did the demolition, and installed our bathtub in 1 day. I definitely wish we called jacuzzi a lot sooner.
Okay, so tell me, what are the 2 most common reasons people are calling jacuzzi bath remodel right now?
Well, maybe they're just tired of the old, worn-out eyesore of a bath. Often they have dated colors, tiles that might be cracking and fading, or impossible to clean grout. Christina, did you know that the average shower has up to 300 linear feet of grout?
Honestly, I had no idea.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of scrubbing. So that's definitely one of the reasons people call. And you'll love that the new bath or shower just rinses clean and resists mold and mildew. Now, another big reason people call is they've been feeling uneasy stepping over that tub to take a shower. And we're here to help with a safer, more stylish shower that you'll love and is custom designed for you.
Every time I stepped over my old bathtub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore. Jacuzzi Bath Remodel gave me a gorgeous shower that's safe too.
It was done in the same day. We did not have to wait. It is amazing.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your 1-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
You can go from this to this, and from this to this, or even from this to all this in just 1 day.
I did not like my bathroom before and was embarrassed by it.
Yes. This is unbelievable. It is stunning. I can't believe it.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
Welcome back, everyone. I want to talk a little bit about the Democrats' willingness to cheat. It is unbelievable, quite frankly. We are getting word that Gmail, is blocking WinRed emails. This is coming to us from Targeted Victory, a political consulting firm that uses WinRed. That's the fundraising platform for many Republicans. Apparently what they're finding is as these emails come through from political candidates through Gmail, Gmail is filtering them, labeling them as dangerous, labeling them as potentially hazardous, and then moving those emails to spam. Now consider the ramifications of this. You have big tech working still, I believe, with many of the social media outlets to censor and silence conservatives. Now with emails, sending fundraising emails to spam, you're now limiting conservatives' ability to fundraise. Do you know WinRed took in $1.6 billion for conservative candidates between 2023 and 2024 election cycle? Now, Act Blue, the equivalent of WinRed for the lefts, apparently, according to Targeted Victory and others who have looked at this, there are no labels that go on those emails. Gmail now, apparently, can just shut down the fundraising for conservatives. That, my friends, is a very, very big problem. Now to the redistricting battle in, I guess we could say, Texas and California. Texas trying to secure 5 more seats for Republicans, which will go a long way to securing Republican leadership in Congress come the midterms. Well, Texas has now called a second special session after all those Democrats went AWOL. We are told the Democrats will return, but I believe we have a soundbite from Speaker Burrows of the Texas state legislature warning the Democrats who were supposed to be back. The special session started this afternoon. They better not leave Austin. We don't have the soundbite from Speaker Burrows. No problem. Okay, so with that, I want to bring in our very good friend, Brian Harrison. He is a state representative Republican in Texas who's been on the forefront of fighting this battle. Brian, welcome to the program.
Always great to be with you, my friend.
All right, so special session number 2 starts today. Burrows says, hey, Democrats, you better not leave. We'll arrest you. Now, last I checked, Representative Harrison, nobody was arrested the last time around. You tuned us in. They still had their parking spots and committee assignments. Anything changed since then, and why should Democrats be concerned about this latest threat?
No, this is one of the most embarrassing and infuriating updates I've ever had to give on national television. The reality today was the final day of special session number 1, and here's the reality: the Democrats won. The Democrats succeeded in destroying and basically thwarting every single Republican priority that we needed to do in this special session. That includes things like property taxes, not just redistricting, but also redistricting. Arguably, the biggest political issue facing not just Texas, but America right now. The Democrats won, the Republicans rolled over. I'm sick and tired of Democrats fighting harder for the future than Republicans. And here's the reality. For all the talk and bluster and hot air coming out of Texas Republican leadership for the past month, we have had 0 arrests. 0 of these Democrats had their seats vacated. Not one Democrat had their chairmanship taken away. They didn't have their seniority pulled. They weren't pulled off of any committee. 0 punishments of any kind. Literally not even a single fine that they're going to ultimately be forced to pay. Absolutely nothing. And here's the worst part. You mentioned Speaker Burrows a second ago. Instead of doing what I think we should do, which is play hardball with the Democrats, and for every 1 week they were gone, we should redraw the maps and add 1 more Republican seat. So instead of 5 new seats, especially after what Gavin Newsom did, we should be adding a minimum. We have to now. It's imperative. We've got to add at least 7 new seats now to make up for what Gavin Newsom did and to make the Democrats pay for their 2 weeks being derelict in their duty here. But instead of making the maps more bold and more favorable to Republicans, our liberal speaker, and I just broke this along with 1 or 2 other people a couple hours ago, they actually refiled the maps today and made them more favorable to the Democrats. So still only 5 new seats for Republicans, but they redrew some of the maps because it's the way the Democrats wanted some of those lines to be drawn. So this is an absolute capitulation. I'm sick and tired of Democrats playing hardball and Texas Republicans playing beanbag, but that's what we've had going on down here for the last month.
You're telling me that the Democrats leave and go AWOL for Lord knows how many days, and the Republicans redrew the maps to put it at least in a little more favor of Democrats, Republicans still gaining seats, but Democrats getting a better little look at this? Who in the world comes up with these ideas?
That is what I'm telling you. I just realized this. No, and this broke on my drive home. I just got back to my district, driving back from the Capitol. While I was driving back, this broke, and I pushed the news out. So you're the first national media outlet, I think, to carry this. This is absolutely true. The Democrats, the rogue Democrats who went AWOL for over 2 weeks, instead of being punished in any way, the Texas Republican leadership is rewarding the Democrats by making the maps better for the Democrats and worse for the Republicans. This might be one of the biggest betrayals, quite frankly, in the history of Texas. It's outrageous.
Can some of your fellow conservative Republicans, and there are a few of them in the Texas State House, can you band together and get the maps resubmitted, the ones that we had before, maybe adding a 6th, 7th, 8th seat? Is there any way to work this, or is Burrows in complete control?
Well, let me make this as simple as I can. Yeah, there's 150 members of the Texas House, but the Texas House is controlled by Democrats. So even if a bunch of, conservatives rallied together and wrote amendments, they're not going to go anywhere because the Democrats control that chamber. Here's the brass tacks reality. If the governor of Texas, lieutenant governor of Texas, and speaker of the Texas House want it to happen, it will happen. If they don't want it to happen, it won't. And it's as simple as that. So the elected Republican leadership in the state of Texas needs to stop taking it on the chin and selling out millions of Republican voters in the state of Texas that reelected President Trump in a 14-point landslide and want us to get this done, not just for the future of Texas, but for the future of the country. I mean, the stakes couldn't be higher, and especially with Gavin Newsom going out there and basically saying he's effectively going to wipe out every Republican seat in the state of California, maybe leaving 2, 3, or 4 seats out of 52, maybe. With California doing what they're doing, the state of Texas has got to respond. We should have a map that's redrawn, and this map next week must be amended. So if you're in Texas, blow up the phone lines, email, social media of the governor, lieutenant governor, and speaker and tell them they've got to amend these maps. We need to add at least 2 or 3 more Republican seats, and we've got to undo these concessions they made to the Democrats. So again, I'm going to say this one more time. Instead of the Democrats being punished, they were rewarded with redrawing the maps in favor of the Democrats. Completely outrageous.
This is a total outrage. Texans, you got to spring into action. Yeah. Heck, around the country, call these lawmakers, especially Republican lawmakers, overload the Speaker of the House in Texas's phone lines and tell them we want justice, we want the maps back the way they should, and heck, as you said, add another 1, 2, 3 seats for Republicans. Yep. Brian Harrison, always great to see you. Thank you for coming on a Friday evening. Keep us posted.
Yep, it's important. God bless y'all. God bless Texas.
Absolutely to that. You believe this is absolutely crazy. All right, folks, I want to move now to our body language segment. And, it's a good day to do it because I want to show you some of the things between Vladimir Putin and Trump. Okay, and there were some interesting little get-togethers here that I think will play well for body language. So with that, I want to bring in host of the Behavior Panel on YouTube and former military interrogator. He is our body language expert. Greg Hartley is with us. Greg, welcome to the program.
Thanks, Grant. Always a pleasure.
All right. So first, I thought it was the most important moment of the whole day. Donald Trump, and I know he's the one that planned this. Let's roll it, guys, and we can talk about it when this is the flyover. We'll go with is this right? Yes, this is the flyover of the B-2 bombers, and we can watch here, and I'll let you talk, Greg.
Well, I mean, there's nothing quite as powerful as being 4,500 miles from the capital of Russia and seeing a B-2 bomber fly over with escorts. Of course that's intended. That's a show of power. And Putin even second glanced it, which is not like his usual personality to not pay attention. So we did see that. Otherwise, you see 2 guys who look like they get along, walking along, talking. They're talking low enough you can't hear what they're saying, but together. See that double take, that double look.
Yeah, amazing. The other one that I wanted to play out for you
Trump claps.
is And Trump claps. Yeah, exactly. You know he does. President Trump meeting Vladimir Putin. I think we have the handshake. Is that right, guys? If we play the next one where they meet and they shake hands, because Trump is classic the way he does this.
Well, if you're, I'll talk over it so you can keep it moving. If you're watching as he's standing there, just before this, there's a clap. That's a bravo clap, not something else like, hey, it's good we're all together. You'll watch Putin who's going to throw his thumbs up, and then they come together. Watch who is the most eager for the handshake. Who feels the most enthusiastic about the handshake is a good indicator. Watch this. Look how far Putin reaches out. Look at Trump standing his usual ground, and he's holding onto his hand, pulling him in closer as he typically would do. He isn't rotating his hand. I think there's genuinely, they do respect each other, and you see him touch him. That's contact just to say, hey, yeah, good to see you.
All right, let me ask you as a military guy too, Greg, maybe put that hat on as well. Putin showing that he is eager to meet Trump more than Trump eager to meet Putin. What does that tell you? Heck, you're a military interrogator. I would imagine if you had somebody you were interrogating, they were eager to talk to you. It's got to tell you something. What does this tell you?
Well, look, I think a lot. If we thought we were going to get him to come out and say the war is over tonight, we're kidding ourselves. That was never going to happen. But to come out and say we made big strides, they probably got knocked down some things. My guess is a lot of that happened before they got together today. They were not in that long. My guess is that they had answered most of these problems and they figured this out. Because if you watch Trump and you watch Putin together, there is an excitement by Putin. That looks like, hey, I'm going to get something out of this. And then if you watch, once they go on the stand, Trump even rolls his hand under Putin's in a conciliatory move, which he doesn't ever do with people. So there's been some give and take going on, I guarantee you, behind the scenes up to now. And this is not a surprise.
Do you think Trump does he kind of pulls him in as Trump is known for, and then he taps his hand on top of his head. That's always a sign of what? Respect, admiration.
Yeah, it's just respect. It's just contact. You'll hear people say it's dominance. That's not dominance. If it were dominance, he might grab his hand and lock a joint or do something like that. Look, and what I want people to realize, like you said, I'm not just a soldier. I'm an intelligence guy. This was never going to be a big, hey, hoorah, we stopped the war today, because they have to go back and talk to Zelensky and the UN and everybody else. But I think you see both these guys have enough communication that contact and that touching doesn't look like he's trying to control him. Doesn't look like he's trying to joint lock him. It looks like he's saying, hey, good to see you, and.
All right, let me play a clip of the moment John Solomon said was the biggest moment of the little statements after the meeting. And that was when Vladimir Putin basically said that he would not have invaded Ukraine if President Trump was president at the time. I want to play that clip. We'll see if anything's there. If there's nothing there, we can move on from it,
sure.
Greg. But let's play it on the fly.
Today, when President Trump saying that if he was the president back then, there will be no war. And I'm quite sure that it would indeed be so. I can confirm that.
Yeah, I think if you watch Trump is in, I don't think that's scripted, because Trump is in data intake, sitting there listening. His eyes are down to his right, which we typically associate with an emotional response. And Putin's just rattling it off as he does, but he's illustrating with his left hand over to him. That's good indicators that he's meaning what he's saying. Now, that'll melt somebody down, I'm sure, but yeah, it looks good.
You better believe that'll trigger them. All right, I want to move on, totally different topic. This was my idea. You know me, I'm a big personal protection guy. I like to try to help people get out of situations alive. We all remember the Cincinnati brawl, okay? By the way, two of these, the black ladies that were involved in punching and hitting and in the fight, allegedly, their bails were lowered from $250,000 down to, I think it was like $2,500. So wow. Their bail really lowered. But I don't think this ever should have happened. If you are what I call a man, you got to put your ego aside. You have to get your girlfriend out alive. If that means looking weak, if that means retreating, and Navy SEALs are great retreaters. If you don't have tactical advantage, get out of there. This is the slap. Now, I don't know. The slap certainly didn't deserve what came after that, and that was an absolute beatdown. But I want you to watch this, Greg, and tell us what you see.
Well, look, I mean, the first thing is you should expect some ramification from slapping another man. It is the most demeaning thing one man can do to another, is slap him in the face. And he didn't intend to do physical harm. It's more of an insult slap, because his fingers are spread, if you notice. This thing turned really ugly really quickly because you waded into it and did something. That strike with his open hand, like I say, will cause anybody to respond. When I worked in SEER school, we would use that kind of an insult slap just because it's so powerful to the human psyche.
Was there anything in the gentleman in the white's body language that he was going to slap that would have tipped you off to that?
Well, you know, the good indicator, anytime somebody's walking toward you and their shoulders are moving, you should pay attention. I can't move my feet or my hands without my shoulder moving. And so I always say, look for that shoulder movement. If this shoulder goes up and that hand goes down, you should be cautious. This is him just walking straight into another guy's space, and then he's agitated and he throws that shot. But pay attention to breathing, because respiration and breathing ramp up when a person's in fight or flight, and there's fight or flight going on there. You can see it.
All right, interesting. All right, let's go to one more from President Trump. I thought this was interesting because I thought Keir Starmer was very uncomfortable when President Trump was talking about the mayor of London, who's just, a total loser, a nasty person. This is Trump when he was in Scotland last week. Roll that clip.
I will. I'm not a fan of your mayor. I think he's done a terrible job, the mayor of London. But the nasty person, I think he's done. I think he's
a friend of mine, Russia.
No, I think he's done a terrible job. But I would certainly visit London. Yeah.
Greg, what do you make of all that?
Well, yeah, Trump is a master brander. He brands. He does what I call the flaming bag to people all the time. You know, he'll throw something on your porch and you better come and deal with it. The funny part is Starmer is sitting there and realizing he's saying something. It takes him that long to respond. He blushes and he does what we call a regulator in conversation to control the conversation, because he knows he has to do something to save face in front of here. And Trump doesn't even notice. He just rolls right along,
I think he's done a terrible job.
saying what he thinks.
All right, Greg, as always, great work. ReadBodyLanguage.com is the website. The YouTube show is the behavior panel. Thank you, my friend, as always.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Absolutely. All right, apparently, President Trump is getting ready to go back to Washington, D.C. Do you know what this is like to get on a plane? Now, I get Air Force One is a beautiful plane. You're going to be in a lap of luxury. He's got a bedroom in there, all those things. But think about this. Leaving D.C., flying to Alaska, having a meeting, which has got to be mentally taxing, with Vladimir Putin, to be on your toes. You know, Vladimir Putin, and there goes President Trump, up the steps to Air Force One. Oh, that's Putin. Excuse me. I need my glasses on here. That is Putin going up the steps to get on his plane back to Alaska. Both of these men with, you know, the energy of 20-year-olds, quite frankly. It's pretty amazing. I believe President Trump is in the motorcade. He took Vladimir Putin from his plane and taking him back to his plane. So again, as I was saying, you're in the lap of luxury as President Trump is on Air Force One, but you still have to fly back. That, folks, in many respects, has got to be very, very taxing. The other thing here that is really quite amazing was the way this was set up and everything that went into it. So I believe President Trump arrived about 20, 30 minutes before Vladimir Putin did. They stay there on the tarmac. You've got to have both planes. At one point, you had the red carpets there, and then President Trump with the military equipment. You had fighter jets out there, and of course, the B-2 bombers flying overhead. The coordination of all of this for what? For the reason to show strength to Vladimir Putin that America is back. And when I saw that, when I saw the United States military and the power that it represents, you've got to believe Vladimir Putin, even the leader of a very powerful nation in Russia, landing on foreign soil, surrounded by all of that military might, has got to be very, very tough. I think what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick break, because I don't see President Trump's motorcade there, and we don't need to look at Vladimir Putin's plane. Let's take a quick break, and we're back in a flash.
Why aren't you getting results? Random workouts, overtraining muscles, completely missing others, wasted time. Don't do that. Do this. This is 25 Minute Speed Train. Follow me for just 25 minutes a day, 7 days a week, with minimal equipment, and get actual results.
Look at the definition. I didn't have these arms at high school.
Subscribe to Body in the next 24 hours for less than 50 cents a day and get 25 Minute Speed Train free at bodywithani.com.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and in bookstores across the country. We'll even help you promote your book. That's right, we do all this for you. Biography, self-help, mystery, novels, sci-fi, even a children's book. No matter what genre, Page Publishing can bring your book to life. Call today for your free author submission kit and find out how you can be the next published author at Page Publishing.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257. That's 800-319-0257, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
They tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
There's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to values or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna! Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer